Chapter 8:30, Infiltration. The mirror on Klein's pillow glowed as silver points of light formed Lene's words. "Exalted Great Master, your loyal and humble servant Arodes is constantly at your service." Klein stood beside the bed and calmly asked, "Where is the Antigonus family's notebook located behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Chanis Gate?" He wanted to confirm the location to complete his plan in the shortest time possible. Silver text distorted on the mirror's surface. "It's a Grade 1 sealed artifact. It will be on the right in basement 2. I can't see anything more specific." Klein tersely acknowledged. "It's your turn to ask." Arodes presented a new question. "What other instructions do you have?" Klein nodded. "Just watch over my illusion like before to deal with any accidents." "All right, Master." Arodes answered, hurriedly adding, I will hold back my instincts. I swear to you, the great ruler above the spirit world." Klein nodded gently and made the mirror look like Dwayne Dante's. The image became clearer until it looked real. Then he made it lie in bed as though sleeping. At this moment, the illusory Dwayne Dantes turned his head and smiled at him with a toady look, pulling the blanket over his head. Without a word, Klein transformed into Gearman Sparrow as creeping hunger on his left hand turned transparent. His body rapidly phased away, traveling to the other end of Phelps Street where St. Samuel Cathedral was. He then walked to the square and hid in a shadowy corner. A short while later, believers who had attended Mass came out, followed by servants carrying trash to an alley. At this moment, one servant's body trembled before he bowed his head and began cleaning proactively, slowly opening up a distance from the others until he came to a shadowy area. The hand then reached out of the void, grabbing him and causing his body to phase away. Klein had directly traveled to a cheap condominium in East Borough that he had rented under another identity. The traveler's ability is really convenient. The only problem is that I need to have a pirate sacrifice his life every time. Klein lampooned to relieve his anxiety as he made the servant lie in bed. He then took out a metal vial and threw it at him. The servant caught it and gulped down the soporific medicine, falling into a deep slumber in seconds as Senor surfaced. Klein observed the servant as his body suddenly softened like a slime monster. After some swaying, he instantly shortened his height, his skin darkened, and his facial features moved, soon transforming into the servant. Senor had already taken off the man's clothes. Without wasting time, Klein quickly changed and moved the items from the iron cigar case over. Picking up the broom, he confirmed there were no problems, made Senor return to the gold coin, and then spread the fingers of his left hand, creeping hunger turning transparent. After teleporting back, Klein bent his back and began cleaning, step by step approaching the other servants while maintaining a distance. After about 30 minutes, they gathered and entered St. Samuel Cathedral through a side door. At a distance from the priests, a servant stretched his arms. "How tiring!" Klein pretended to be too fatigued to be interested in conversation, tersely nodding without participating. Soon they returned to the servants' quarters. It comprised 2 large rooms with many bunk beds. Klein was immediately at a loss, not knowing whether to head left or right. Thankfully, as a seer, he could rely on his spiritual intuition. He pretended to have his hand slip and secretly did a dowsing rod seeking, receiving a revelation to head right. Entering the room, Klein deliberately slowed down, observing the others. He mimicked them, placing the broom behind the door before going to the common bathroom to wash up. After he completed all this, the only unoccupied bed revealed itself to be his. Lying in bed, Klein finally sighed in relief. The servants were all exhausted, and soon a symphony of snores filled the room. Klein maintained consciousness and very slowly removed creeping hunger, folding it up and stuffing it inside the iron cigar case. Seconds turned to minutes. Unable to sleep due to anxiety, he relied on cogitation to force himself to sleep for a few hours. He woke up at a specific time and released Senor. The marionette's cold aura melded with the surroundings as its spirit body threads turned black. It can still be controlled. Klein nodded and made the wraith use the stained glass windows and stone floor tiles to arrive at the staircase leading to the keepers. He believed that if Senor hadn't been contaminated ahead of time, Chanis Gate's core seal would have definitely cleansed it. Because of this tacit approval and the disruption from the paper angel, the cathedral's demigod-level archbishop wasn't alerted. Under Klein's control, the invisible Senor slowly walked to the second floor, turned left, and found the residence of the keepers. It's Monday tomorrow. This week's Monday shift is likely done by the keeper I met first. Klein had long figured out the roster. He made the wraith stealthily pass through the wooden door, floating into different rooms to identify the target. He quickly found the pale elder with loose facial skin. Senor immediately took out a sedative vial and placed it to the side. Then, before the keeper sensed anything, it possessed him. The sleeping keeper lost control over his body before he could resist. All he could do was open his greyish-blue eyes and watch himself pick up the vial, pull off the stopper, and down the liquid inside. His body convulsed abnormally before he slowly went limp, entering a dreamless sleep. After doing all of this, Senor left the keeper's body and leaped back to the servants' quarters, entering Klein's body. Klein immediately emitted a cold, dead aura. He slowly got out of bed and silently left the quarters. He walked to the second floor and entered the target's room. Standing by the bedside, Klein, still in the appearance of a servant, slowly grew taller as his hair turned grey and sparse and his nose enlarged. In just a few seconds, he looked identical to the sedated keeper. Changing into the black clergyman's coat, Klein moved the other clothes underneath the bed and laid down, keeping note of the time. At 5:30, he woke up, finished the white bread he had prepared, and drank a cup of water, looking quietly out the window. Just as day broke, Klein maintained his deadpan state and walked out the door. He went to the first floor and, following the path he had previously verified, took a left turn. After walking for a moment, he wasn't surprised to see a priest. The priest stood outside a secret door that led underground. He raised his right hand, tapped 4 times clockwise on his chest, and said, "May the goddess bless you." "Praise the lady," Klein replied hoarsely, similarly drawing a crimson moon. He didn't stay any longer and walked past the priest. Under the lamps that lined the walls, he walked down the staircase and arrived at a crossroads. He believed that turning right would lead out of the cathedral, so he didn't hesitate to turn left. At that moment, he saw a man wearing a red glove walk over. The casually dressed man had black hair, green eyes, and handsome looks. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. Chapter 831, just inches away. Upon seeing Leonard, Klein's back muscles instantly stiffened. His nerves tensed like a fully drawn bow that could snap at any moment. He remembered very clearly that Leonard had a marauder pathway angel, Palez Zoroast, parasitizing him. He could sense the uniqueness about his body and, from that, see through his disguise. If that grandpa were to inform Leonard of the problem with the keeper in front of him, that would be troublesome. I'll just have to hope that my dear poet is afraid that his secret will be exposed and that he would feign ignorance. Back in Tingen, although he often said that everyone has their secrets and that there's no need to worry about it, that's all regarding matters pertaining to the church. Who knows if he suddenly feels the need to uphold justice and decides to be loyal and take the risk to expose me. After all, this matter is very similar with Ince Zangwill's. At that moment, Klein's forehead nearly broke out into a sweat. To be frank, he never expected to encounter Leonard while heading to Chanis Gate because he was a red glove and not an ordinary nighthawk. There was no need for him to be on duty at that moment. However, Klein immediately thought of a crucial point. The one who could detect his uniqueness was Palez Zoroast and not Leonard Mitchell. The former's attitude was more important. The grandpa knows that I know of his existence. Once he exposes my disguise and pushes me into a corner, he has to be prepared to be exposed by me. When the time comes, we will definitely be trading blows with each other, benefiting no one. And for an angel from the Marauder pathway who doesn't believe in the goddess, there's no need for that. If I were him, I would pretend that nothing had happened. I wouldn't even remind Leonard Mitchell, leaving my safety to be decided by my host. As he quickly cleared his train of thought, Klein composed himself and walked towards Leonard Mitchell. Leonard indifferently looked at the keeper with grizzled hair and couldn't help but raise his right hand to cover his mouth and yawn. He has nothing better to do, because he doesn't sleep at night, so he'd gone to the duty room to play cards with the person on duty. What a perfect sleepless. Klein roughly understood the reason for the poet's appearance. He recalled how keepers acted when meeting nighthawks in Tingen. He silently nodded at Leonard and drew a moon, tapping his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. Leonard used the same action in response as he passed by the keeper without noticing anything. Klein silently exhaled as he maintained his usual pace until he reached his destination. The iron-black double door was heavy and cold, engraved with 7 sacred emblems. Klein knocked on the keeper's door, and under the gaze of the nighthawk on duty, he opened Chanis Gate. The darkness deep inside immediately surged out. Even the silver candles burning silently within couldn't disperse the feeling, their ghostly blue flames accentuating the deathly silence. Klein felt something invisible graze past his skin, connecting to Wraith Sinor. Suddenly, without his spirit vision, he saw gently swaying black threads covering the area behind the gate. Klein walked forward with a deadpan expression. After entering, he turned and closed Chanis Gate. All sounds from outside were completely cut off. The silence was like a kingdom of the dead, making him imagine and feel fear. It's no wonder the goddess has the title of Empress of Horror. Klein cast his gaze to the side and lit a lantern in the corner. Dim yellow light poured out, tainted with a ghostly blue. Klein wasn't in a rush to head for basement 2. Instead, he stayed behind the gate and patiently waited. He knew keepers were most easily disturbed in the first 5 minutes. After that, no one would likely bother him for the next 2 hours. Of course, he didn't have that much time. The servants would wake up around 6:30 and might realize one of them was missing. Time ticked by, the 5 minutes excruciating. Finally, his countdown ended as he cast his gaze towards the stone stairs in the darkness. At this stage, Klein believed that he had overcome 70% of the difficulties. To other Beyonders, the first level was attractive for its ingredients and formulas, but Klein needed to head deeper where the dangerous items were sealed. Passing a few tightly locked stone chambers, he sensed the cold auras of the silent people inside. The lantern's light flickered as he steadily walked deeper underground, careful not to run and trigger a reaction from the core seal. As it became darker, the ghostly blue flames weakened as though about to be extinguished. Klein repressed his instinctive fear as he finally walked down the stairs and came to basement 2. He discovered strange walls made of steel, bricks, mud, and silver, sectioned off into different regions with sealed artifacts. With the lantern in hand, he turned left, and the scene lit up. He saw a burning flame and glowing anthracite. Inside a half-open area was a steel bathtub-like object with a fire pit burning beneath it, causing the water inside to bubble and steam. An artifact that needs to be soaked in hot water for the seal, and the keepers need to periodically add anthracite. Klein glanced at the steel bathtub, hoping no accident would spoil his plans, and added some anthracite into the fire. When he looked up, he noticed a silver metallic object immersed in the hot water. It seemed to form a heavy full-body armor, part of it covered in dark red blood stains. 142, an ancient god's blood. So now it's permanently stored in the Backlund diocese. Klein had seen this sealed artifact before. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he saw the Spartan silver helmet. The helmet's visor was down, and at that instant, Klein felt a gaze penetrating it and casting itself on him. He trembled and hurriedly took 2 steps back, his heartbeat racing erratically. Not daring to observe it any further, Klein composed himself and walked forward. After passing a few sealed areas, his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt something on the right summoning him, producing the beating sounds of a heart. Indeed, the Antigonus family's notebook has been waiting for me all this time, he silently confirmed, following the illusory summoning. In 2 or 3 minutes, he saw a room with an ajar stone door. With the lantern's illumination, an empty bookshelf formed from white bone appeared in his eyes. On it was an ancient notebook in a black hardcover. It was the Antigonus family's notebook. Hornassus, Phlegria, Hornassus, Phlegria. Illusory voices drilled into Klein's ears, confirming his target. Things happened smoothly, but Klein didn't dare be careless. He carefully entered the room and slowly approached, afraid of a sealing mechanism. When he closed in, a hand in a dark red sleeve suddenly reached out from his abdomen. It was Wraith Senor's hand. One of the principles of a marionettist: use a marionette whenever possible. At this moment, there was a slam from the direction of the door. Klein's pupils dilated as he lunged for the bone shelf, making the marionette's hand grab the notebook. At the same time, his right hand reached into his clothes to where creeping hunger, attempting to teleport out before the core seal reacted. During this process, a scene of the door naturally appeared in his mind. A figure in a hooded classical robe was standing there. The figure had a pretty face with a lifeless expression and deep black eyes that lacked any spirituality. That high-ranking member of the church that directly wiped Mr. A out of existence. Why would she be hiding underground? That's not logical. Just as a sense of horror emerged in Klein's heart, he instinctively lowered his head to look at his body. His body was rapidly being wiped away like an eraser on a pencil drawing. Before he could touch the Antigonus family's notebook, he had completely vanished. Chapter 832, Town. Before his brain short-circuited, Klein only had time for two thoughts. How powerful. There's no way to resist. I wonder if I can be revived from such a death. As his thoughts resonated, Klein's vision turned pitch black. He lost all his senses as he entered a dreamless slumber. After an unknown period of time, the silent darkness stirred. He vaguely felt a sense of grogginess as a cold wind blew at him. As his thoughts thawed bit by bit, Klein slowly opened his eyes and saw fog everywhere above him. The crimson moon was hidden in it, occasionally showing itself. Did I just resurrect again? Or have I entered the underworld? Even if it's the latter, that's not too problematic. I might even be able to get the skeleton messenger to contact Mr. Azik. However, I'll have to become an undead creature or spirit world creature. Klein's mind was still a little heavy, as though someone had injected glue into his brain, preventing him from expanding on his thoughts. Slowly, he sensed his body and heard his heart beating. His mind quickly turned lucid as he believed that the possibility of him resurrecting was higher. Perhaps he had been thrown out into the wilderness. Pah! Klein's joints produced a crack as he jumped to his feet. Without checking his physical condition, he first observed his surroundings to confirm his environment. The first thing he saw was a fog that permeated the area and the dark stillness of the night. Nearby was a tiny town. The most striking building in the town was an extremely ancient spired cathedral, completely black in color. There wasn't a bell tower, and at its top, pitch-black ravens were spiraling. Around the cathedral were many buildings. Normal two-story residences, simple wooden huts, and a greyish-white mill. However, there wasn't a single pedestrian. As a seer, Klein instantly found the town very familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere in the past. After a brief recall, he remembered what it represented, the source of danger of the nighttime in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. He had once seen this mysterious and bizarre foggy town in a dream, while with the Saint of Darkness. He even suspected that all the living beings that vanished at night in the ruins had entered the town. Now, he was there himself, less than 100 meters away. It's related to the night. The target vanishes like it was erased. The power of that high-ranking member of the church doesn't directly kill her enemies, and she instead sends them here? Do the living beings that vanish at night in the ruins also encounter such situations? But it's said that there's no way to obtain their whereabouts via divination. Amidst his thoughts, Klein retracted his gaze and used his ability as a clown to observe his physical condition. He had already changed back into Klein Moretti, still wearing the keeper's black clergyman robe. He had no signs of an injury. Filled with experience, Klein quickly calmed down. His right hand reached into his pocket, opened the iron cigar case, took out the folded human-skinned glove, and wore it on his left hand. After confirming that creeping hunger could still be used, Klein lifted Azik's copper whistle and blew into it. However, the skeleton messenger didn't appear in the spirit vision he quickly activated. Klein wasn't too surprised, finding it normal. This place is directly isolated from the spirit world. From the looks of it, traveling can't be used. As expected of a high-ranking member, the church sent to deal with the great smog of Backlund. She sends her targets here as a form of eternal exile or imprisonment. It's impossible to use ordinary or simple means to contact the outside world. To escape from this place, even saints will find it difficult. Klein didn't lose himself to anxiety. He placed Azik's copper whistle back into the iron cigar case and prepared to take 4 steps counterclockwise. He wanted to head above the grey fog to escape the imprisonment. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the exalted Thearch of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. With 1 sentence per step, Klein rapidly completed the ritual. However, he didn't hear the familiar frenzied ravings, nor did he see the endless greyish-white fog. Klein's pupils constricted as he fell into a momentary daze. This place was isolated from the mysterious space above the grey fog. This made his greatest trump card unusable. It was the first time he was encountering such a situation. Man, it feels as though my cheat has been blocked. Klein lampooned to relax his tense emotions. Based on his knowledge of mysticism, he suspected that the foggy town was likely related to a true deity. This place has close ties to the night. Could it be a prison that the goddess created herself? Klein seriously contemplated and decided to explore the foggy town, as the method to leave was most likely there. He wasn't worried about the Tarot Club, having cancelled the coming gathering ahead of time due to the danger of his theft operation. After making up his mind, Klein immediately got the wraith inside him to float beside him. The marionette's condition was already in a terrible state, its dead and cold aura substantial, making his control somewhat rough. Thankfully, I can still use him for a few more days. Also, Mr. A was erased by that high-ranking church member. He might be living nearby. I have to be careful about this person who's equivalent to a lunatic. Klein transformed into Gehrman Sparrow as he made Sanal walk ahead and enter the foggy town, following the marionettist principle of keeping a distance of at least 110 meters. In the silent foggy world, Senor didn't take long to enter the bizarre town. Many building doors were still open. With his marionette's vision, Klein saw a half-chewed loaf of bread on a table, wine glasses, and messy silver cutlery. It looked like the owners of these houses had suddenly vanished into thin air. Vanished. This term surfaced in Klein's mind as he hurriedly made Senor cast his gaze towards the greyish-white mill. The wind-powered mill was rotating silently, but no flour came out. This scene feels familiar. I seem to have heard of it before. Klein frowned as he continued surveying his environment, carefully recalling a similar situation. Just as he was considering using dream divination, he found the answer. A similar scene had appeared in the ancient ruins at the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. The discoverer had believed that the people residing there had just vanished all of a sudden. There's some relation between this foggy town and the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range? No way, after trying to avoid it, I ended up coming to it. Klein's facial features twitched involuntarily. After taking a deep breath, Klein forced himself to calm down. He controlled Wraith Senor and made him venture deeper into the foggy town. At that moment he heard light footsteps. Klein's heart tensed as he hurriedly hid inside the mill and made his marionette stop. In just a few seconds, Wraith Senor saw a woman walk out from a nearby alley. She wore a pure white robe and her hair was pulled back, revealing her long, white neck. She looked extremely beautiful. Chapter 833. Things to take note of. Inside the dark, foggy town, the woman who walked out of the alley seemed to be out of place with her surroundings. She was pure, stately, and untainted, so gorgeous that it lit up the eyes of anyone whose gaze landed on her. As for her pure, simple robe and her loosely pulled-back hair, they added to her bearing and languidness. That gorgeous woman also noticed Senor. Her expression froze for a moment before she smiled, using a sweet voice to say, "Senor, when did you become a marionette? If not for the powers of Evernite contaminating you this badly, I wouldn't have recognized you." Although she looked like she was talking to Senor, she was actually conversing with the controller through the marionette. Sigh, this kind of dead and cold aura can't be hidden at all. I can't fool beyonders of higher sequences. I was still hoping that I could hide somewhere inconspicuous and use Admiral of Blood Senor to make contact with her so as to maximize my own safety. This place screens away the power of the grey fog, so if I were to die, I likely won't be able to resurrect. Klein hid inside the greyish-white mill and made his marionette speak hoarsely. "If you could leave, you'd easily find out that I've been serving my master more than a month ago." He used Admiral of Blood's tone and experiences to answer as though he was still alive. This was the acting principle of a marionettist, to let each marionette have their unique identity and setting. Meanwhile, Klein also buried a keyword leave in preparation to broach the topic. In this bizarre town, he didn't have thoughts of instantly killing any demoness he saw. Just the fact that they were trapped in here made it imperative that he communicated with her for intelligence to seek a way out. This was enough to make him choose peaceful coexistence. The woman in a simple white robe chuckled, not forgetting to constantly act. From the looks of it, you will quickly digest the marionettist potion. A member of the secret order? She's very familiar with the seer pathway. The demoness sect was a secret organization that was active in the Fourth Epoch. It's very normal to understand the seer pathway. Of course, the premise to that is that this lady is a demoness. Klein's heart stirred as he deliberately asked, "Aren't there other possibilities?" He tried to sound her out to see if other organizations might wield control over the seer pathway. The beautiful and pure lady walked forward and leaned towards Sonor, smiling. "It doesn't matter which organization you belong to. We have been exiled here, and it's practically eternal imprisonment. The past no longer matters. What matters is the future, whether we can cooperate to find a way of leaving." I failed to sound her out. Klein made the wraith reply, "That's exactly what I was thinking. How may I address you?" As the lady approached Sonor, Klein caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance with his marionette's sense of smell. Due to her words, he suddenly had a baffling thought to help each other in such a perilous situation, abandoning all morals to warm each other's souls with their bodies. She's like a demoness. Her voice sounds more familiar the more I listen to her. But why can't I put my thumb on it? What a pity, there's no way to use dream divination in such a situation. Klein frowned slightly. This beautiful woman with a tinge of languidness raised her hand to stroke her hair. "Panatia, what about you?" Klein had originally planned on using a disguise, but he ultimately gave up and directly said, "German Sparrow." He didn't know when this suspected demoness had entered the foggy town and couldn't eliminate the possibility that she knew about Admiral of Blood's disappearance. Panatia nodded and asked, "How did you get in?" Klein didn't keep the truth from her, saying via the marionette, "I encountered an unknown lady. She wore a hood and her eyes were like the night, but it lacked any spirituality." Panatia fell silent for 2 seconds. "So it's her, heh?" She smiled. "What did you actually do? You actually managed to get the Church of Evernite to send her to deal with you? Her? That lady is an angel? An ascetic from the church? Panatia seems to know much about her." Klein's thoughts whirred as he said vaguely, "I infiltrated St. Samuel Cathedral and attempted to steal a sealed artifact, but in the end..." He didn't go into details because he had no idea how he encountered the lady. He believed that as an angel, it was impossible for her to keep living behind Chanis Gate. "Is that so? So she is indeed in the basement of Samuel Cathedral." Panatia seemed to confirm something. In secret organizations, the word saint is not used when talking about St. Samuel Cathedral. I should take note of this detail. Klein ruminated over her choice of words. Panatia didn't continue on the topic, smiling. "All right, let's not bother with the past. Just as I said, what's important is the future and how we can escape." Klein used this opportunity to make Sonor ask, "What do you know about this place?" Panatia glanced at the spired cathedral. "This place isn't the real or spirit world, nor is it the astral world. It's in some kind of secret, hidden state. I've explored most of this area. All that's left is that cathedral. Perhaps all the secrets are hidden inside." "Why don't you explore the cathedral?" Klein asked with his marionette's mouth. Panatia yanked her pure white robe, showing its signs of wear. "My intuition tells me that there's extreme danger inside." Upon saying that, she switched topics. "And now, there's a solution. Your marionette can help us scout. Even if it's lost, it wouldn't deal you any harm. Don't worry. As long as we gain an understanding of the situation inside, I'll find a chance to give you a better marionette. After all, it doesn't look like it can last long. There's nothing unreasonable about that, but I don't trust you. After all, you are most likely a demoness." Klein didn't agree or object, having Sonor ask, "Are there any things to take note of while in here?" Panatia pursed her lips. Due to various reasons, a sizable number of people end up here, but they have all vanished. All vanished? Klein's heart palpitated. What happened? Panatia sighed. There are things I'm not sure about. Some entered those buildings and ate some of the food inside. Then they vanished, instantly. And this time, the results of divination indicate that they've lost their lives and are undergoing eternal sleep. There will be erasure and vanishing events in this foggy town. Furthermore, they will no longer exist. Klein was horrified. He nearly blurted out, "Won't you feel hungry?" He held his tongue and had Senor ask indirectly, "How long have you been in here?" As though sighing and laughing, Panatia said, "Perhaps it's been half a year. I've witnessed many people cannibalize others for sustenance. Thankfully, I don't need much and can live very long with a bit of food. And on a human's body, there is food that won't damage the body too significantly." As she spoke, she pointed at the crimson moon behind the fog. Another thing to take note of is that once the crimson moon turns clear, there will be changes here. It will become extremely dangerous. I've been severely injured as a result. As she said that, she turned to point at a tear in her pure white robe. Klein subconsciously made Senor cast his gaze over. He saw that at her collarbone underneath the tear, there was a deep wound that exposed her bone amidst fair, supple skin. At this moment, the skin transformed, producing dense patterns of mystery and colors of darkness and evil. Klein's mind seemed to explode as ravings and cries resounded in it. Meanwhile, his breathing became difficult as his body rapidly weakened. He couldn't help but collapse backward as he broke into a coughing fit. Then he saw the pure white robe and two long female legs. Panatia. This lady had already entered the greyish-white mill. As she watched the struggling German sparrow, she cracked the corners of her lips, revealing blood-colored tendrils in the gaps between her neat, white teeth. She softly said, "Got you." Chapter 834, Good Luck. Got you. Invisible threads emanated over as Panatia said that, quickly wrapping around German Sparrow as though she was binding him into a cocoon. At this moment, the figure in a black clergyman robe suddenly turned thin, transforming into a paper figurine covered in metal rust. Klein's figure appeared outside the greyish-white mill as he ran frantically towards the depths of the town. He was a person who had seen the eternal blazing sun's true body and lived. He had a certain level of resistance towards a spirit-body impact, and the inclination of a loss of control brought about by a mythical creature form. Furthermore, Panatia wasn't a complete mythical creature. Therefore, even without the grey fog's help, Klein was able to recover from the racking headache. As he suppressed his body's mutation, he sensed that he had been inflicted with ailments. While collapsing, he used his violent coughing as a cover for him to use paper figurine substitutes. Paper figurines weren't mystical items, nor did they have any spirituality. Hence, Klein wasn't afraid that it would trigger a reaction from the core seal behind Chanis Gate, and had brought quite a number with him. As Klein ran forward, he rubbed his right thumb and middle finger and lit up the flour piled inside the mill. Boom! The flour burst into flames as the mill was sent flying. The windmill outside collapsed to the ground as Panatia's figure crumbled bit by bit in the intense blast, and scarlet flames, as though she was a mirror. Almost at the same moment, her white-robed figure appeared behind Klein. Her loose, pulled-back hair instantly flared up and wildly extended in Klein's direction. Pah! As Klein snapped his fingers to ignite a tree leaf beside him, he controlled Senor to use Mirror Leap to appear in a window on a two-storied residence beside Panatia. Then, he attempted to make the terrifying woman's eyes reflect Senor's figure to complete the wraith possession. Scarlet flames suddenly leaped up and enveloped Klein's body, making him vanish from where he was as he appeared in a flame tens of meters away. As for Panatia's gem-like eyes, they seemed to hide mirrors that reflected figures wearing an old triangular hat and dark red coat. They overlapped one another and descended into chaos. Klein didn't hesitate to let Senor leave the window, transforming into a werewolf state to charge the demoness. Yes, Klein had already determined that Panatia was a demoness, and she was a demoness at the demigod level. The strands of black hair, as well as the invisible transparent threads, flared up, forming a ludicrous spiderweb that enveloped Senor, whose body was covered with thick, short hair. However, just as they made contact, Admiral of Blood's figure instantly phased away, causing the black hair and illusory demonish threads to pass through him. He had taken his wraith form. Humph! Panatia's expression didn't change at all. All she did was produce a harumph. Suddenly, the thick hair strands and illusory threads that made contact with Senor burst into dark and silent black flames. They used spirituality as fuel, turning the wraith into a torch. Pa! 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 Senor turned back into a werewolf from the burning as his limbs fell to the ground from the flame injuries. With that, a Sequence 5 wraith perished completely. At this moment, Klein had repeatedly snapped his fingers, jumping into different columns of fire and using his marionette sacrifice to escape deeper into the town. With a few flashes, he had pulled open a gap of hundreds of meters from Panatia. Suddenly, Klein felt his forehead burning hot. His lungs began to heave as he panted loudly and emitted heated air. As he had been hit by the impact of seeing an incomplete mythical creature's form, he had been a little too slow at using paper figurine substitutes. He had failed to swap out his ailment and had suffered some of the damage. Klein had originally imagined that he just needed to persist until he escaped Panatia's range of influence, but to his surprise, his condition was worsening faster than he expected. Furthermore, despite having opened up a gap of hundreds of meters, he didn't escape the signs of being infected. Thud. Just as he was about to continue using Flaming Jump, Klein's knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground without successfully snapping his fingers. Immediately, he heard Panatia's pleasant laughter in his ears. Even if you were to escape to the other side of town, there's no way to escape my ailments. You ought to know that back in Backland, the entirety of East Borough was immersed in the plague fog I created. Apart from the most distant Empress Borough and West Borough, all the other areas were significantly affected as well. She's that Lady Despair who cooperated with Mr. A. She's one of the true murderers behind the great smog of Backland. Klein felt his mind go adrift as he found himself become very sick while reeling in pain and despair. Although it still wasn't lethal, the irresistible coughs prevented him from using most of his Beyonder powers. Panatia walked over as her beautiful eyes were stained with an indescribable color of bloodthirst. It was like a tramp finally seeing a sizzling steak after starving for days. In her hands were what was left of Senor's torso and 2 broken limbs. This was apparently meant to be her stockpile of food. Your finger snap sounded good. I believe the taste of those 2 fingers should be pretty good, Panatia said, looking at German Sparrow as he coughed in the distance, speaking with the tone of a raving lunatic. Just as she finished her sentence, she raised her hand and stuffed Senor's index finger into her mouth. She bit down on each segment, producing crushing sounds. Klein watched this scene with a blurred vision. In his grogginess, he felt his fingers also suffering such excruciating pain. At this moment, he knew that Lady Despair Panatia was already partially mad because she had eaten too much flesh from other Beyonders. Although with her knowledge of mysticism, she would have definitely waited for the Beyonder characteristics to seep out before partaking in her meal. The deceased had been trapped in here without any food, making them each other's targets. It was inevitable that they slowly lost their minds as they approached insanity. How could she remain fine eating such meat? Just as Klein was reeling in despair and wondering what method he could use to save himself, he saw the crimson moonlight suddenly turn bright. He saw Panatia's face colored with a look of horror. Without hesitation, she turned around and charged into a nearby building and slammed the door. As Klein felt his illness alleviate significantly, he hurriedly looked up into the sky. He saw that the crimson moonlight was already penetrating the fog, appearing clear as it illuminated the town. His heart stirred as he recalled what Panatia had previously said. He immediately struggled and hobbled into another building beside him without forgetting to lock the door. Once the crimson moon turns clear, there will be changes here. It will become extremely dangerous. Chapter 835, The Figures Coming and Going. After rushing into the building and closing the door, Klein realized the curtains were constantly drawn. Only some faint crimson moonlight seeped in, slightly lighting up the room. He found a wooden chair and sat down, attempting to enter cogitation to calm his inclinations towards mutating. Having witnessed a saint leveled beyond his incomplete mythical creature form, he could not survive it that easily. Relying on cogitation and his control over his emotions, he resisted the waves of insane thoughts. During this process, he heard his cheekbones produce crunching sounds, saw his black hair grow long uncontrollably, and watched his skin produce granules in the form of meat tendrils. After nearly 30 seconds, Klein finally exhaled and relaxed significantly. He had completely recovered from the effects of Panatea's incomplete mythical creature form, even gaining some new knowledge about her pathway. The insanity and mutation from witnessing a mythical creature not only produce the symptoms of losing control of one's pathway, but it also comes with the traits of the other party's sequence. Back then, I was nearly baked by the eternal blazing sun, and this time, I nearly became a demoness. Klein looked down at himself, restoring his body to normal. Without time to sigh, Klein stood up and cast his gaze towards the tightly drawn curtains to figure out his situation. His expression suddenly changed as he heard rowdy murmurs outside. At that instant, he felt that, apart from him and Panatea, the uninhabited town suddenly had many residents loitering across the streets. The foggy town suddenly seemed to come to life. However, none of the figures entered the buildings. They seemed to keep coming and going, producing voices that sounded more like the deep growling of savage beasts. Klein couldn't imagine the scene outside. He only knew that even a demigod had to hide from this danger. He retracted his gaze, thinking deeply. I can't head out, but I can't stay in here either. Who knows when that crimson moon will be covered by fog again, allowing Panatea to regain her freedom. When the time comes, with us being so close, there's no way for me to escape. But how do I move without heading out? In his silence, Klein slowly turned and faced the pitch-black spired cathedral. According to Panatea, it was the only place she didn't dare explore. It seemed entering the cathedral was the only way to escape her hunt. Unless her half-mad state causes her to habitually lie, otherwise it shouldn't be a problem. Klein, who was out of options, quickly made up his mind. He lowered his left hand and made creeping hunger turn transparent. Although he knew traveling was useless, he still held out hope. Klein's figure rapidly phased away, but seconds later his body outline reappeared where he stood. I can't enter the spirit world to the point of not even sensing it. As a beyonder power, traveling only has a third of its uses. Klein muttered silently. He pondered for about 10 seconds before coming to a rough idea. Every person must be connected to the spirit world. When converted to a hidden state, that connection becomes part of it. This can explain why I can still use the unique traits of the spirit world, but am unable to enter it. After confirming this point, he raised his right hand, attempting to ignite a candle in the neighboring building. He wanted to use flaming jump to pass through the buildings and slowly approach the cathedral. A scarlet flame was set ablaze in the neighboring building. At that moment, the streets outside suddenly turned abnormally silent. All the beast-like growls disappeared. The figures on the streets seemed to turn to face the building, their gazes attempting to penetrate the windows. Klein instantly broke out into a cold sweat. He didn't dare to leap over, instinctively snapping his fingers to extinguish the flame. After a brief silence, the rowdy murmurings sounded again. It was only at that moment that Klein exhaled in relief. He discovered he had unknowingly made several mistakes. In such a dangerous environment, he hadn't divined if he should light the candle. My spiritual intuition should have warned me, but it didn't. From the looks of it, after the grey fog was screened away, my spiritual intuition and sense for danger are no longer enhanced. It's because of this that I was incited by Panatea's instigator powers to look at her wound. I didn't receive any premonition for danger. Klein placed his attention back onto approaching the cathedral. He scrutinized his mystical items beyond her powers and suddenly found a solution. It stemmed from a traveler's door opening. This power was overshadowed by teleportation normally, but in this bizarre town, it became more useful. Klein didn't rush. He took out a gold coin and, using divination to question his spirituality, obtained the answer that he should penetrate the wall. He then walked to the wall shared with the neighboring building and pressed his hands on it. Silently, Klein passed through the stone wall and entered the next building. He followed the terrace houses until he arrived at the final one, now very close to the spired cathedral. He didn't need more than 2 flaming jumps to reach it. At that moment, the crimson moonlight still penetrated the curtains, and he could vaguely see figures coming and going. Without being capable of moving further away, Klein sat down on a wooden chair in deep shadows. Only now did he have time to recall his encounter with Demoness Panatia. She's actually the murderer that caused the great smog of Backland. Tens of thousands of people died because of her. Even more people suffered the pain of losing their loved ones. Old Cola, who worked hard to live, Mam Liz, who worked hard to raise her 2 daughters. Klein closed his eyes, took deep breaths, and forced himself to extricate himself from the surging anger and hatred. Now, the only mystical item I can use is creeping hunger. There's zombie, baron of corruption, desire apostle, and traveler inside. Yes, I should try to see if I can contact the grey fog by praying while the crimson moon is clear. It doesn't work. I can now confirm that even with a marionette between us, I'll still be affected by a demoness's charm and incitement. Since Panatia can release a plague on a large scale, why didn't she attack me in secret? There are 2 explanations. First, it's because I was personally sent here by the angel. This made her place a great deal of attention on me. Second, she's afraid of something, so she doesn't dare to blanket the area with her plague. If it's the latter, there are other dangers here. As Klein thought over the matter, he felt his spiritual perception trigger as a chill ran down his back. Almost at the same time, he saw that a deep shadow that blanketed him and the surroundings suddenly shrank, drilling towards his nostrils, mouth, and ears. Chapter 836, Tossing Food. At that moment, the shadow seemed to turn corporeal. It was ice-cold and moist, instantly binding Klein within it like a mosquito in amber. Klein's figure was squashed and compressed as he regressed into a piece of paper, rapidly turning into mush. Paper figurine substitutes. Having sensed the danger ahead of time, he had made timely use of it. His black-robed figure appeared on the other end of the dining table as he opened his mouth, producing a bang sound. At this moment, Klein's mind suddenly turned adrift as his surroundings became blurry. He had been forcefully pulled into a dream. He instantly understood his abnormal ability of maintaining lucidity in dreams had already solidified and become one with him, no longer needing the grey fog. After a brief struggle, Klein snapped awake and saw the shadows in the building surging at him like a tidal wave. Bang! He opened his mouth and produced an extremely mighty air bullet which struck the shadow, producing a huge swath of white. The surrounding shadows immediately receded to fill it. Klein took this opportunity to roll to the side and turned his left glove pale with a tinge of dark green. With a clap, the spot he stood at was smashed by a lump of flesh and blood that flew out from the shadow. Klein had a feeling that he was being weakened. Without time to think, he made his feet produce an icy layer that emanated cold air. White frost crept up and rapidly froze the shadow. Underneath the crystalline frost was a squirming pitch blackness. Zombie's ice stun. Klein did another flip, changing his position while making his glove produce profound dark granules. He straightened his body and facing the shadow, he said a word from the devil language, "Slow." Suddenly, the shadow's squirming slowed down, but his own thoughts had also turned sluggish, preventing any follow-up attacks. His language of foulness had been distorted to target the entire living room, affecting himself. In just seconds, Klein extricated himself from the slowed state and, without thought, lunged for the dining table, picking up a plate with half a piece of steak and throwing it at the shadow. During this process, his left glove remained dark black with a sinister and noble vibe. Bribe. He had used the steak to bribe the enemy. At this moment, the figure suddenly shrank back into the corner, allowing the dining plate to smash into the melting ice. Then the figure surged upwards, taking the form of a pitch-black figure in a hooded robe. In its palm, a transparent, blurry book appeared, accompanied by a distant chant, "I came, I saw, I record." Just as the chanting sounded, the book rapidly flipped and produced a burning white spear. Mr. A? Has he gone completely mad? He dares to use fire-related Beyonder powers in such an environment? Klein's heart tightened as he rushed towards his opponent, his left hand held behind him. Creeping hunger was quickly tainted with dark colors, condensing a ridiculous great sword of scarlet magma and blue-hot flames. Thump! Klein's footsteps were heavy as he swung the sword of lava. The great sword cleaved down on the fiery spear, sending sparks scattering in every direction, igniting the chairs and curtains. The murmurs outside the street had long vanished. All the indistinct figures had turned over in extreme silence. After shattering the spear, Klein bent his knee and snapped his right fingers. "Pah!" The flames in the entire room were extinguished. Klein didn't move, having a nagging feeling that a dense array of gazes were trying to see through the curtains. The hooded man formed of shadows didn't take any action either, seemingly sensing the inexplicable horror. In the dark room, the two of them were like stone statues. In the unbearable silence, time passed abnormally slowly. Finally, the beast-like growls sounded once again, and the indistinct figures outside began walking again. Almost at the same time, Klein obtained initial control of his target's spirit-body threads. The hooded man's actions of pouncing forward instantly turned sluggish. Klein bent his body and circled the area, preparing to slowly turn him into a marionette. At this moment, his nose suddenly felt an itch. "Achoo!" Klein sneezed and lost control over the spirit-body threads. Furthermore, his throat began to hurt as mucus took form. He had caught a cold in the intense battle. After suspecting his opponent was Mr. A, Klein had actually been wary against an ailment. However, his constitution had been weakened by Panatai's plague, and he had no way to wait until the marionette conversion completed. "Achoo!" As Klein sneezed, he rolled away. Meanwhile, he switched creeping hunger to the barren of corruption state, attempting to use distortion to reduce the effects of his cold. Thanks to his earlier bribe, his condition wasn't too serious, only affecting his control. While rolling away, Klein noticed his opponent leaving his shadowy state. The hood slipped backward, revealing a face that looked beautiful like a female. It was none other than Mr. A. This Aurora Order Oracle had managed to survive this long. However, his eyes were already bloodshot, looking at Klein as though he were a delightful delicacy. At that moment, Klein's mood didn't wane. What he was most worried about wasn't Mr. A, but that their escalating battle would attract the danger outside. Hunger. The immense hunger has made Mr. A lose his rationality. If I can slightly alleviate his hunger, he should stop attacking. Give him some food? As his thoughts raced, Klein nearly sliced off a piece of his flesh. Thankfully, he thought of something in the nick of time. He had food on him. They were the dried mushrooms that Frank Lee had produced, a crossbreed between beef and the flesh of a rose bishop. "Achoo!" With another sneeze and another roll, Klein had taken out the dried mushroom and thrown it at Mr. A. Perhaps attracted by the smell of beef or the mutual sense between rose bishops, Mr. A immediately stopped, caught the mushroom and stuffed it into his mouth. The hunger in his eyes gradually lessened, but the way he looked at Klein remained the same. Klein threw the remaining dried mushrooms at Mr. A, who cleanly ate them. His vision finally turned for the better. Glancing at the figures outside, he stepped back into a corner, fusing into the shadows. Phew! Klein's shoulders relaxed with a sigh, and he retreated to another corner. In such an environment, a rose bishop's abilities can provide immense help. As Klein thought, he deliberated over his words, wishing to sound out Mr. A. "Have you found any clues on how to leave?" There was silence as Mr. A didn't answer. His insanity has made it impossible to talk to him. Klein pondered for 2 seconds and said a name, Learmaster. This was the name of the Aurora Order's Saint of Darkness. After a brief silence, Mr. A's slightly hoarse voice sounded. "He has been sent in here as well." Indeed, only matters regarding the Aurora Order elicits a response. Klein frankly said, "No, he is trapped inside the ruins of the Battle of Gods." Without waiting for Mr. A to reply, he continued, "Why don't you enter the cathedral?" Mr. A said in a muddled manner, "It's very dangerous, very, very dangerous. It's also dangerous outside. All the dangers stem from there. All the people who vanished would reappear during the crimson moon." Before he could finish his sentence, the tiny bit of crimson moonlight that passed through the curtains suddenly turned extremely dim. Chapter 837. The Hangers. As the crimson moonlight dimmed, a thought surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon is about to be covered by fog again. Just as this thought appeared, the indistinct loitering figures outside vanished as though they had evaporated. The beast-like growls also came to a halt. The environment has been restored. Demoness of Despair Panatia can move about freely again. Mr. A will no longer have any qualms. Klein instantly came to a conclusion as he raised his right index finger and snapped, igniting the leaves of a tree tens of meters away. He wanted to open up a gap with Mr. A and determine if he should risk entering the ancient cathedral. Klein already had a plan: use Mr. A's potent abilities to draw Panatia's attention. To her, a shepherd and a marionettist were no different when it came to meat quality. When the time came, both parties would engage in a battle, and Klein needed to find an opportunity to strike down Panatia. Just as the scarlet flame soared and engulfed Klein, he saw Mr. A turn into a shadow and meld into the surroundings, hiding somewhere unknown. He ran. Ran. Aren't you the crazy Mr. A? Shouldn't you continue pursuing your prey? Why did you run? Klein's gaze froze as his mouth twitched. His figure vanished amidst the flames, appearing in another blaze tens of meters away. Just as Klein leaped out of the fire, he felt his forehead burning once again. His lungs felt heavy as his breathing became rapid. Plague! Demoness of Despair Panatia had spread her plague once again. To Klein, this beautiful lady in a pure white robe had already floated somewhere in midair, walking towards him. Beneath her feet were countless transparent, thin lines that formed a spider's web connected to the surrounding buildings and trees. In the eyes of this demigod-level demoness, the intense hunger was gone. The way she looked at Gehrman Sparrow was one of insanity and teasing, as though she wanted to drain his ability to resist bit by bit. Klein held back his urge to cough as he snapped his fingers again, causing a tree beside the cathedral to burst into flames. His figure was immediately engulfed by the fire, rapidly fading and appearing above the tree. He then hurriedly jumped to the ground, somersaulting to the side of the ancient cathedral. At this moment, his body suddenly turned cold as his feet, thighs, and waist were covered in thick layers of ice. He clenched his teeth and followed his plan, reaching out his arms and pressing them straight onto the wall. The creeping hunger on his left hand turned transparent. In silence, Klein passed through the thick, pitch-black wall and entered the spired cathedral. The spot where he was standing was struck by a black fireball just a little too slow, burning away the nearby frost. At this moment, at the top of the ancient cathedral's spire, swirling ravens opened their beaks.
Wah! Wah! Wah!
Panatia halted as she looked at the dark cathedral, her face dyed with a look of fear. Inside the cathedral, Klein found himself unable to see anything, as it was darker than outside. As the frost melted and he grew accustomed to the dim lights, he finally saw the scene before him. As far as he could see, there were figures being hung up in midair. They were all humans. Some were dressed in classical robes, others in brown jackets, some wore fluffy skirts, while others had tattered clothes. No two looked the same. No, there was something they had in common. They were like meat being cured, hanging from above, swaying gently with their heads bowed and eyes rolled back. Klein felt his scalp tingle, no longer doubting that this place was extremely dangerous. He held his back to the wall, planning on using door opening to leave the moment anything happened. Whoosh! A cold air blew through the cathedral as the figures turned around facing Klein. Klein nearly drew a gasp as he pressed his left palm onto the wall. At this moment, the figures began to sway like wind chimes, opening their eyes and producing raving-like voices. Hornassus, Phlegrea, Hornassus, Phlegrea, Hornassus, Phlegrea. The voices resounded into one, drilling into Klein's ears. He found it abnormally familiar. This was the raving he had heard during his advancements in the past. It actually originated from here, from this ancient cathedral. Could it be that this foggy town actually originates from the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range? That nation of the Evernight, which vanished? Klein hissed, resisting the urge to pass through the wall. Since he was already inside, he believed that escaping probably didn't resolve any problems. After using a gold coin for a quick divination, Klein activated his spirit vision. He looked up at the hanging figures and found their spirituality converged. Their aura colors looked normal but exuded a stiff appearance. Their aura colors? They aren't dead yet. Klein frowned and deactivated his spirit vision. He then tapped his left thumb on his index finger, planning to observe their spirit body threads. Upon sweeping his gaze across, Klein's pupils dilated. The illusory black threads that corresponded to their bodies were extended in the same direction, the peak of the ancient cathedral. There wasn't a single exception. In his vision, they were like corpses being hung up by their spirit-body threads. Before Klein could figure out what it all meant, he caught a scene from the corner of his eye. His own spirit-body threads were automatically reaching upwards to the peak of the cathedral, to the source that hung up those figures. This was the first time he had seen his spirit-body threads move autonomously, as though they were metals being pulled by a magnet. The fastest thread had already reached its destination. Klein didn't dare imagine the outcome if all his threads gathered up above. He suspected he too would become a piece of cured meat. For most Beyonders, they could only consider leaving, but Klein was a marionettist. Quickly he controlled his spirit-body threads, pulling them back thread by thread. After nearly 30 seconds he completed the task, but his threads continued floating upwards, requiring his constant attention to resist. This is one of the dangers lurking inside the cathedral. Klein slowly drew a breath and ventured deeper into the cathedral, the swaying figures above watching him. After proceeding nearly 30 meters, he finally saw the pitch-black altar. On it was a stone statue. It was in the shape of a female human, but her hips and ribs had 2 beast legs growing out from each one, covered in short, thick black fur. The statue was also surrounded by black bands that seemed to reach out like tentacles. At its feet, sleeping souls held her up on a pedestal. Klein shifted his gaze to the statue's head and saw a beautiful face. This, Klein's gaze froze. That face wasn't unfamiliar to him. He had been sent in here by that entity. This stone statue's appearance was identical to the eraser angel under St. Samuel Cathedral. She is actually related to this place. That's right, the people she erased are sent here. What's the connection between her and the Fourth Epoch's nation of the Evernite on the Hornassus mountain range? That mother of the sky? But if that's the case, why would she be working for the church? Many thoughts instantly surfaced in Klein's mind. During this process, he slowly shifted his gaze away, hoping to find any possible clues. A few seconds later, Klein discovered a figure. It wasn't hung in midair, but was seated diagonally behind the statue. Chapter 838, seen from the historical void. The figure sitting diagonally behind the statue was an elder in a black robe. He wore a hood, his head bowed and eyes closed. By his mouth was a thick, long, white beard, so unkempt it looked like it hadn't been trimmed for years, preventing anyone from telling what he originally looked like. In Klein's eyes, this hoary elder was even more bizarre than the figures hanging in midair. After his spirit-body threads extended from his body, they didn't drift up to the spot which seemed to hide magnets. Instead, they coiled around his body and back on themselves, making the source and destination one and the same. This is the reason why he hasn't been hung up, or should I say, this is how he avoids the danger inside the cathedral. As Klein controlled his spirit-body threads to resist the continuous upward drift, he silently guessed at the reason. Suddenly he saw a pair of eyes, a pair of pitch-black eyes that looked like an unlit water surface. The elder sitting behind the statue had opened them. He was still alive. Klein subconsciously took a step back, his back bent slightly as he held his left palm in front of him. Amidst indescribable silence and anxiety, he saw the hoary elder's eyes move slightly as he spoke in a muffled manner. Finally, another seer has come here. Another? Beyonders from the seer pathway have entered this cathedral? That's right. Those who vanished in the night at the Battle of God ruins would also appear here. Amongst them there might be a few seer pathway beyonders. Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, he forcefully composed himself and said after some thought, "Why do you say that?" The hooded elder didn't immediately reply, instead asking with a muffled voice, "Do you wish to escape? I can tell you how." Klein wasn't moved, immediately asking, "Then why are you still here?" The elder drooped his head and chuckled in a throaty manner. "It's because I've died long ago." The hair on Klein's back stood on end as he broke out into a cold sweat. He could tell that the elder wasn't an existence in the form of a soul. Seeing no response, the elder slowly lifted his head and swept his glance at Klein. "I've used special Beyonder powers to seek out the void in this world's history and fate. I sliced off a portion of my projection and left it here. It has been maintained to this day. As for my body and my spirit, they have long died and dissipated. This is such a fascinating power. Klein was unable to verify the claim. Then why are you giving guidance on how to escape to seers who enter? The elder's voice remained muffled. After you open the door, the history and fate in here will experience a change. The projection I sliced will also vanish, and when the time comes, you will see an urn of ashes. I only wish that they could be scattered in the Srenzo River near Intis's capital, Trier. That is my hometown, the place where I was born. Do you know the place I'm referring to? I've no idea how much time has passed in the real world. He's been imprisoned for at least a century, Klein frankly replied. They still exist. Excellent, the elder said with a nod. Although Klein didn't fully trust him, he believed knowing more was beneficial. He decided not to waste any time. Then, how should I escape? The elder remained sitting. See that wall behind the statue? Do you see an inset? Klein was hesitant to follow instructions after his experience with Panatia. However, he had already planned on surveying the surroundings for clues, so he carefully shifted his gaze to the wall behind the statue. Engraved on it were ancient symbols with an empty, indented spot in the middle, as though a brick had been dug away. As long as you find the corresponding obsidian rock and insert it, this wall will tentatively be released from a concealed and secret state. When the time comes, I'll tell you of a complicated special symbol. It will be the key to opening the door on the wall, allowing you to escape, the elder spoke in detail. A complicated special symbol. A key to opening the door. Klein listened to the ravings of Hornassis, Phlegrea. As a symbol suddenly came to mind, the vertical eye formed from many secret symbols, the information from the Antigonus family's notebook. Could this be the so-called key? He retracted his gaze calmly. Why did all the seers from before fail? The elder chuckled. Some of them are as naggy as you are, failing to leave this cathedral before the crimson moon turned clear. They ended up being hung up. It's the case for that fellow who gave himself a handsome face, likewise for the lady with flawless features. Klein was nearly rendered speechless. He learned that the danger inside the cathedral greatly increased once the crimson moon turned clear, making even marionettists unable to control their spirit-body threads. The hooded elder continued, The rest weren't very lucky. They encountered enemies that had lost their reasoning and only wanted them for food. They were then devoured. You have to know that there aren't many beyonders from the seer pathway to begin with. The ones that can become marionettists are even fewer. Of course, there are a lot more that were attracted and enticed in here, but it was difficult for them to come all the way here. He trailed off, glancing at the top of the cathedral. Their outcomes were equally tragic. What do you mean? If I didn't attempt to steal the notebook, I would have to rely on the ravings to seek out the Antigonus family's treasure. Will I be considered as one of those that got attracted or enticed? It's difficult to come in here, and the outcome would be equally tragic. Klein's mind stirred, suspecting the treasure was a trap. He didn't ask in more detail. Do you know where that obsidian rock is? The elder chuckled. It's in the hands of that demoness of despair. Demoness of despair. So Panatia really is a demoness of despair. He never expected that the sequence 4 of the demoness pathway was demoness of despair. That will be very difficult for me to obtain that obsidian rock. She's a true demigod. Klein didn't conceal his difficult position. The elder shook his head. I'm a person who is long dead. There's very little help I can provide. Didn't you have a marionette when you came in? Yes, but it has already been eaten by the demoness of despair, Klein replied calmly. The elder sighed and chuckled. I can help you summon him from the history of this world. Just as he said that, Klein saw lines quickly outline themselves beside him, drawing out Admiral of Blood Sonor. The spirit-body threads were still under his control. Klein's pupils immediately constricted as the hooded elder added, It can only be maintained for 30 minutes. Make good use of the time. I'll help you strengthen some of the connections, enhancing your control of the marionette. This way you can let the marionette use your beyonder powers and also allow you to swap locations with him instantaneously. The controllable distance and traits of him looking alive will also be boosted. Allow my marionette to use my Beyonder powers? Doesn't this mean that I can use the powers of a faceless to make my marionette turn into another me? A perfect body double? This is a demigod of the seer pathway? This is one of the powers of a Bizarro sorcerer? The enemy never knows if the one killed is the real Bizarro sorcerer? Also, summoning a marionette from history. This is completely inconceivable. Thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind as he could hardly compose himself. The elder looked up. Give me a paper figurine. Klein hesitated for a few seconds before handing one over. The elder reached out his wrinkled hand, took the paper figurine and swiped across it casually. Klein's headache, fever, and enlarged tonsils suddenly disappeared. The paper figurine was tainted with red rust as it quickly cracked. Using my paper figurine to transfer my ailment, Klein thought, finally asking, "Sorry for my breach of etiquette. How may I address you?" The elder didn't immediately reply, saying with a sigh, "I can only provide you a little help." He paused, giving a muffled laugh. "You can call me, Zaratul. Chapter 839, Descendant of an Ancient God. Fuck." At that instant, Klein, who heard the elder's reply, had vulgarities resound in his mind. Apart from that, no other thoughts appeared. Zaratul, the leader of the Secret Order, a descendant of the Fourth Epoch Solomon Empire aristocracy, the former owner of the Antigonus family's notebook and the Beyonder guide for Emperor Roselle. He was a true high-sequence Beyonder of the Seer Pathway, a miracle invoker who was a secret existence about 2 centuries ago. He was believed by Herodes to have lost control, turning from an angel into a monster during his attempt to advance to Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. No matter which description was used, he was a heavyweight that the present Klein was unable to resist. He had the feeling of shock that a figure from history textbooks had jumped out and walked in front of him, alive. He also felt the air around him appear to congeal, crushing his body and stifling his breathing. Klein had once imagined that perhaps all his encounters, including his transmigration, had stemmed from Zaratul's setup, suspecting that he would be akin to the final boss. And now, he had met him, ahead of time. "I'm only a Sequence 5. Klein couldn't help but shout out inwardly as he suspected if the person opposite him was the real Zaratul. Zaratul is a last name. It represents an aristocratic family. Perhaps the one in Roselle's diary is the grandfather, father, brother, or son of that Secret Order's leader. Also, he mentioned that he has been dead for years, while Arides and Willor Septin have testified that the Secret Order's leader, Zaratul, is still alive. He has just lost control and turned into a monster, turning extremely crazy. Klein tried to convince himself that the situation might not be as terrible as he imagined. This quickly calmed him down as he began to carefully contemplate. The Beyonder powers that this Zaratul showcased doesn't seem like much, but all of them exceed the realm of normalcy. He's definitely not only a Bizarro sorcerer. He might even be a Sequence 3 or Sequence 2. This place is intricately tied with the nation of the Evernight, and it produces the ravings that reach the ears of Seer Pathway Beyonders. Back then, the Secret Order's leader Zaratul had fewer appearances after he obtained the Antigonus family's notebook. Does this mean that I can believe he had come to the main peak of the Hornasis mountain range to seek out the treasure, and obtain the corresponding potion formula and ingredients of Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries? If it is that Zaratul, could it be that splitting himself to store himself inside the foggy town is the reason that caused his ultimate loss of control? As for being long dead, there's an even more reasonable explanation. What is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead, and he was already a miracle invoker. As Klein's mind churned, the hoary elder who claimed to be Zaratul chuckled. "From your reaction, you seem to know me?" Klein quickly probed. "I've heard of this last name. I once met Queen Mystic and learned of the Secret Order from her, and also know of its leader." The elder nodded gently without giving any confirmation or denial. He smiled vaguely. "What other help do you need?" "Help?" Klein recalled the Beyonder powers he had showcased and said after some hesitation, "Are you able to summon a fish from the outside world from this concealed world's history? It's okay if it has already been turned into food." Zaratul raised his head and looked at Klein, not giving an immediate answer. After a few seconds, he leveled his gaze and said indistinctly, "Yes. Just as he said that, a blob made up of ground fish meat appeared in Admiral of Blood Senor's hands. It can only be maintained for 45 minutes. Once it's over, it's as though one has never eaten it before, Zaratul added. That actually worked. Klein increasingly found the high-sequence powers of the seer pathway bizarre and terrifying. He decided to appear a little greedy to lower Zaratul's appraisal of him. After his marionette put away the fish meat, he said, "I still need the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula." Zaratul didn't change his posture as he fell silent for a few seconds, then chuckled. "No problem. As long as you trust that I'll give you a real formula. After you return with the obsidian rock, I'll hand over both the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula and the symbol needed for opening the door to you. Sigh, that isn't something that I need to care about. All that matters is that you scatter my ashes back into the river in my hometown." After listening in silence, Klein asked, "You have a very high level. The ashes you leave behind will contaminate the river and create countless monsters." Zaratul laughed. "Very meticulous. However, there's nothing special about my ashes. I've lost them long ago." As he spoke, he looked up again at the peak of the ancient cathedral. He's hinting that his Beyonder characteristics and body's specialness had been absorbed by the magnet above? Klein pondered, pressing on. "What's the Sequence 3 potion name after Bizarro Sorcerer?" Zaratul's beard moved slightly. "Scholar of Yore." Scholar of Yore, Zaratul has repeatedly mentioned history. The corresponding Beyonder powers are fascinating. Klein thought in glee, asking again, "Then what's the corresponding Sequence 0? Zaratul lifted his head and glanced at him, finally chuckling. "You will likely know when you open the door to escape." "I hate people like you," saying things midway. Klein turned his gaze to the statue beside him. "Who is this?" Zaratul's head didn't turn. "She is a descendant of an ancient god." "A descendant of an ancient god? A descendant of annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria?" Before Klein could ask, Zaratul chuckled. "She also has a brother that you wouldn't be unfamiliar with." "Who is it?" Klein asked. Zaratul chuckled. "He gave himself a new last name. Antigonus." "Antigonus, nation of the Evernite, Hornassus, Phlegria." Klein's eyes lit up as he pieced together the fragmented information. He now understood why the Antigonus family placed their treasure on the Hornassus mountain range. They trusted the people of the nation of the Evernite. Just as he was about to ask more, the crimson moonlight shining in from the windows brightened, drawing out shadows of the hanging corpses. The crimson moon has turned clear. Klein's heart tightened. He followed his emergency plans, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers to light a distant candle. At the same time, he got Senor to possess him as he leaped out, arriving at the wall closest to the outside. The entire cathedral had turned abnormally silent. There were no longer any ravings. Klein's spiritual intuition didn't indicate danger, but he could tell from the shadows that the hanging corpses had turned towards the flame. Without hesitation, he pressed his left palm down, passing through the wall to the outside. Without daring to raise his head, he borrowed the driving force of a wraith to tumble towards the nearest building. During this process, he didn't hear the beast-like growls, but his back felt like it was being pierced by a sea of glares. In just a second, Klein appeared outside the building, passing through the wall. He then snapped his fingers, remotely extinguishing the candle inside the cathedral. After a brief moment of silence, the feeling of being stared at vanished. Beyond the tightly drawn curtains, figures began to appear and loiter once again. Chapter 840, Using His Advantage. With all the abnormalities vanishing, Klein heaved a slight sigh of relief. He began to observe his surroundings, selecting a shadowy spot to prevent any sudden attacks. The few seconds from before had made him come up with a theory about the faint figures and beast-like growls. They were previously corpses that were hung inside the cathedral, producing the ravings of Hornassus, Phlegria. When he left the cathedral, the corpses had turned to face the lit candle, and there were no figures on the street until he extinguished the flame. When the crimson moon is clear, the magnet at the top of the cathedral will be able to control those corpses to loiter around and pretend that everything is normal. If that really is the case, the light might actually be attracting the controller's attention. Klein reminded himself. He then turned to use his spirit body thread's vision to size up the food on the dining table. He suspected that the food was part of the magnet, and if consumed, one's spirit body threads would be corrupted, causing them to float towards the cathedral to be hung up. At a glance, Klein discovered that the food was like a living being. It had a single spirit body thread extending out, reaching towards the ancient cathedral. Indeed, it's close to my theory. After obtaining validation, Klein retracted his gaze and considered how to deal with Demoness of Despair Panatia. Beside him, Wraith Sinor appeared. The marionette's bones cracked as his face squirmed, soon turning into Gehrman Sparrow. This was a marionette using the powers of a faceless. Klein observed his double for a moment and realized there were some flaws, as the clothes couldn't be changed. After some thought, he had Sinor take off his clothes while he took off the black clergyman robe, and they switched. While wearing the clothes, Klein's expression turned odd. The marionette had worn the same outfit for 2 months, and it carried all sorts of unpleasant smells. Sigh, my present suffering is all a result of my laziness prior to this, he thought. At this moment, Sinor had also changed into the black clergyman robe, his aura spirited and no longer cold. Klein deliberated and took off Creeping Hunger, allowing Sinor to wear it. This way, the marionette was a perfect copy of Gehrman Sparrow. One must go all the way when putting on an act. Besides, if Creeping Hunger were to revolt, will it feel cheated? It's like it ate a placebo. As Klein had Sinor get used to his state, he seriously formulated plans. Relying on a marionette that can use my Beyonder powers wouldn't be able to defeat a Demoness of Despair. Even though this convincing marionette gives me a chance, I can't make up for the disadvantage that stems from the difference in our levels. I can consider using the marionette to engage in close combat. He's already a corpse, so he wouldn't be affected by the plague. I can catch her by surprise. But there are too many problems. Will the plague be able to affect a zombie? Does she still have other Beyonder powers I'm not aware of? I'll first make a list and write down my advantages. I can disguise myself. A marionette, using its Beyonder powers, can be considered at the level of a demigod. Instantaneous swapping is also one. Yes, considering Demoness of Despair's current state, I have something that I'm better at than her. She's in a half-crazed state. Her reason comes and goes. As for me, I'm in a normal state. Don't tell me I need to come out on top using my wit. An idea came to Klein as he gradually formulated a new plan. Why must I fight Demoness of Despair Panatia to the death? She definitely yearns to escape this foggy town. Deep down, this will beat her instinctive need to eat. I can try to cooperate with her. She can provide that obsidian rock, and I'll draw the special symbol. Besides, I'm not too sure about Zaratul. By pulling a Demoness of Despair into this, it can effectively make the situation chaotic and restrain him in some way. Cooperation is a diplomatic choice. This is equivalent to me obtaining benefits from both sides. Klein rapidly made a decision. As he pondered the details, he patiently waited for the crimson moon to return behind the fog. After a while, the moonlight dimmed. Klein immediately made his marionette pass through the wall and leave. Then, Sinor walked onto the streets as Gehrman Sparrow, heading straight towards the pitch-black cathedral. In about 10 seconds, Klein discovered Sinor was being affected by an ailment. Thankfully, I didn't choose to use the plan of letting my marionette control the spirit body threads, Klein thought. He immediately made Sinor say out loud, "I was inside the cathedral for a while, and I'm not dead. I found a way to escape from this place." After saying that, Gehrman Sparrow sniffed as though his resistance had weakened. At this moment, the white-robed Panatia suddenly appeared at the door of the cathedral. Her slightly crazy-looking but beautiful eyes looked at Gehrman Sparrow as she took out a strangely profound obsidian rock. The contours of the rock were identical to the inset on the wall behind the cathedral's statue. "You need it?" Panatia asked calmly. Klein discovered she had dispelled her plague, and he hurriedly made Sinor nod. "Yes, as long as you place it in the correct location in the cathedral and match it with a special symbol, we will be able to open a door that allows us to escape. I know that the cathedral's interior is very dangerous to you, but this is mainly a result of spirit body threads. And as a marionettist, I can control spirit body threads to prevent you from suffering the fate of being hung up." Panatia fell silent for a few seconds as she curled her lips. With a bright smile, she returned with a question. Then, I'll become your marionette? Or you can stop helping me at the critical moment, making me turn into a loitering figure under the moon. Klein was long prepared. He made his marionette reply earnestly, "What should I do to make you feel at ease?" Panatia didn't immediately reply. After some careful thought, she said, "Give me your hair and flesh." Curses that demonesses are good at? Using Senor's hair and flesh to curse Gammon Sparrow? Count me as the loser if that works. As Klein felt grounded, he made the marionette appear in a difficult position. "Then wouldn't you be able to kill me at any moment?" Panatia replied with a smile, "You can hand me the hair and flesh only when entering the cathedral. When inside, if there are any signs of me cursing you, you can give up controlling my spirit body threads. It will be the same the other way round too. Once the door is opened, I'll leave first, and at the same time, I'll return the flesh and hair to you." Gammon Sparrow hesitated for a long time as he discussed the details with the Demoness of Despair. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right, let's do it." Just as Panatia wanted to say something, her eyes suddenly narrowed as she slowly said, "For some reason, I'm still a little worried." Chapter 1841, Keeping Each Other in Check. What terrifying intuition. Despite not realizing that the Gammon Sparrow in front of you is a double, you still feel that something is amiss. Hidden in a faraway building, Klein inwardly drew a gasp. His mind raced as he quickly came up with a corresponding strategy. He controlled Senor and made the marionette reply in a deep voice. "I'm also a little worried. After opening the door, if you leave first, you can ambush me from the outside once I'm out. You don't even need to ambush me. You can just wait outside. I believe that I should be the first to leave. And before that, you need to return to me my flesh and hair. When the time comes, you can be closer to the door. This way, you will have enough time to pass through the door before your spirit body threads drift to the top of the cathedral." Panatia listened in silence and returned with a question. "Then how do I prevent you from destroying the door after you leave?" "This is also a problem for me," the marionette answered without giving any signs of weakness. "When I obtain that special symbol, I'll show it to you. That way, even if I close the door, you will still be able to open it again." Panatia closed her mouth as though she was thinking through the details, but she appeared somewhat irascible and could hardly compose herself, as though her inclination for insanity had filled her mind. After about 10 seconds, she said again, "I think a pure curse might not be able to harm you. Seers do not lack the means to avoid harm, just like the paper figurine substitutes you used before. She really isn't leaving behind any loopholes. Thankfully, the person in front of you is a fake from top to bottom." As Klein lampooned, he made Senor take out one paper figurine after another. Then he burned them all in front of the Demoness of Despair. "I can't be sure that you haven't hidden one," Panatia said in suspicion, still somewhat neurotic. Gammon Sparrow twitched the corners of his mouth in a deadpan manner and said, "You can try divination. Aren't witches good at that?" Panatia smiled impatiently and said, "The spirit world cannot be communicated with in here, and my spirituality." She didn't finish her sentence as the look in her eyes turned somewhat dangerous. Klein knew her spirituality had been corrupted from eating, making it give unreliable answers against a beyonder skilled at divination. The two reached a stalemate, momentarily unable to resolve the problem of trusting one another. At this moment, on a roof to the left, a hoarse and muffled voice sounded. "I can be your witness." Gammon Sparrow and Panatia turned their heads at the same time and looked over. Mr. A's figure grew out from the shadows as he wore a blood-red hooded robe. "How will you bear witness?" Klein made Senor ask. Mr. A pulled down his hood and said with a deep chuckle, "I'll use flesh and blood magic to drill into your body and control your condition. Once you stop controlling the spirit body threads, or if you try to use paper figurine substitutes, I'll immediately give a warning or attempt to stop you. Once that door you speak of opens, I'll leave your body and pass through the door before my spirit body threads are affected." "Do you think Gammon Sparrow is an idiot?" Klein made his marionette curl his lips. "Based on what I know, rose bishops can hide in the bodies of others, but the host will immediately die once they leave. No, using that method is to evade investigations. Therefore, there's a need to fuse with the host's flesh and blood. But there's no need to do so in this situation. I'll silently wait inside your stomach, Mr. A explained in detail. No, it's not my stomach. It's Sinor's stomach. Klein made Gehrman Sparrow take out a gold coin and pretend to attempt a divination. He muttered under his breath as the coin was flipped. With a ping, it flew into the air and landed in his palm. Gehrman Sparrow carefully glanced at it. From the looks of it, you aren't lying. However, you will have to leave my body before I show the special symbol to Lady Despair. If this wasn't done, they might collude and murder him. After all, if Panatia obtained the symbol while holding the rock, she wouldn't need his help. However, he wasn't too worried if Mr. A came out ahead of time. He wasn't afraid Panatia would attack after knowing the symbol, because he could use a paper figurine substitute to survive, and she wouldn't pursue him far into the cathedral lest she be hung up. Panatia raised her hand to her hair when she suddenly asked, "If I were to escape first, aren't you afraid that I'll ambush you?" This was a problem Gehrman Sparrow was previously worried about. Klein immediately made his marionette curl his lips and say, "I'm afraid. But I still have other means of escape. I'll take the risk." Panatia took 2 steps in an irritated manner before finally saying, "We shall do it as agreed then." After making up her mind, her smile became extremely relaxed. "You really are a special man, a man that made me see hope. After we leave, I don't mind letting you experience what extreme pleasure is if you aren't afraid." Gehrman Sparrow shifted his gaze away with great effort before looking at Mr. A. "I have no more questions." With the sound of howling wind, Mr. A flew down. His figure and clothes rapidly melted away, turning into a sticky glob of flesh and blood. It piled onto itself and compressed into a tiny stream that flowed towards Gehrman Sparrow. Far away in a building, Klein felt somewhat disgusted as he retched. He then made Gehrman Sparrow open his mouth. The flesh and blood stream climbed up the marionette's body and drilled into its mouth, the slightly warm but slippery feeling passing through its gullet and into its stomach. It's heavy. However, Mr. A's flesh and blood is helping to hold up the stomach. Klein inspected the marionette and made him look at the shrouded crimson moon. "Let's begin." "All right." Panatia impatiently walked towards the cathedral's entrance. Klein made Gehrman Sparrow first, plucking off his hair before making 2 meat tendrils grow out from his arm and ripping them out, making blood gush. If someone very familiar with me were here, they would definitely notice a problem because I can't deal harm to my own body so decisively. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow can probably do such a deed easily. He made the marionette pass through the ajar door and hand the hair and flesh to Panatia. Panatia slowed down, took out an ugly palm-sized puppet, wiped the flesh over it and tied the hair around its thin neck. She held the cursed puppet and finally stepped through the cathedral's door. Gehrman Sparrow immediately began controlling their spirit body threads. Even I can do it. With the powers showcased by Zaratul, he totally has the capability to help. Why didn't he do it? He is unable to communicate with others beyond the cathedral? Klein analyzed the situation remotely. Inside the cathedral, the corpses remained dangling, their heads bowed, producing the ravings, Hornassus, Phlegria. When Panatia saw this scene, her body stiffened, but she quickly composed herself, walking with Gehrman Sparrow under the gazes of the hanged. Before long, they saw the pitch-black altar and the statue. Zaratul remained sitting diagonally behind it. When they approached, he slowly lifted his head and chuckled. "Very good. Beyonders from the seer pathway need to know how to use their brain and not always think of fighting." He reached out his wrinkled palm and pulled a yellowish-brown goatskin, a quill, and a bottle of ink from the void. Zaratul scribbled words and symbols before rolling it up and handing it to Gehrman Sparrow. "That's the door-opening symbol, as well as the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula you want. They can only last for 45 minutes and cannot be taken out." Klein avoided Panatia and unfolded the goatskin, allowing the potion formula and door-opening symbol to appear before his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and nearly froze. The door-opening symbol and the one from the Antigonus family's notebook were mostly the same. A vertical eye made up of mysterious patterns and labels representing concealment. However, there were tiny differences in the details. A crescent pattern had switched spots with a dotted line label. Chapter 842. Behind the door. At that instant, the first thought that surfaced in Klein's mind was, as expected, Zaratul has a ploy. In no time he was thankful that he had obtained the correct door-opening symbol from the Antigonus family's notebook ahead of time. With this confidence, he didn't panic. Zaratul returned the quill and ink bottle to the past and lifted his head. Scanning Gehrman Sparrow and Panatia, he said with a sigh, "All the conditions are in place. You can now open the door." Upon saying that, he fixed his gaze on Gehrman Sparrow and chuckled. "Don't forget to take my urn with you." Just as he said that, his entire body suddenly crumbled into countless points of light and fused into the void. Left in the spot where he was sitting was a tin urn with ancient patterns. Klein made Gehrman Sparrow bend down and pick it up. He found it heavy, nothing like something fake. He used the hand holding the goat skin to open the lid and saw it was filled with greyish-white powder and particles. It really is just ordinary ashes? Then who helped cremate Zaratul? After closing the lid, Gehrman Sparrow casually used this hand to take out a piece of flesh from a pocket and swallowed it. Panatia noticed this action, squinting her eyes at him as if asking what he was doing. Klein stuffed the fish into the marionette's mouth, deliberately adjusted his breathing, and said, "I'm a little nervous. I'm not sure if this door-opening symbol works." Panatia had already confirmed that he was eating ordinary fish meat. The half-crazy, her lacked the patience for further distinction. She moved her gaze away and smiled at the urn. "If it's useless, we can share it. I'll have 1 scoop a day, and it will last a very long time." This demoness's mental state is really abnormal. Klein silently sighed. Gehrman Sparrow came in front of the wall. He turned his body to the side and pointed to the inset. "Place that obsidian rock inside." Panatia smiled gorgeously. "Let me see the door-opening symbol first. There's no need to be so wary of me. If I really wanted to harm you, I can immediately give up my marionette, and you wouldn't have the time to escape this cathedral." Klein's mind whirred as he made Gehrman Sparrow pat his abdomen and open his mouth. A blob of indistinct flesh and blood surged out, piling up and turning into the beautiful feminine Mr. A. Upon seeing this, Gehrman Sparrow flicked the goatskin and unrolled it. The special symbol and the bizarro sorcerer potion formula were reflected in the eyes of Panatia and Mr. A. Panatia's eyes darted about before she smiled coquettishly. "Open the door. You leave first." She had confirmed that Gehrman Sparrow was still helping her control her spirit-body threads. As she spoke, she threw the ugly puppet at him. She's also afraid of an accident. As Gehrman Sparrow caught the puppet, he watched the demoness of despair take a few steps forward and insert the obsidian rock into the recess. The two fused together perfectly. The wall rapidly emitted light and gradually turned transparent, showing stone slabs and clouds floating in midair outside. As Panatia stepped to the side, Gehrman Sparrow held the puppet, goatskin and urn in his left hand and reached out his right, using his finger as a pen to draw the vertical eye made of concealment symbols on the transparent wall. During this process, Klein was in a dilemma, unsure if he should draw Zaratul's symbol or the Antigonus family's one. He believed Zaratul was problematic, but he also felt that if Zaratul's sole purpose was to harm them, he didn't need to mention opening the door at all. His final judgment was that Zaratul's goal was to coax someone into opening the door to allow him to obtain or escape something. This meant Zaratul's symbol was likely real. On the other hand, the Antigonus family's notebook wasn't necessarily kind-hearted. The divinations he did above the grey fog, the information from Zaratul, and Zaratul's own fate led him to believe the Antigonus family's treasure was an enticing trap. On the one hand, it's a tiger, and on the other hand, it's a wolf. Also, the Antigonus family's symbol is for entering the treasure trove. It doesn't mean that it can be used to leave. As Klein contemplated, he didn't stop drawing, quickly approaching the part which was different. At this moment, he stole a glance at Panatia and discovered her eyes had a glint in them as she wore a smile. If she's normal as a senior instigator, she should be able to control her expressions. Besides, she just saw the door-opening symbol as well. Klein's heart stirred as he let the marionette draw the symbol provided by Zaratul. Soon the complicated vertical eye was drawn. Pure light enveloped the area, gathering together. Amidst a spectacular blast of light, an illusory double door appeared on the wall. Pushed by Gehrman Sparrow, it slowly opened. Behind the door were the ancient stone tiles they had seen before. Everything was silent, with zero abnormalities. At this moment, Panatia's figure suddenly shattered into mirror fragments. At the same time, the lady in a pure white robe appeared in front of Gehrman Sparrow and passed through the door. In her hand was an additional ugly puppet. The one in Gehrman Sparrow's hand had degenerated into a piece of glass. After Panatia passed through the door, she half-turned, revealing a crazy, teasing smile. Black flames soared from her palm as she ignited the puppet. At that moment, it was as though she was saying, "Despair, plunge into the deepest pit of despair just as hope arrives." Only then did Klein realize that the curse couldn't be diverted by paper figurine substitutes. Panatia immediately turned, preparing to depart, afraid an accident would happen. At that moment, her eyes suddenly froze. Her body crumbled, transforming into one mirror after another, but she wasn't able to put a distance of more than 10 meters between her and the door. In just a second or two, Panatia let out a sharp cry as invisible threads and thick black hair curled around her, binding her. Her exterior was covered in black flames as she froze into layers of ice. Suddenly, all of it disintegrated. Demoness of despair, Panatia's eyes effused clear, deep despair and regret. Her expression rapidly turned stiff as her neck seemed to be held up by an invisible hand. Her entire body rose into the air and hung there. On the side of the door, Gehrman Sparrow's body had been enveloped in black flames, melting like wax. Mr. A, who had planned on flying through the door, began retching, vomiting one fresh mushroom after another as his body began to sprout them. Before Gehrman Sparrow lost his vision, the scene behind the door pulled close, presenting an empty foyer. No, it wasn't empty. Hanging in mid-air were even more corpses of all ages and sexes, dressed in various styles of clothing. These corpses floated up, coming and going as though acting in a grand musical, accurately reflecting the daily life of a town. Klein saw that behind these hanged corpses was a transparent, slimy tentacle covered in complex, secrecy-hiding patterns that could drive anyone crazy. Countless tentacles extended deep into the foyer, where there sat an ancient, huge stone chair, inlaid with dull gold and gems. Klein tensed up as he didn't hesitate to close his eyes and cut his connection with the marionette. In his mind, the scene he had seen from his previous divination surfaced. Seated on the huge chair were countless translucent maggots that clustered together, squirming slowly, and the final scene embedded in the marionette's vision was at the bottom of the ancient chair. A tarot card sat there silently. Its surface was also that of Roselle. The Emperor was wearing a gorgeous head accessory and colorful clothes, holding a stick with luggage hanging from it. At the corner were shiny words, Sequence 0, The Fool, Chapter 843, Magical Mushroom, Sequence 0, The Fool. After discerning the words on the tarot card, Klein once again felt the same strong call of destiny he had when he heard Zaratul's name. He felt that everything had been arranged from the beginning. He even suspected that the female beast tamer who had performed a tarot divination for him in Tingen wasn't an ordinary person. As his thoughts raced, Klein viewed it from another angle and came up with a new idea, gradually stopping his horror and fear. Perhaps it wasn't a machination, but the changes he had brought about himself. The ritual that resulted in his transmigration gave him a connection to the mysterious space above the grey fog, which was clearly tied to the seer pathway. And since that pathway's sequence 0 is the Fool, it was natural that in a divination he would get the Fool as his card. This was the most plausible explanation. Using Occam's razor, I can still obtain a reasonable explanation. That means that it's quite likely to be the case. Klein forced himself to stop thinking about questions he couldn't provide certain answers to, and turned his attention back to what had just happened. That huge chair and that cluster of translucent maggots were what I saw when I made a divination. It might very well be an angel from the seer pathway, one that had lost control and turned into a monster. Zaratul himself, or the powerful entity from the Antigonus family. If it's the former, that corroborates with what Arodes and Will said. Zaratul lost control and became a monster. This could explain why Zaratul only wishes for the door to be opened, allowing him to recover. But Herodes' description of Zaratul's location doesn't resemble this place. What if it's the Antigonus family's angel who made Zaratul suffer when he came to the Hornacis mountain range, causing him to go mad during his advancement? Regardless, that cluster of translucent maggots is probably a sequence 1 that lost control. Thankfully, the scenes I saw through divination weren't clear enough, otherwise I would have suffered a terrible blow from witnessing a complete and crazy mythical creature. Wait, no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the eternal blazing sun? As long as I endured the pain, I have one chance of prying on its secrets. I might be able to get 1 or 2 high-sequence formulas. At this thought, Klein couldn't help but imagine the fool, above the grey fog, silently reaching out his thieving hands once again. While joyful, he also found it a great pity. With his present level, he had no way to approach the ancient chair and pick up the fool card. Phew, at least I've already obtained the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. The risk I took this time wasn't in vain. Zaratul likely wouldn't give a fake formula. To him, there's no need for him to lie to a sequence 5. Klein exhaled in relief. Seeing no anomalies outside, he decided to approach the pitch-black cathedral again. The pressing issue was to leave this foggy town. When he came out of the building, Klein carefully came to the entrance of the ancient cathedral and walked in. The corpses remained hanging in mid-air, swaying and producing the ravings of Hornacis, Phlegrea. The statue, obsidian rock, and tin urn were all undamaged. Klein first heaved a sigh of relief, then his gaze froze. In a dark corner stood a gigantic mushroom taller than he was. Its cap was scarlet red with white patterns, and its body was formed from similar tiny mushrooms. Their patterns drew out a face, Mr. A's face. However, Mr. A's eyes were blank. There were mushrooms growing from the stem, forming long arms, and on the left palm was a thin human-skinned glove fused as one. What kind of abomination is that? Klein involuntarily took a step back. He discovered that the terrifying mushroom didn't have any spirit body threads. It appeared to have long been dead. Suddenly, he had a theory. Mr. A, infested with mushrooms, hadn't escaped in time and had seen the cluster of translucent maggots. His mind instantly died as his body collapsed and mutated, merging with the cursed Senor to become a never-before-seen mushroom monster. Also, creeping hunger has been swallowed. This mushroom is really disgusting. I'll throw Frank into the sea if he ever mentions mushrooms again. Klein's eyes darted around as he headed for the obsidian rock, planning to ignore the mushroom and first escape. At this moment, his mind turned adrift as everything became a blur. He was being forcefully pulled into a dream. He immediately escaped the dream and saw the nearly 2-meter-tall mushroom sliding over slowly, a great sword of scarlet magma and blue-hot flames in its hand. It can use Sword of Lava. Klein didn't hesitate, opening his mouth and letting out a bang. The air bullet drilled through the mushroom's cap, tearing open a huge wound. Underneath, human flesh and tiny spores quickly squirmed and restored the body. To think that's possible. Klein felt a strong sense of danger as he rolled to the side. The mushroom sped up suddenly as the Sword of Lava cleaved down where he had been standing. At this moment, Klein snapped his fingers, igniting the tiny mushrooms that formed the monster. He then ran towards the back of the statue to get the obsidian rock. Finding his thoughts go adrift for a moment, Klein realized he was going in the wrong direction, rushing towards the entrance. It can distort my will? He noticed the surface of the gigantic mushroom was covered in a layer of frost, which had extinguished the scarlet flames. As his thoughts raced, Klein ran towards the door and snapped his fingers, igniting the tree leaves outside. In a situation with zero understanding of his enemy, a magician had to choose to retreat. More importantly, his marionettist powers were useless because the mushroom had no spirit body threads. Scarlet flames enveloped Klein's body and he quickly appeared in the flames outside. He was just about to distance himself when he heard a howling wind. The red-capped mushroom had come out of the cathedral with a strong gust of wind. It can even fly. Klein snapped his fingers, using flaming jump to open up a gap. Meanwhile, he discovered his nose was itching as he wanted to sneeze. I'm also sick. How am I supposed to fight? Suddenly he felt his body become somewhat cold as his mind reflected his present appearance. His clothes had vanished, leaving only a pair of briefs. 30 minutes are up. The spell for summoning Senor from the past has ended. Klein instantly understood. That mushroom which fused with parts of Admiral of Blood has likely disappeared as well. Also, in another 15 minutes, the effects of the fish will disappear. Klein couldn't help but curl his lips. He immediately used flames and leaped out. Indeed, the gigantic mushroom had a ridiculous hole in part of its stem that it couldn't fix, causing its speed to slow. "Come on, let's play hide and seek," Klein silently said as he began circling the town's streets, using flames and buildings to engage in a merry chase with the gigantic mushroom. After more than 10 minutes, the terrifying mushroom finally lost its ability to move and collapsed on the street. Klein breathed out in relief as he slowly and carefully approached. He saw that the flesh and blood of the mushroom was gathering as points of light converged. Soon, all that was left was a thin human-skinned glove. This, because of the mutation brought about by the Sequence 1 angel, Creeping Hunger fused with Mr. A. It's an upgraded version of Creeping Hunger? Klein bent his back as he carefully picked up the human-skinned glove. Chapter 844. Witch Symbol. The thin human-skinned glove didn't look any different, but Klein didn't dare to be careless, using divination to make a crude inspection. Apart from the 5 fingers, the palm and the back of the palm can each graze one more soul. Currently, all 7 spots are filled. It also seems to have the powers of flesh and blood magic. The speed of switching souls has sped up significantly. It has to eat a person a day or else it will eat its owner. Creeping Hunger, you are swelling in self-importance again. Travelers, traveling and door opening still work. Klein exhaled deeply as he wore the upgraded Creeping Hunger. Then he rushed for the cathedral, hoping to leave as soon as possible. He had not forgotten to cast an illusion on himself to make him wear a trench coat and a top hat. As for the Beyonder characteristic that Senor left behind, I suspect that it was likely in the hands of Demoness of Despair Panatia. And this demigod was being hung inside the ancient palace. I need to make every second count and escape as quickly as possible. Klein returned to the cathedral with a clear line of thought. Although he had promised Miss Sharon to sell Senor's characteristic to Marek, his safety was more important. It's not like it cannot be resolved. I can just hunt another wraith. Klein mumbled as he passed through the swaying corpses and came to the side of the stone statue. Along the way he found his iron cigar case with Azik's copper whistle and the lone gold coin inside undamaged. Putting these items away, Klein controlled his spirit body threads to prevent himself from floating as he bent down to pick up the obsidian rock. After confirming it wasn't damaged, he felt calmer and inspected Zaratul's tin urn. When he opened the lid, Klein's pupils constricted. All the ashes inside were gone. Zaratul achieved his goal? As expected. Klein threw away the thin urn, stood up straight, and inserted the obsidian rock into the wall at the back. The wall emitted light again as it turned transparent, showing the ancient stone slabs outside. At the thought of the terrifying maggots, Klein didn't rush to draw the symbol from the Antigonus family's notebook. He first snapped his fingers, igniting a tree outside in preparation to escape with flaming jump if something went wrong. After making preparations, he used his finger and quickly outlined the vertical eye formed of concealment symbols, with the crescent and dotted line in their swapped places. With his final stroke, pure beams of light bloomed. The entire cathedral turned ethereal as it shook. Klein felt as though he had instantly arrived at the top where the corpses were hung. In front of him was a pair of illusory double doors. Behind them was the familiar ancient palace where Panatia and the other corpses were gently swaying. Translucent tentacles swarmed over and slammed on the door, but were unable to open it, only managing to grab at Klein's spirit body threads. Klein didn't hesitate to snap his fingers, leaping to the flames outside the cathedral while pulling at his threads. He snapped his fingers repeatedly and flashed away, escaping to the farthest point of the foggy town. After the ethereal feeling of the cathedral vanished, Klein paused and frowned. That also leads to the palace with the rampaging angel. The symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook is as much of a trap as Zaratul's was. However, this symbol only seems capable of triggering the door to escape, but it's unable to open it. It's the symbol for entry, while Zaratul's one was for exiting. What should I do? How do I leave? Klein surveyed the ghastly silent town, forcing himself to calm down and think. Perhaps that's not the only wall that allows me to leave, but it's unlikely. Try another symbol? What should I try? He fell into deep thought. This place is related to the nation of the Evernite and the Antigonus family. The monster on the throne is definitely a rampaging angel from the seer pathway. Zaratul is also an angel of the seer pathway. Therefore, the correct door-opening symbol is likely related to the seer pathway. Sequence 0 of the seer pathway is likely called the Fool. As he ruminated over the word, Klein suddenly thought of the mysterious symbol behind his high-backed chair that represented himself above the grey fog. Perhaps I can give it a try? Klein pondered for a few seconds before deciding to make a bold attempt. He returned to the spired cathedral and, under the gaze of the hanged corpses, walked to the wall behind the statue and picked up the obsidian rock again. After the rock was inserted, the door rapidly turned transparent. As Klein snapped his fingers to light another tree, he took a deep breath. He drew the Fool's symbol, made up of the pupil-less eye and the partially contorted lines. Soon, he completed the symbol, feeling anxious. But this time, nothing happened to the transparent door. It doesn't work. Klein's expression turned wry, suspecting he would be trapped there until he starved or was eaten. He shook his head to dispel his despair, running through ideas in search of other clues. This place is related to the nation of the Evernite and the Antigonus family, and they were obliterated by the Church of Evernite. The one who sent me here is the Eraser Angel. Therefore, this is clearly related to the Evernite's authority, or even the Evernite goddess. This led him to a new idea. Perhaps I can try the label corresponding to the dark sacred emblem, or the symbol that represents the goddess in mysticism. Out of options, Klein exhaled and raised his right hand again, drawing the simplified picture of the dark sacred emblem. Suddenly, the watery scene behind the transparent door shook as a change occurred. Although he could still see the ancient palace, it was very far away and only faintly made out. Behind the door was a bottomless cliff with jagged rocks amidst clouds, stars, and the crimson moon. It was like some part of a mountaintop. It really works. Klein stared at this scene dumbfounded as he subconsciously reached out and pushed the door open. A cold breeze blew outside. He was just about to step out when he paused. He flipped a gold coin and did a divination, receiving a revelation that there was no danger outside. Following that, he drew a crimson moon on his chest in a feigned manner. After doing this, Klein stepped out with his right foot and passed through the illusory door. His vision went dark as he saw an endless night and resplendent stars. He then found himself on a mountaintop. Apart from unmelted snow, jagged rocks, and the morning sunlight, there was nothing. I'm out? I'm safe? Klein didn't observe his surroundings, directly using creeping hunger to turn transparent as he attempted traveling. If this succeeded, it would mean he had escaped. After a moment, Klein's body turned faint as he vanished. The colors in front of him saturated as countless, indescribable shadows appeared. He had succeeded in entering the spirit world. Chapter 845, Return. It really is the spirit world. Klein was delighted, inwardly muttering to himself. Without needing further confirmation, his spirituality told him that this was the real spirit world. This meant he had returned to the real world, the place with all kinds of delicacies. I nearly cried tears of joy. Klein inwardly made a self-deprecating comment as he considered where to head next. From the position of the stars, moon and sun, it's still morning. If there's no time difference, it's at most 7:30 a.m., or maybe earlier. At this point, the servants must have discovered the disappearance of their mate, and they would definitely inform the priests and bishops. Even if they have received the corresponding training, they will have to first eliminate the possibility that someone was skiving away. They would need more than 10 minutes before confirming this and begin taking the necessary actions. And after the report, the priests and bishops wouldn't be able to instantly tell the severity of the matter. After they do a divination or investigation to figure out the truth, it would be 20 to 30 minutes later. That also means that they likely haven't begun their search. The identity of Dwayne Dantes hasn't been exposed yet. If the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula given by Zaratul is real, then the identity of Dwayne Dantes still has many uses. If I can still keep the identity going, I should try harder to not abandon it. Besides, the only things that I'm wearing which are real are my glove and underwear. If I head elsewhere, I'll be a pervert. Klein already had a choice. He took out the iron cigar case and the gold coin inside. Returning to 160 Berkland Street is dangerous. Klein muttered 7 times. He flicked the coin and saw it spin in the spirit world before landing in his palm. This time it was tails, indicating a negative response. Klein nodded indiscernibly and immediately travelled towards Backland. After 3 stops, his figure finally appeared in his room at 160 Buckland Street. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the room was dim. On the bed, Dwayne Dantes was lying facing up, his hands grabbing the ends of the blanket near his neck. From the looks of it, the investigation hasn't reached me. This appearance is ridiculous. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and saw Dwayne Dantes dissipate into a palm-sized mirror. Water ripples appeared on its surface as silver light formed. Lone's text, "Exalted Great Master, did you encounter something? Your loyal and humble servant, Arodes, failed to sense you before." It wasn't anything important, Klein answered perfunctorily. This confirmed that Arodes was unable to pry into the secrets of the foggy town. It really is related to the authorities of a deity, he wondered. Did anyone look for me? No, no one came to disturb you. Klein felt truly relieved. You may leave. I'll summon you again if needed. All right, Master. Goodbye, Master. Arodes produced a drawing of a waving hand on the mirror. After the aqueous light vanished, Klein walked to the bedside, pulled out the pajamas underneath, and wore them. He then took out candles and other items, entered the bathroom, and set up a sacrificial ritual to send creeping hunger and his other items above the grey fog. After doing this, Klein sat at the fool's seat and conjured the Bizarro Sorcerer's potion formula. Sequence 4. Bizarro Sorcerer. Main ingredient, Bizarro Bane's main eye, the true soul body of a spirit world plunderer. Supplementary ingredients, 200 milliliters of a Bizarro Bane's blood, 30 grams of a spirit world plunderer, 10 grams of red hair birch bark, 1 segment of golden grapevine's fingernail-sized self-made rubber mask. Advancement ritual, relying on one's strength and strategy, orchestrate a grand performance before many spectators to kill a beyonder creature at the level of a demigod. Then, at the end of the performance, consume the potion. Klein wrote a corresponding divination statement beneath the formula, then took up his spirit pendulum. Before long, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz rotating clockwise. The formula was genuine. Phew. Klein exhaled and took the opportunity to determine what changes creeping hunger had experienced. After a dream divination, he figured out the exact situation. Creeping hunger could now graze 7 souls, and during each process, it could obtain 2 or 3 beyonder powers. There were currently 8 souls inside, causing a congestion that made some powers unusable. 1 soul needed to be released. The first of the 8 souls was Baron of Corruption, Wormtongue Mythor. He had fused with characteristics of the same pathway, gaining an area of effect power called Corrosion. The second was Desire Apostle Kirchheis. He fused with Mr. A's Devil, replacing Danger Premonition with Sulphur Fireball and enhancing his other powers. Third was Traveller, Lewis Ween. He fused with Mr. A's Scribe. While keeping travelling and door opening, he obtained Record, but it could now only be used against demigod-level targets with an increased chance of success. Fourth was Zombie Maviti, who was unchanged. Fifth was an unknown demoness of affliction. She could give the user a powerful sense of charm and provide an ailment that covered 50 meters, with effects that grew more severe over time. Sixth was an unknown wind-blessed, providing short-distance flight, dive, and water control. Seventh was an unknown soul assurer, with the powers to pull one into a dream and cause a spirit body to sleep. Eighth was an unknown doctor with the powers to distinguish time, treat serious ailments, and stitch souls. At the same time, Creeping Hunger itself had Shadow Lurking and Flesh Bomb, and could now barely graze a Sequence 4 saint. It has instantly become so much stronger. As Klein was delighted, he frowned at the negative side effects. Creeping Hunger now had to eat a living person every day, or it would devour its wearer. It would also praise the true creator from time to time in the wearer's mind and was still afraid of mushrooms. To randomly praise the true creator is really troublesome. Same for eating a living person every day. I'll first throw it above the grey fog and let it calm down. If that doesn't work, I can only write to Mr. Azik. Klein quickly made up his mind and released the Soul Assurer's soul. Its spirit rapidly dissipated, leaving behind a black Beyonder characteristic with a core of shimmering light. After doing this, Klein threw Creeping Hunger and the other items into the junk pile. He then quickly returned to the real world, ended the ceremony, and cleared away any traces. He then washed his face and brushed his teeth to make Dwayne Dantes look sharp. After leaving the bathroom, Klein, in his pajamas, walked to the door and pulled it open. "Prepare a set of clothes that's suitable for home wear," he said to his valet outside. "Yes, sir." Richardson immediately walked to the wardrobe. Only then, with him seeing his servants back, did Klein confirm that he was out of harm's way and had returned to his normal life. Chapter 846. Find the target. St. Samuel Cathedral behind Chanis Gate. Backland Archbishop St. Anthony stood at the staircase connecting the two stories and watched as the Nighthawk deacons rushed about, many wearing red gloves. As a spokesperson for the Church of Evernite in the capital, St. Anthony had a clean-shaven face that didn't betray his mood, but everyone who passed by him felt their souls tremble with an indescribable horror. "Your Grace, an inventory count has been made. None of the mysticism ingredients are missing." "Your Grace, all the potion formulas are in their original locations." "Your Grace, all of the prisoners imprisoned on the first level are accounted for." "Your Grace, none of the information or books suffered any damage." "Your Grace, the Grade 2 and Grade 3 sealed artifacts are all present." "Your Grace, the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts remain in their sealed states." "Your Grace, the core seal remains intact and didn't suffer any damage." "Your Grace, it has been confirmed that there are no new items in here." "Your Grace, we didn't find the enemy who disguised himself as a keeper. She seems to have evaporated into thin air." One deacon after another came over to make a report, and the matter gradually turned odd. They found it unimaginable that a powerful Beyonder would take such an immense risk to pass through Chanis Gate, only to leave after circling the area once. It seemed like the person was only trying to prove a point. The deacon who led a Red Gloves team, Soest, deliberated and came up with a theory. "Your Grace, could it be the requirements of an advancement ritual of some sequence?" If that were the case, Soest could already see the infiltrator's mocking grin. He asked to be caught. He silently clenched his red-gloved hand. St. Anthony was about to say something when Daily Simone raised a second possibility. Perhaps the infiltrator had attempted to take some sealed artifact away and suffered the negative effects. He died on the spot and was cleanly devoured? St. Anthony nodded in thought. "I'll head to basement 3 to take a look." With that, he steadily walked to basement 2 and activated the path to the 3rd level. The other deacons lacking rank or clearance could only wait. St. Anthony quickly arrived at basement 3 and confirmed that sealed artifacts 129 and 180 hadn't undergone any abnormal changes. Following strict protocols, he observed 180 with 1-29 and found 017 lying inside with eyes half open, just as always. During this process, he was extremely cautious, not daring to skip any necessary steps. Even as a saint, he didn't wish to degenerate into an amnesiac or become part of a dream. "There's nothing wrong." Anthony heaved a silent sigh of relief and began restoring the 2 sealed artifacts. A few minutes later, the deacons saw the Archbishop return. "The infiltrator might have died from touching a sealed artifact," St. Anthony said, his pronunciation of "died" somewhat muffled. He gave no additional explanations, instead instructing, "Regardless, this matter needs to be investigated. The infiltrator might have a partner. To be able to infiltrate St. Samuel Cathedral without causing a stir means the target is very familiar with this place, the keeper's duty shifts, and how Nighthawks handle matters. He has the ability to change his appearance and likely has a sacred Evernite pathway item or the help of a Beyonder who does. Putting all these conditions together, investigate the servants and priests. Check if the bishops have betrayed the goddess, as well as the believers who have recently come to the cathedral on a regular basis. Also, find the missing servant and see if there are any clues. Yes, Your Grace, Soest and the other deacons answered in unison. In the office, Leonard Mitchell wasn't having his feet up on the table. He sat properly, a solemn expression on his face. This was the second time he had encountered a matter targeting items behind Chanis Gate, invoking memories he had buried deep in his heart. More importantly, he had encountered the fake keeper without realizing the problem. If I were a little stronger and had better observation skills, perhaps it might not have. Leonard's lips pursed tightly as he stared at the documents in front of him without reading a single word. This continued until his teammates entered. That keeper has awoken. He didn't see the infiltrator and only knew that he encountered the possession ability of a wraith, a red glove said. How can a wraith move about inside the cathedral? Many red gloves questioned. Perhaps that wraith believes in the goddess. Leonard mumbled inwardly. While no one was paying attention, he suppressed his voice, seemingly muttering, "Old man, didn't you discover anything abnormal back then?" The slightly aged voice sounded in his mind, "It's not like I'll observe the outside world all the time, especially when I'm near Chanis Gate." Leonard didn't dare ask further, joining the discussion with his teammates. Before long, his team captain, Soest, entered and threw a stack of dossiers on the desk. These are the targets we need to investigate. The bishops have provided the names of the believers who have frequently come to the cathedral recently. Leonard glanced at it and towards the back saw a dossier with a familiar name, Dwayne Dantes. This old fellow that survived from the Fourth Epoch came to a nearby street for less than 2 months, and Chanis Gate was infiltrated? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Besides, he has been frequently coming to St. Samuel Cathedral. He might be observing the situation and figuring out the patterns. Old Man's excuse wasn't too convincing, but if the infiltrator was Dwayne Dantes, then everything makes sense. He's afraid that he would expose himself and pretended not to discover anything abnormal. Leonard's mind instantly filled with ideas as he asked, "Captain Soest, what did the infiltrator take? What clues did he leave behind?" Soest surveyed the room. Nothing was taken or left behind. His Grace suspects that he died or was vaporized from contact with some sealed artifact. Our priority is to find his partner. No, Dwayne Dantes wouldn't die that easily. He's a monster who has lived since the Fourth Epoch. However, why did he carry out the infiltration? Leonard frowned slightly, then proactively included Dwayne Dantes into the investigation targets for himself and 2 other teammates. After the teams began taking action, Leonard found an excuse to head to the washroom. He suppressed his voice and asked, "What are your thoughts about Dwayne Dantes?" The elderly voice chuckled. "Didn't I tell you? I don't know much about him. I only know that there's something special about him. His aura has something ancient about it. However, the case you previously investigated gave me some inspiration. I suspect that Dwayne Dantes might be related to that matter. He might be a proxy of some existence." "What matter? Which existence?" Leonard muttered softly in surprise. In his mind, the ancient voice replied with an odd tone, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." At 160 Bokeland Street, Klein had his breakfast and returned to the balcony's half-open room. He sat in his reclining chair and rubbed his temples. After his tense mood subsided, he discovered his mind had turned somewhat adrift. He would often see the hanging corpses in the ancient cathedral and the cluster of translucent maggots from his deepest memories. Illusory voices would seem to constantly echo in his ears. Hornacis, Phlegria. Although I had quickly cut the connection with my marionette, I had suffered some of the effects. My soul has been slightly corrupted, as expected of a real mythical creature. After the preliminary investigations are done, I'll have to find a way to resolve the remnant problems. Klein exhaled deliberately and used cogitation to calm himself. Chapter 847, The Name Hidden in the Dossiers. A carriage passed by Bokeland Street as Leonard Mitchell and 2 Red Gloves teammates discussed their target, Dwayne Dantes. I still haven't had any direct contact with this gentleman. I've only investigated his servants and neighbors. Cindy, who had long wine-red hair, introduced her findings. For now, it has been confirmed that Dwayne Dantes has acted the same since last night to this morning. He went to his bedroom to sleep at 11 and finished washing up at 7:30. At times, he would have some supper and end the day after midnight. Another red glove Bob nodded. From this point of view, there's nothing wrong with Dwayne Dantes. Leonard, sitting in a seemingly casual manner, said with a smile, "But the reverse can also be true. According to what we've gathered, the missing servant was likely replaced between 11:20 and 11:35 last night. The infiltrator entered Chanis Gate at 6 in the morning, and we discovered the problem at 7:20 a.m. without finding the target. It can thus be said that during the infiltration, Dwayne Dantes was sleeping and lacked an alibi." "What you say makes sense." Cindy glanced at Leonard in surprise. Her impression of him was of a desultory poet who occasionally had epiphanies, not someone who described his logic in great detail. Bob, who had a sharp chin, frowned. "If that's the case, everyone on this name list cannot be cleared of suspicion. Also, I don't believe an infiltrator would be so bold. He had already entered Chanis Gate and managed to successfully escape. Yet, he stays nearby and hasn't abandoned his identity. How is this possible? The risk involved cannot be predicted unless he's also planning something else. If I didn't know that Dwayne Dantes was problematic in the first place, I would have come to the same conclusion." Leonard crossed his right leg. "I'm just saying why we can't so easily strike off Dwayne Dantes from the suspects. Besides, Captain Soest has said it. The infiltrator might have already died behind Chanis Gate. Even if Dwayne Dantes isn't involved, he might very well be an accomplice. Don't you find it too much of a coincidence? He moved in for less than 2 months, and the church encountered something that might never happen in centuries. Besides, he has been visiting St. Samuel Cathedral too frequently." Cindy bunched up her long hair. "You've convinced me. This should be a target that we put our focus on." Bob pulled at his red glove. "There are indeed many coincidences. However, coincidences might not be equivalent to problems. Therefore, he's more likely to be one of the accomplices," Leonard said with a shrug. Cindy echoed, "Regardless, we have to do a deeper investigation. Shall we wait till noon and directly enter Dwayne Dantes' dream to question him?" Leonard waved his hand gently. "There's no need to be in such a hurry. It's not like we've never entered his dreams, but we didn't discover anything wrong. If there's a problem with him, the fact that he didn't expose himself back then means he has the means to resist an inquiry during the dream. We will still be fooled. Therefore, we should monitor him and see what kind of people he interacts with while waiting for Desi's response about his true identity. Once we discover any clues, we will request to use a higher-level investigation method." Cindy was once again surprised. "It's rare to see you analyze the situation so seriously." Leonard fell silent and gave a self-deprecating comment. "Perhaps it's because I've encountered something similar." Instantly, Cindy felt that his green eyes had turned darker. She didn't speak further. "Let's take turns to monitor Dwayne Dantes. I'll go first." "All right." Leonard nodded and turned to Bob. "Get the case files on the sewer explosion. Let's see if we can discover any problems. I'll head back to read through the corresponding dossiers." After splitting the work, Leonard returned to St. Samuel Cathedral's basement and obtained the information involving Boakland Street and cases the Aurora Order had been involved in for the past 3 years. The latter sparked from a clue provided by the parasite in him. Since the Fool's existence and the corresponding honorific name initially came from the Aurora Order, it means that the Aurora Order was involved in something. It might be related to the organization that believes in the Fool. After returning to the office, Leonard very seriously read through the thick dossiers. In the files related to the Aurora Order, there was the Lanavis case, where a mysterious person appeared to kill the main criminal. He also saw the name Sherlock Moriarty appear in the periphery of the case. He read about Mr. X's assassination, where demigod-level powers were left at the scene, an event which happened after Dwayne Dantes had already arrived in Backland. He reviewed the Great Smog of Backland, where Mr. A vanished. Case after case, he didn't find anything of use. He rubbed his temples and decided to attack it from a different angle, starting from the cases related to Hero Bandit Black Emperor. Lanavis case, first murder scene with the tarot cards, and the Fool is the beginning of the tarot cards. Capim's case. Desire Apostle Jason Berrier. I saw Hero Bandit Black Emperor with my own eyes. Apart from major events and evil criminals, what other connection do these three cases have? Leonard was certain that Detective Sherlock Moriarty had been partially involved in the Lanvis and Capim cases. Then what about the Desire Apostle case? Leonard found the addendum and began leafing through them. Finally, he spotted a line in an inconspicuous spot. People attacked involved Isengard Stanton, Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard's expression slowly turned excited. He flipped through the Aurora Order dossier again, not missing any names involved. He kept expanding his search, requesting all dossiers that involved every name. Aurora Order's Mr. A assassinated the Intis ambassador. The clues to the manuscripts came from a spy who usually acted as a private detective. It is reported that another private detective was embroiled in this matter. Leonard suddenly stood up, left the cathedral, and headed for the police station that handled the case. Although most of the dossiers had been taken away by MI9, Leonard still found the name of the person who had made the police report: Sherlock Moriarty. I now have reason to believe that this great detective was also involved in the Great Smog of Backland. Among the various people who are involved, his name appears right at the periphery of the matter. He and Dwayne Dantes all belong to a secret organization that believes in the Fool. Leonard thought as the corners of his lips curled up. He decided to immediately search for more information to verify his conjecture. At 160 Bokeland Street, Klein didn't have any Nighthawks enter his dream during his afternoon nap, but he once again returned to the foggy town. He saw Demoness of Despair Panatia with her smile showcasing blood-colored flesh, saw her slowly being hung up, her eyes rolling back in despair. The hung corpses, the horrifying gigantic mushroom, and the cluster of countless translucent maggots kept appearing, waking Klein up from his dream. As he rubbed his temples, Klein found that his mind was in a terrible condition, a problem that couldn't be resolved by the grey fog. He fell into deep thought, entered his bathroom, and went above the grey fog. He conjured Gehrman and made him pray. Please pass on my question to Miss Justice about when she will be free. I wish to receive some psychotherapy. Chapter 848, Getting Caught in the Crossfire. Backland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. Audrey had just tried on 3 selections of evening gowns and was sitting on a cushioned chair, wondering how they could be matched with her accessories. At this moment she suddenly saw an endless greyish-white fog and a blurry figure watching down from high above appear before her eyes. Immediately after, she saw another praying figure shrouded by the grey fog, and her ears resounded with the corresponding words. Instead of being alarmed, Audrey was delighted. Her unease that there wasn't a tarot gathering was instantly quelled. As expected, it was nothing. Oh, Mr. World really has a psychological problem. He must have been under immense stress recently. It's no wonder he booked an appointment in advance. Audrey sighed as she began to consider when she was free. As she pondered, she scanned the maids in her room and the golden retriever, Susie, sitting by the door. Audrey's lips curled up slightly as she bowed her head and secretly prayed in response. Please tell Mr. World that I am currently free. He can determine the time and location, as long as it's not nighttime and doesn't exceed the boroughs west of Backland. The golden retriever seemed to sense someone looking at her. She suspiciously turned her head and looked in Audrey's direction, but failed to discover any problems. Above the grey fog, Klein rubbed his temples as he interpreted Miss Justice's reply. His first reaction was that it was best done today or tomorrow, having her determine the location so he could teleport there. But he soon thought of a problem. Dwayne Dantes was part of the Nighthawks investigations and was possibly being monitored. Rashly travelling could easily expose him. Wait a few days, or Klein seriously thought about it as he conjured the world and prayed once again. Please inform Miss Justice that let's do it today. Above the grey fog. Ah. Audrey's eyes widened. The answer exceeded her expectations. How was she supposed to get Susie to be her stand-in? Besides, there are many details that I'm unable to see or clearly sense while inside Mr. Fool's palace. It will seriously hamper any psychotherapy. Audrey calmed her alarm as she posed her doubts and requested Mr. Fool to pass them on. Before long, she received a reply. I will request Mr. Fool to remove those restrictions. We'll use other means to conceal our true appearances. That can be done? This is the special treatment one gets from being Mr. Fool's blessed? Our continuous communication is almost like a conversation. Audrey's thoughts raced as she stopped finding excuses. All right, let's do it between 11:30 to 12:30 tonight. At the same time, in a building at 39 Buckland Street, Hazel was looking at her selected evening gown in boredom as she listened to her mother's repeated exhortations. She was to accompany her parents to Miss Audrey Hall's birthday ball. Just as her thoughts were wandering, she saw a greyish-white rat appear by the door, frantically waving its paws. Hazel patiently listened to her mother one more time before finding an excuse to return to her bedroom. After she closed and locked her door, the rat appeared by her feet, sitting in a rather comical manner. "I've discovered something wrong with the surroundings." The rat sent vibrations in the air to speak with human words. Hazel asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" The rat raised its right forepaw. "There are beyonders from the Church of Evernite investigating this street. It's at a rather large scale." "What are they looking for?" Hazel asked with a slight frown. The rat slowly inhaled. "How would I know? But it's definitely something very serious. This way they might very well discover something wrong with you." Hazel asked, somewhat worried, "How did they make the discovery? Weren't the clues in the sewers blasted away?" The rat was momentarily unsure what to say. A few seconds later, it vaguely replied, "Official Beyonders have plenty of strange but effective investigation methods. In short, I'll have to deal with your dream. This is where it's easiest to divulge things." Hazel looked down at the rat as her knitted brows relaxed. "All right then. Don't look so unwilling. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate this bit of strength, and now it's going to waste. Is this street cursed? First it was that demoness, then hero bandit Black Emperor. Now there's some baffling situation that made the Nighthawks pay serious attention to this street." The rat squeaked in frustration. At 7:30 in the evening, Hazel accompanied her parents to Empress Borough and entered the Hall family's residence. As it was a birthday ball, she didn't directly meet Miss Audrey, staying by her parents' side as they exchanged pleasantries with Earl Hall and his family. As she smiled at people, Hazel finally waited until the ball began. She saw the star of tonight's show, Miss Audrey Hall, hold the arms of the Earl and Countess as she walked out to the railings facing the dance floor. Hazel scanned her, habitually ignoring her appearance to observe her gown and accessories. However, her gaze wasn't able to move away. Whale oil candles on the chandelier produced light with dreamy colors, and when shining on the 18-year-old Audrey, it made her emerald-like eyes and lustrous gold hair seem to glow, making her gown and accessories lose their luster. Hazel was momentarily caught in a daze. She failed to hear what Earl Hall had said until the melody filled the floor as she snapped out of her daze when Audrey began the opening dance with the Earl. The always proud her had suddenly felt a little inferior. She felt that even if this striking lady didn't possess any beyonder powers, there was no way Audrey was inferior to her. Hazel pursed her lips and looked around, realizing that everyone's gaze had been grabbed. Phew. She exhaled, feeling the tension lift. That night, she didn't act that arrogantly again, but she yearned to leave at every minute. Finally, the ball came to an end. On the way out, Hazel couldn't help but look back. She saw Miss Audrey standing by the dance floor with a faint, beautiful smile, expressing her gratitude to each guest. She seemed to remain under the spotlight. After the end of the ball, Audrey took off her accessories, changed into her sleeping gown, and entered her bathroom. She first sat in the corner and prayed to Mr. Fool to indicate that she was ready. In about 10 seconds, she saw crimson light surge and drown her. Above the grey fog, Audrey appeared by the side of the long bronze table. This time she didn't see Mr. Fool, but an ancient confessional, a brown crate 1.5 times the height of a person. I thought Mr. World would request Mr. Fool to conjure a wall. Although it's essentially the same, the confessional is cramped and dark. He really doesn't know how to consider a lady's feelings. Yes, I would find it odd if Mr. World did that. As Audrey suffused a smile, she walked to the ajar door, bent her back and entered, sitting down. After closing the wooden door, Audrey, treating a patient in the true sense of the word for the first time, suddenly felt a little excited. Immersed in darkness, she curled her lips, reached out her fingers, and gently tapped on the wooden partition. "Hello, Mr. World, are you there?" Sitting cross-legged opposite her, Klein was infected by Miss Justice's cheerful tone. His emotions relaxed as he said, "You may begin." This time he didn't use the grey fog but had turned himself into Gammon Sparrow. Indeed, Mr. World's mental state isn't too good. He's too tense and worried. Audrey sensed him first and then used a psychiatrist's placate. A gentle, invisible wave emanated over as Klein instantly felt a cool, refreshing breeze. The frustrations within him suddenly vanished. Seeing Mr. World had made an obvious recovery, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked softly, "Have you had any nightmares lately?" Chapter 849, Consultation Fees. Nightmare? Klein deliberated for 2 seconds and said, "Yes, dream of a town that's enshrouded in fog. The crimson moon in the sky would be clear and blurred at random. In the middle of the town is a black cathedral. Corpses are hung up inside. They wear clothes from different eras as they sway in the wind and produce strange sounds. Apart from that, there's a beautiful lady whose gaps in her teeth were filled with blood-colored human flesh, a mushroom man formed of countless tiny mushrooms." To treat his psychological problems, Klein reconstructed his dream in a rather complete manner, but he hid the existence of the cluster of translucent maggots and Zaratul. Audrey listened intently. Based on her intuition and knowledge, she said as she contemplated, "Mr. World, I can imagine such a terrifying and sinister dream. I can also experience the immense horror that it brings you." Seeing no rebuttal, Audrey grew in confidence. She silently did another round of placate and began guiding. The horror that appears in dreams will often stem from feelings hidden deep in one's heart. And there are only 2 sources of horror: the unknown and what cannot be resisted. The terrifying things you see in your dream are only superficial. What you are really afraid of is what they represent, the truth hidden behind them. As she spoke, Audrey suddenly asked, "What is it?" Klein was gradually relaxing. When he heard the question, he subconsciously answered, "The existence that created all of that." He paused and hesitantly added, "They are both an unknown and also cannot be resisted." At this point, Klein knew why he was having nightmares. He instinctively felt horrified over certain matters. The former included the cluster of translucent maggots, Zaratul's terrifying performance, the eraser angel's baffling actions, and the fact that the dark sacred emblem was the key. They created a mood of despair that seemed impossible to resist, and the feeling of not knowing who was friend or foe. Yes, I'm fearful that the cluster of translucent maggots that's suspected to be a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. I'm fearful of Zaratul, who has accomplished an unknown objective. I'm fearful of the goddess whose thoughts are an unknown, as well as the eraser angel. Klein slowly exhaled, admitting his fears. Audrey used placate once again, and discovering Mr. World's mind had relaxed, boldly said, "One of the biggest sources of fear is a lack of confidence. Try recalling if you had any oversight or had committed any mistakes. This results in your spirit repeatedly warning you. Oversight and mistakes. Warning from my spirit." Klein pondered her words and began organizing the details. Soon his expression turned heavy as he discovered a problem. "I swore an oath with the goddess bearing witness via the holy sword. I couldn't fall fate, and the goddess has another title. She is the empress of misfortune and horror. She wields control over misfortune and is one of the deities in the domain of fate. Therefore, I was noticed from back then." Klein's heart sank as the horror from the unknown was greatly alleviated. He switched to asking, "If you will face one or even many difficult-to-challenge enemies, what would you do?" Audrey felt it was a good sign. "First, avoid them and hide. Try harder to improve yourself." "What if the time one isn't enough?" Klein pressed. "What if the gap is difficult to bridge?" Audrey answered seriously, "Find enough helpers." Helpers, names flashed across Klein's mind, and his heart felt more settled. He continued, "What if the enemies cannot be resisted even with helpers? What if there are helpers who are plotting something?" Audrey drew a blank. After a few seconds, she replied, "You can pray to a deity." She nearly told him to seek Mr. Fool's help. Klein organized his words. "Deities can only provide help in certain areas. and what if that isn't enough? Audrey originally wanted to say that good was bound to defeat evil, but she couldn't convince herself. She pursed her lips and said, "I don't know." In the confessional, it was a still darkness. Finally, Audrey broke the silence. "Regardless, something needs to be done. Work hard at it. You can't just give up." "That's right, at the very least, I still have many secrets and things to rely on." Klein closed his eyes, his thoughts slowly rewinding as he was no longer constantly tense. Audrey sensed his change and added a placate. With that, his mental condition was completely restored. "I feel much better. Thank you for your treatment. What kind of consultation fee do you want?" Klein offered. "Actually, I should be the one thanking you." Audrey didn't wish to collect any fees. His mental problems likely also have to do with his personality, she thought, an idea suddenly coming to her. She smiled. "The consultation fee that I charge isn't much at all. Yeah, wish me happiness." "What's going on?" Klein was momentarily stunned, nearly forgetting he was wearing Gammon Sparrow's facade. He hesitated for a moment, finally pretending to coldly say, "Since you requested, I wish you happiness." Audrey's smile turned into a beaming one. "I wish you happiness too. Mr. World, don't always keep everything inside. Smile more and be happier. It can eliminate most of the latent problems. All right, you will need a follow-up appointment in a few days or by next week." Klein tersely acknowledged in affirmation. He then heard the door on the other side creak open as Miss Justice retreated from the confessional. After sending her to the real world, Klein quickly left the grey fog and got into bed. At that moment, his mental condition restored, he realized he had digested quite a bit of his marionettist potion, surpassing his expectations. "This is because I relied on my marionette to fool a demigod, Panatia, and orchestrated her and Mr. A to complete my planned-out performance. Therefore, the marionettist principles include use one's marionette as a guide to control the enemy, to play the role of a puppet." He believed he could digest the potion before the end of the year. He exhaled with mixed feelings, looking at the crimson moonlight. "That missing servant should have been found. The clues I left behind should have been discovered as well." In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, Cindy, Bob, and the others looked at Captain Soast, waiting for him to introduce new clues. Soast drank a mouthful of coffee. "The missing servant has been found, and in the room he was left in, there were some clothes left behind by the infiltrator. It has been confirmed that it belongs to the crazy adventurer, Gammon Sparrow, who had previously been active at sea." "Why did it involve another crazy adventurer?" Leonard was puzzled. "When did he come to Backland?" "No one knows. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this crazy adventurer had appeared at sea in the recent few weeks," Soast said. "The higher-ups will send people to liaise with the Church of Storms in MI9. Just as he finished, a telegram arrived from the Nighthawks in Desi. The decoded content read, "Dwayne Dantes' present identity is fake. In the past 10 years he spent in the southern continent, he had relied on adventuring to amass a significant amount of wealth. Further confirmation will require some time. As this place is very chaotic, and there are often wars, the jurisdiction of zones are frequently changed." Chapter 850, The Devil is in the Details. Sounds like a contrived story. Ever since the new sea route was discovered, there has been no end to stories of people becoming rich from taking risks, Soest casually commented on the telegram. He looked towards a particular red glove. "I recall that we had investigated Dwayne Dantes before and had an exchange with him in his dream." "Yes," the red glove responsible for the task replied. "I didn't directly ask him about such matters, but I could tell that Dwayne Dantes was very familiar with the southern continent." "Heh, that might be information that Dwayne Dantes deliberately revealed to you." Leonard had his doubts, believing this was another layer of disguise from an undying monster. However, he didn't inform his teammates, as he had no basis for his conjectures. Soast didn't pay it great attention. "Do you have any problems with the clues related to Gammon Sparrow? Since this crazy adventurer was still at sea in recent weeks, when did he come to Backland?" Cindy repeated her doubts. Soast nodded gently. "In the meeting, a deacon raised this question. According to the time and venue of Gammon Sparrow's last sighting, he normally has no way to arrive in Backland last night and complete an infiltration. Of course, I'm referring to normal circumstances. The missing servant told us that when he was sweeping the square, he suddenly lost control of his body. Then he saw bright colors like an abstract oil painting, and he felt that his body was floating upwards. Later, he lost consciousness, and after awakening he found himself in a room in East Borough. The former matches the keeper's description of being possessed by a wraith. The latter is suspected to be a traveller's teleport. If it really is teleport, then Gairman Sparrow can appear in Backland at any moment. Another Red Glove added, "It's rumoured that Admiral of Blood, who was hunted by Gairman Sparrow, is a wraith." The details matched. Cindy recalled even more. It's said that Gairman Sparrow has the ability to change his appearance, and the infiltrator had disguised himself as the keeper. Another detail matched. Excellent thinking. Seist rubbed his temples. According to these details, we can come to a preliminary consensus that the infiltrator is Gairman Sparrow. This way, the name list we came up with might be erroneous. Gairman Sparrow doesn't need a companion. He can change his appearance every day and enter to figure out the situation. That also means that the names we have here are meaningless? Leonard asked, sounding rather desultory. That's somewhat obvious. Our focus now should be on Gairman Sparrow. Soest clapped. All right, get busy. On Tuesday morning, Klein woke up naturally, feeling relaxed and calm. A psychiatrist's beyonder powers are quite useful after all. It really matches the extremely infectious optimism that Miss Justice brings with her. He got out of bed, drew the curtains, and leisurely took in the scenery, his drive regained. He began formulating his plans. First, get a new marionette. Second, use the identity of Dwayne Dantes and the control over a marionette to orchestrate scripts to expedite the digestion of the potion. Third, during this process, slowly gather the ingredients needed for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion. I can ask Little Son about the Bizarro Bane. I'll seek Mr. Azik's help regarding the Spirit World Plunderer. After all, the underworld is part of the Spirit World. Fourth, I'll continue investigating the Great Smog of Backland and find the true culprit. This includes Ince Zangwill, as well as the demigod that killed Crazy Captain. I have to be careful of 008. The dangerous investigations can be handed to Demoness Trissy. Klein's thought processes slowly became clear, although still worried this no longer affected his mental state. He walked into the bathroom and washed up. Soon he opened the door and saw his valet, Richardson, and butler, Walter, waiting. Walter bowed. "Good morning, sir. There's only one item on your schedule today. It's to join an event at the East Balham Military Veterans Mess with Member of Parliament Mucht at 3 in the afternoon. He's a new Member of Parliament, so by accepting his invitation, it will also indicate your political inclinations." Klein thought for a moment. "There's no need. It's my choice." He paused. "It will be my first time visiting. What should I take note of?" "Praise their work that they have established in East Balham. Use this opportunity to make some donations. £500 is a rather suitable sum," Walter provided. £500. "Seriously, no matter which circle I enter, I'll have to spend large sums of money." Klein nodded, agreeing with his butler's suggestion. He quickly did a count of his present assets. The artisan hasn't completed the work regarding the Ocean Songster, but the money for Mentor of Disorder and Druid has been obtained. That's a total of £16,000. With the cash I originally had on hand, subtracting the £13,000 I used, as well as the daily expenses, there's still £23,985 and 5 gold coins left. In addition, I still owe Miss Messenger 3,413 gold coins. £500 has already exceeded 2% of the cash I have on hand. Klein didn't speak further as he walked out to have his breakfast. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell returned to his office. He had already obtained the relevant information and had learned of an inconspicuous matter. Prince Edessac, who passed away in the Great Smog of Backland, had once hired a private detective to investigate the death of an equestrian teacher. That private detective's name was Sherlock Moriarty. As expected, there are hints of him being involved with the Great Smog of Backland. Leonard was delighted as he excitedly ruffled his hair. He pounded down at the documents on his desk, planning to seek out more clues. He suddenly fell silent for about 8 seconds. What did I want to do? I forgot about it after the pounding. After some careful recall, he pulled out his drawer and took out a deck of tarot cards. He found the Fool card and placed it on a piece of paper. On it he wrote 3 names: Sherlock Moriarty, Gehrman Sparrow, Dwayne Dantes. After some hesitation, Leonard drew a line linking the 3 names to the Fool card, indicating they might be members of a secret organization that believed in the Fool. Among them, he was most unsure of Gehrman Sparrow's identity, writing a question mark. Later, he took out the Emperor card and stuck it beside Sherlock Moriarty, labeling it Suspected to be. Gehrman Sparrow and Dwayne Dantes each correspond to a card. Leonard muttered silently. He took out the Crazy Adventurer's records and began reading them seriously. Suddenly, he found a date very familiar. Early January. Gehrman Sparrow's first appearance was in early January. No way. Leonard drew a gasp as he flipped through another set of documents. At the end of it were the words, "At the end of December, Sherlock Moriarty left Backland and headed south for a vacation. He is yet to return." End of December, early January, Backland, Pritz Harbor, Gehrman Sparrow can change his appearance. No way. Leonard mumbled inwardly as he drew a dotted equality sign between Sherlock Moriarty and Gehrman Sparrow. This great detective is the key. Leonard found Sherlock Moriarty's portrait that he had drawn via ritual and carefully looked at it. After considering that looks could be changed, he began imagining the detective in different disguises. As he did, Leonard's gaze froze bit by bit as he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 851, Dwayne Dantes' New Business. Leonard stared intently at the portrait of Sherlock Moriarty. His brain had just imagined what the latter would look like without glasses or a beard. Although this could be different from the actual situation, Leonard increasingly found Sherlock Moriarty very familiar, as though he had known him before. How is that possible? He's long dead, and I buried him with my own hands. Leonard couldn't help but shake his head as he muttered with a scoff. Just as he said that, his expression froze because the person in his memories held a huge secret. This person had strangely escaped the influence of 2049 without the help of others. This person used 2049's uniqueness to finish off a Sequence 7 Beyonder, and back then he was only a seer who isn't good at combat. This person had managed to summarize the acting method within a very short amount of time, and he had advanced to Sequence 8 at an extraordinary pace. This person possessed a high-sequence Sun domain charm and had used it with Captain Dunn Smith, who wielded a Saint's Ashes, successfully finishing off Megos. This person's Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic had been taken away by Int Zangwill, but Captain Dunn Smith's Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic was left behind. Perhaps it wasn't because Int Zangwill had taken away the Beyonder characteristic which had appeared, but that it had never formed to begin with. Leonard Mitchell suddenly jolted to his senses as he observed Sherlock Moriarty's portrait again. 10 seconds later, he squeezed the words through his clenched teeth. Klein Moretti. He found that the mysterious detective, Sherlock Moriarty, looked more and more like his former teammate, the hero who saved Tingen, Klein Moretti. This was under the scenario of him being without the discrepancies of glasses and a beard. Leonard's fingers had clenched tightly at some point as his joints suffused with whiteness. After a moment he let out a clear pant, picking up Sherlock Moriarty's dossier again. This time he flipped with a target in mind, roughly to the time when Sherlock first appeared in Backland, early September. This wasn't long after Klein Moretti had been buried. Leonard's green eyes turned dark as he instinctively flipped through the dossier. Then he saw a name. Lanavus. This was one of the masterminds behind the evil god's descent in Tingen, one of the main murderers who led to the death of Dunn Smith and Klein Moretti. Sherlock Moriarty's second record in Backland was his investigation at the dock for a serial murder, thus bumping into the disguised Lanavus. After this, the true creator's plan was foiled, and Lanavus died in the sewers, his body scattered with tarot cards, identical in style to the subsequent hero bandit Black Emperor. He didn't forget the harm that Swindler brought. Leonard whispered silently, his expression softening. He quickly flipped through the documents and sat in his chair, motionless for an extended period of time. After a few minutes, Leonard finally moved. He leaned into the chair and said in a deep voice, "Old man, Do you think this detective, Sherlock Moriarty, resembles my teammate back in Tingen City, Klein Moretti? In his mind, the aged voice said after some hesitation, the one who joined the Nighthawks because of the Antigonus family's notebook? Yes? Leonard answered in a heavy voice. In his body, the parasite said after 2 seconds, there's some resemblance. After receiving the reply, Leonard once again fell silent. After a long while, he took out a gold pocket watch and snapped it open. He snapped it closed, stood up, and nearly overturned the stack of documents. He hurriedly held onto them, then left behind a note, saying that he had found certain clues and planned to head out to do some investigations. Let me see if someone is pretending to be Tingen City's hero, or if you've always been wearing masks, a secret organization member who sneaked into the Nighthawks. Leonard's eyes narrowed as he quickly left St. Samuel Cathedral's basement. In Hillston Borough, Dwayne Dantes got off his carriage and saw the building that was built in the style of the late Fourth Epoch. The building was mostly comprised of huge stone slabs with windows on each level like a door matched with a tiny balcony. This was the East Balham Military Veterans Mess. Klein pointed his cane at the building. It has quite a historic feel. Member of Parliament Mucht nodded. Even though it's a building built in an ancient style, it still has more than 100 years of history. He led Dwayne Dantes into the club. Dwayne Dantes, unofficial member. I'll be his recommender. He turned to the tycoon to explain, not only have you not served in East Balham, but you have never participated in the wars that happened there, so there's no way for you to be an official member. However, even being an unofficial member will allow you free entry and the use of the various facilities. That's exactly what I was hoping for, Klein nodded with a smile. After the lady at reception finished the registration, Mucht added, there's no admission fee. It's £60 a year for the membership. He chuckled. It's not expensive. Here, you will get to come into contact with all kinds of weapons. You can even learn horse riding. At a club of this level, £60 really isn't expensive. Klein took out his wallet, counted out £60, and gave it to the receptionist, obtaining a badge. This is a place filled with glory. I'm deeply impressed with your contributions in East Balham, Klein said to Mucht. If I wish to contribute to the cause, who should I look for? Mucht pointed at the receptionist. Just give it to her. She will jot it down and announce it on the notice board over there. Klein nodded. All right. He then had Richardson take out the £500 he had already prepared. After giving the donation, he passed through the foyer with Mucht, arriving at a room that resembled an activity room. In the small room, through Mucht's introductions, Klein got to know 5 officers. The highest-ranking epaulet was Colonel Calvin, who was presently working at the Lone Kingdom's Ministry of Defense. Klein knew that quasi-high-ranking members of the military at this rank were mostly mid-sequence beyonders. Mucht, Calvin, and the others began chatting. Klein didn't interject, listening seriously and occasionally echoing a sentence. In this relaxed atmosphere, Calvin suddenly turned his head. I heard you were often active in West Balham? Klein smiled. Yes, that place is more chaotic than East Balham. Calvin laughed. Of course, Intis made too many mistakes over there. He paused. How is your relationship with the people from Intis over there? Klein didn't understand the colonel's motive. It's all right. They're all very greedy. Calvin nodded. Are you familiar with the tribes over there as well as the resistance? I know some, Klein answered vaguely. Calvin laughed as he took a sip of red wine. After putting down his cup, he looked at Dwayne Dantes again. This is the thing. Every year we would obsolete many rifles and cannons. Directly destroying them is too much of a waste. I'm not sure if you're interested in buying a batch and selling it to West Balham. You can sell it to the regions ruled by Intis, selling them to the tribes and resistance. Trust me, this is definitely a very lucrative business. Of course, it's also very dangerous. If you're caught by Intis in West Balham, we will disavow you. This is making me an arms dealer. This is one of the most lucrative businesses. Although I'm not familiar with West Balham, I can sell it to Queen Mystic or the Resistance at the Rawstead Archipelago. Klein was tempted, deliberately wearing a mixed and hesitant expression. I've never done such things before, but it's definitely attractive enough. Calvin laughed. There's no need to rush to a decision. This is a very important matter that requires serious thought. Just give your answer to Macht before the end of the week." With a silent sigh of relief, Klein smiled faintly and gave a nod. "All right." Tingen City, Raphael Cemetery. Although the afternoon sun was rather strong, this place remained gloomy and cold. Leonard was standing in front of a grave, staring silently at the tombstone. Chapter 852, straight to the point. The sun hung brightly in mid-air. In a dark, silent corner of the cemetery, Leonard Mitchell suddenly raised the shovel beside him. The two mounds of soil at the side gradually raised in height as the coffin pit became obvious. Passers-by didn't notice anything, as though a dream was happening over there. Finally, Leonard threw the shovel and bent down, reaching out to grab the ends of the coffin lid. Using immense strength, he pulled open the heavy wooden lid and discovered that the thick, long nails had fallen off at some point. There was nothing inside the pitch-black coffin. Nothing. Leonard continued keeping his body hunched as he silently watched this scene without any further movement. He stood there like a petrified statue for a very long time. In his hazy dream, Klein saw a tombstone with an epitaph. It stood silently among many other tombstones, dyed in crimson moonlight. This scene shattered immediately as Klein snapped awake. He confirmed that he was still Dwayne Dantes, inside 160 Beauclerk Street's master bedroom. The dream seems to be telling me something. As a seer, Klein treated every dream seriously. He focused and attempted to make an interpretation. That's likely a tomb. This represents a particular deceased or something related to resurrection. The crimson moonlight represents the goddess, corresponding to the Church of Evernite and the Nighthawks. The tomb was dyed with a color almost resembling blood. This symbolizes something bad. After some serious thought, he began to believe that the dream's revelation was referring to the past him and the Church of Evernite. After making connections with what had happened, Klein slowly came to an answer. As Dwayne Dantes has repeatedly headed for St. Samuel Cathedral, he must have been added to a list of suspects. If Leonard hasn't left Backlund, this must have garnered his attention. As an angel from the Marauder pathway, Leonard's grandpa probably discovered that the grey fog and the seer pathway has intricate ties, and knows that the corresponding sequence 0 is called the Fool. This way, they will naturally be able to make connections, and they would believe that I'm a member of a secret organization that worships the Fool. Along with the Gehrman Sparrow clues I deliberately left behind, as well as Leonard's previous investigations into Sherlock Moriarty, it's not impossible for him to put things together. As long as Leonard investigates seriously, it wouldn't be difficult to discover that the great detective resembled his former colleague. So, he went to Tingen to dig up the grave for confirmation. As he thought about the matter, Klein sat up. He felt that he had already found the answer to his dream. He began seriously analyzing what could happen afterwards, considering if he should abandon the identity of Dwayne Dantes. Leonard has no way of conveying his theories to the other Nighthawks because he won't be able to explain the key points. Based on my understanding of him, he will steer the matter via different means. Before that happens, I should find him and give him another warning. After all, the church didn't suffer any material loss. That also means that Leonard has, at best, figured out that Gehrman Sparrow equals Sherlock Moriarty equals Klein Moretti. He will just believe that I'm in cahoots with them, part of a secret organization that believes in the Fool. Heh, to him, Dwayne Dantes is a powerful, mysterious demigod. This is an obvious discrepancy with the other identities. Klein soon came up with countermeasures, turning his attention to the matter at the East Balham Military Veterans Mess. Why would they directly seek me out for such a private arms deal? Perhaps it's a test. To them, a tycoon like me, with a complicated background and a deep understanding of West Balham, really is an excellent candidate. First, I have the money. Second, I have the guts. Third, I have the resources. Fourth, I have no background. I can always be made the scapegoat. The problem I have now is that I have zero actual knowledge of West Balham. Danitz might be aware. Same for Mam Hermit. Likewise for Queen Mystic. I'll first gather intelligence from these channels. Having made up his mind, a sense of drowsiness washed over him again. He let his body slide down under the blankets. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, who had returned from Tingen, was in time for the team's internal meeting. Soest first briefed them on the Archbishop's conclusion. With the help from the Holy Cathedral, St. Anthony has confirmed that the infiltrator is Gehrman Sparrow. The conclusion is that this crazy criminal is still alive but doesn't exist in this world. This is truly a contradictory statement. In short, our focus will be on the investigation of Gehrman Sparrow. According to the information provided by MI9, Gehrman Sparrow is a fake identity. He originally came from Backland. After Soest finished, he asked, "Do you have anything to add?" Leonard opened his mouth, but his eyes shimmered twice before he fell silent again. Soest turned his head and glanced at him. "Leonard, did you discover any clues?" Leonard remained silent for a second before shrugging. "That clue has been eliminated." After a series of analyses, Soest began assigning missions. Leonard held a name list that required him to enter their dreams for a cross-check, then returned to the break room and threw his body into bed. He sat there silently, preparing to begin. However, the first dream he entered wasn't anyone on the list. His target was Dwayne Dantes. After repeated considerations, he decided to speak to this secret organization member, an undying monster from the Fourth Epoch, face to face. He wanted to see what information he could sound out. This looked somewhat rash, but with both parties knowing each other's secrets, it was still a good choice. At 160 Bokeland Street, Klein's drowsy mind suddenly became clear as he knew someone had entered his dream. He pondered silently, sitting in a reclining chair and turning his head to look at the balcony. He saw a black-haired, green-eyed man wearing a white shirt and black vest nimbly leap inside. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. "I haven't gone looking for you, and here you are coming to my doorstep." The other Nighthawks would politely knock. Only you would jump into balconies. Klein lampooned as he looked at the poet approach. In Leonard's eyes, Dwayne Dantes was still wearing a formal suit. The tycoon wore a smile, as though he wasn't hiding the fact that he remained lucid. "Didn't Palais Zoroast teach you some manners?" Klein said with a tone he believed matched Leonard's impression of him. "Palais Zoroast. He's warning me again." Leonard was taken aback as he remembered the name. He quickly reined in his thoughts and bowed in a manner that lacked standards. "Please pardon me for the intrusion. You are on our investigation list. Was the infiltration done by you guys? Is that your goal for coming to Backland?" "No," Klein in his Dwayne Dantes guise said, sipping a cup of red wine. "It's not us, but just him alone." "Gehrman Sparrow?" Leonard asked in a deep tone. Klein glanced at him with his deep blue eyes. "Isn't that obvious? What does he actually want to do?" "He didn't take anything away," Leonard took the opportunity to ask. Klein raised his hand to stroke his white sideburns and chuckled. "What do you think is the answer?" Chapter 853, Comparison of Experience in Sophistry. What do I think? If I were to know the answer, why would I be here? I'd have long handed this information to my superiors. Leonard silently mumbled as he deliberated over his words. During this process, he discovered that, although he was standing straight and looking down on Dwayne Dantes, the tycoon who was sitting leisurely in the reclining chair held the aura of having the advantage. It was like a high-ranking personage casually listening to his subordinates' reports. This made Leonard feel a little uneasy. He subconsciously surveyed the area and pulled a chair over as he leaned back into it, half out of habit and half as a deliberate action. "I believe he, or all of you, are searching for something. Back in Tingen, he infiltrated the Nighthawks to search for something. In Backland, he also infiltrated Chanis Gate to search for that item. His search was fruitless the first time, so he escaped by feigning death by using Inse Zangwill's assault. He still failed to find it the second time. Hence, he didn't take anything and directly left Chanis Gate." While speaking, Leonard used a very certain tone to divulge that he had figured out that Gehrman Sparrow was Sherlock Moratti and also Klein Moretti. He wished to use the effect of pressure to make Dwayne Dantes not appear that calm or have any thoughts of resorting to sophistry. Indeed, he went to dig my grave. Klein sighed inwardly as he chuckled. He picked up the glass of red wine and gently swirled it. "Do you think that we would consecutively make 2 rash attempts before having any confirmed intelligence? You should know that such matters can only be done once. Once there's a failure, there's no way it can succeed again. Therefore, who would use an operation to verify one's guess when the target isn't clear? He has tacitly confirmed my explanation. Klein Moretti is Gehrman Sparrow, hero bandit Black Emperor, a member of the secret organization who believes in the Fool. Leonard tried hard not to frown as he crossed his right leg and said, "So, it's not that nothing was found, but that there was a failure due to other factors? During these two attempts, Tingen City's St. Selena Cathedral and Backlund's St. Samuel Cathedral only shared two common items: sealed artifact 2049 and the Antigonus family's notebook." Antigonus family's notebook. That's it? Klein Moretti joined the Nighthawks because of it. Although the process of inference is wrong, the answer is actually correct. Klein chuckled and said, "Our brains aren't there just for show. If his goal was the Antigonus family's notebook, there was no need for him to join the Nighthawks. Before you obtained it, he had plenty of opportunities, and even after you obtained it, he had no lack of opportunities to obtain it. You should understand the situation back then better than I do. Also, since the target was the Antigonus family's notebook, why didn't he take it away?" Upon being mocked by Dwayne Dantes, Leonard Mitchell realized that the theory he came up with on the spot was filled with logical contradictions. He felt ashamed as he showed some anger. He slowly took a deep breath and said, "Then why would he infiltrate Chanis Gate using two different methods? And not only didn't he take something away, but he didn't even leave anything behind. He even entered a strange state." Just as Leonard said that, he saw Dwayne Dantes with his grey sideburns produce a deep, profound smile. "I'm not sure of the reason for the latter matters. Perhaps you should ask the Evernite goddess." Goddess. What does he mean? Leonard instantly felt alarmed and puzzled. He found it unimaginable as to what had happened behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Chanis Gate. Shortly after, he heard Dwayne Dantes say with a deep laugh, "As for your first question, I believe you are mistaken about something. Our organization's members come from different places and join for different reasons, choosing to change their own faith in the process. As for what happened before that, their lives remain their own. Just like me. I had a past and have a present as well. The reason why I came here is because of the last name I gave myself." Dantes, the return of the Count. He joined the secret organization that worships the Fool for revenge and came to Backlund. Leonard nodded in thought. Klein paused for a few seconds as he casually sipped the red wine and wore a smile. He continued, "Similarly, he, who was resurrected because of the Antigonus family's notebook's curse, does it for vengeance as well. By personally mentioning it, it framed the listener's thought processes and made them subconsciously follow the logic of the content, thus treating Dwayne Dantes and Klein Moretti as two completely different people." Leonard lowered his crossed right leg unknowingly as he leaned forward. Vengeance. Who does he wish to seek revenge on? After asking the question, the elegant gentleman curled the corners of his lips. "Lanivus and Ince Zangwill." "Ince Zangwill," Leonard blurted out as his expression repeatedly changed. Finally he fell silent. His green eyes looked ahead, unfocused, his thoughts a mystery. Phew. After a long silence, Leonard exhaled and released his originally clenched hands. He asked with his voice a little hoarse, "Lanivus was really killed by him?" "Of course," Klein secretly sighed as he replied calmly. Leonard's mouth gaped open, but he didn't say anything. He tightly pursed his lips. Realizing that his goals had been met, Klein immediately changed topics. "If you have a similar goal or require help, you can also chant his honorific name. Perhaps you will receive a response." He. That secret existence, the Fool? Leonard imagined that Dwayne Dantes was habitually proselytizing and replied with silence. Klein then laughed. "By the way, help me pass a message to Palais Zoroast. One of our organization's members encountered blasphemer Amon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods." This piece of information contained massive amounts of information, so much that Leonard was temporarily at a loss for a response. His mind kept reverberating with the relevant information. The Forsaken Land of the Gods? The Forsaken Land of the Gods that even the 7 churches are unable to find? Their secret organization actually has members who can enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Blasphemer Amon. Old man told me that he's hiding from a high-sequence beyonder with the last name Amon. He was heavily injured by Amon and had no choice but to parasitize me. Dwayne Dantes's tone and attitude really is like an undying monster who lived from the fourth epoch. He's also at the same or a similar level as Old Man. In front of him, I really don't feel any sense of superiority. I even feel like I'm lacking confidence. As his thoughts ran through his head, Leonard forced himself to focus. I'll pass on the message to him. It can be determined that the grandpa doesn't completely control his senses. As Klein interpreted the unspoken information, he smiled. You may leave. You can also relax. My goal isn't the Church of Evernight. My coming goals, not the ones of the past, he silently added inwardly. Leonard had already received enough information, thus he didn't dare overstay his welcome. He got up and bowed, then left Dwayne Dante's dream. In a room on the back streets of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard woke up and heard the aged voice from the parasite in him echo in his mind. What did he say? Leonard deliberated. He directly admitted to being a member of that secret organization that believes in the Fool. Likewise for Klein Moretti, whose alias is Gehrman Sparrow. Their goal is for vengeance, their own vengeance. Palais Zoroast fell silent for a second. Did he say how Klein Moretti could be resurrected? Or how did he fake his death to such an extent? Leonard recalled. The explanation he gave was a curse from the Antigonus family's notebook. Curse. At this point, Leonard discovered that Dwayne Dantes's choice of words was rather strange. He had described the power of resurrecting the dead as a curse. Palais Zoroast didn't seem to have any questions. What else did he say? Leonard said frankly. He mentioned blasphemer Amon, saying that a member of their organization met him in the forsaken land of the gods. Old Man, is that the Amon you mentioned? The aged voice replied after a while, probably. He paused. I believe that Dwayne Dantes, no. The fool that's backing him might be some old friend of mine. Old Man believes that he's at a higher level than Dwayne Dantes, or even higher. He's a grounded angel? Leonard thought and asked, which old friend? Palais Zoroast didn't answer. Are you going to find an opportunity to reveal the situation about Dwayne Dantes and Klein Moretti? Leonard suddenly fell silent, and only heavily said more than 10 seconds later, not for now. Perhaps he and I and them have the chance of working together, and the church didn't suffer any material loss this time. The parasite inside him didn't say a word. Leonard slowly looked up at the information in front of him. His eyes turned dark as he muttered, He's overtaken me by leaps and bounds. Chapter 854 Confession. Early morning, 160 Bokeland Street. After Klein got out of bed and washed up, he didn't rush to leave the bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the grey fog. He then conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made the fake person pray piously. Honourable Mr. Fool, please pass on the message to Danitz. I need him to provide me information on West Balham. It's best if he includes his social connections. Also, get him to be careful of the Church of Evernight for the time being. Above the Golden Dream, Danitz, who saw the sun earlier than Backlund, was holding a cup of malt beer, hiding away from the vile sunlight. Lessons will begin in another 15 minutes. Captain said that a treasure hunter must have a sufficiently good grasp of mathematics. Sigh, this is really such a headache, but it's also something to look forward to. Dog shit. Danitz placed one hand on his knee as he downed a mouthful of beer. At this moment, the grey fog emanated in front of him. The blurry figure that looked down from above appeared as Danitz's ears resounded with Gehrman Sparrow's voice. Information on West Balham? Although we've been there. There won't be much that I can tell him about. This is so troublesome. I'll have to do all sorts of work again. Why does Gehrman Sparrow get involved in so many things? Danitz silently grumbled as he vigilantly glanced to his sides, afraid that the madman would suddenly appear. Considering how he wanted to become stronger, he didn't wish to be of no help when his captain met with danger. Danitz slapped his face a few times with his free hand before standing up. He immediately left the shadows and found Iron Skin and Barrel, asking them about West Balham only to obtain a unanimous answer. Captain Edwina Edwards, or Anderson Hood. Will she be suspicious if I directly ask Captain? But I've no idea where that fellow Anderson has gone to. Dog shit. Danitz fell into a dilemma, recalling Gehrman Sparrow's last words, be careful of the Church of Evernight. He knew a matter the crazy adventurer emphasized was important, meaning he had a high chance of being a target of the church. Apart from the Church of Evernight, the Church of Storms and the military are targeting me as well. Danitz thought as his heart palpitated. He soon revealed a puzzled and bitter look, muttering to himself, "But I haven't done anything." After passing the message about gathering information to Admiral of Stars, Klein left the area above the grey fog and returned to the real world. Like every other day, he had breakfast and lessons. After his afternoon nap, with Richardson's help, he changed into a formal suit and got into the waiting carriage. "Head to St. Samuel Cathedral," Klein instructed the driver. He had decided to continue maintaining his identity as Dwayne Dantes and couldn't change his former persona, which included frequent trips to the cathedral. Besides, this can effectively wipe away any suspicion they have of me. After all, it's hard to imagine that the criminal who infiltrated Chanis Gate would saunter into the cathedral as though nothing had happened. I'll have to thank Emperor Roselle for not plagiarizing criminal psychology. He didn't point out that intelligent criminals often return to their crime scene. Klein mumbled inwardly, taking a sip of black tea. He glanced at his valet. "What is your deepest impression of East and West Balham?" Richardson, after some thought, said, "East Balham is safer. West Balham is more chaotic." Seeing his employer wanted him to continue, he deliberated. "There's also poverty, hunger, and whip abuse. People from East and West Balham originally worshipped death. Later, due to the perks of believing in the deities like the goddess, there was a large-scale change of faith. However, as the number of believers increased, that special status was quickly removed. The people of the lower class began worshipping death again in secret. This is what my father occasionally mentions after he's drunk." Klein listened in silence. Soon, the carriage arrived outside St. Samuel Cathedral. He entered the prayer hall and handed his hat and cane to Richardson. He randomly found a seat and looked at the altar. Unease, embarrassment, and a lack of confidence arose in him. He suspected that ever since he made contact with the Holy Sword, the goddess had likely taken notice of him. I wonder what the goddess's opinion on this is. Klein clasped his hands, looking as though he was praying seriously. After about 8 minutes, he got up, walked to the donation box, and piously threw in £50. After that, he turned to a confessional and entered. Using the dim light, Klein sat on the chair and listened to the bishop say with a mellow voice, "Do you have something you would like to say? The goddess cares about all her believers." Klein tapped his chest 4 times. "Praise the lady. I wish to confess that 2 days ago, the military came to me, wishing that I can sell a batch of firearms and cannons to West Balham to add coal to the chaos there." After he said that, the bishop on the other side didn't immediately answer, as though alarmed. The confessional instantly fell into an awkward silence. "You became frightened just from that? Have you never encountered a confessor as frank as me? If I were to say that I'm currently plotting the murder of a demigod, wouldn't you be jumping up?" Klein lampooned, continuing, "I did enjoy the adventurer's life when I was young, but I'm already sick of that life. I only wish for a peaceful future. I originally wanted to decline the offer, but I'm unable to overcome the greed in my heart. This is a sufficiently enticing business, and it helps me in obtaining a firm footing in Backlund's high society. I confess that I ultimately chose the bustle and chaos." The bishop on the other side finally responded, his voice gentle. "Don't be afraid. Don't waver. Go, follow your inner heart and make the choice you wish to make the most. No matter what you do, sincerely being contrite and penitent is worthy of praise and forgiveness. May the goddess bless you." Praise the lady. Klein drew the crimson moon once again. His visit was to use the confession to inform the church of his intentions, to pry into the goddess's attitude towards him. Without saying anything extra, Klein got up and left the confessional. At this moment, he saw a lady sitting in the corner of the prayer hall. She wore a hooded black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush. It was spirit medium Daly Simone. Daly looked up and noticed Dwayne Dantes, her expression momentarily turning adrift. Klein nodded at her indiscernibly as a polite gesture. He then took his hat and cane from Richardson and unhurriedly walked out of the hall. Daly retracted her gaze and slowly closed her eyes. Walking out of the cathedral, Klein paused for 2 seconds. The white pigeons in the square suddenly flew up, blocking the sights of all who were taking in the scene. Less than 30 minutes later, in the basement, Leonard heard that Dwayne Dantes was about to cooperate with the officials, becoming a merchant who would sell arms to West Balham. What is he trying to do? Leonard frowned, little by little, completely at a loss as to what the Undying monster's thoughts were. Chapter 855, New Visitor. As he returned from St. Samuel Cathedral to 160 Bokeland Street, Klein saw his white-gloved butler Walter walk up to him. "Sir, someone delivered a name card. He said that his employer wishes to visit you from 4 to 5, Walter said with a staid expression. Klein tried figuring out who the visitor was, but had no clue. He nodded gently. Who's his employer? Walter darted his gaze around and saw that the other servants were rather far away. He then replied, Baron Sindras. Baron Sindras. That millionaire tycoon who obtained his aristocratic title with the help of the Conservative Party and Duke Negan, and is also one of the most famous bankers and entrepreneurs in the kingdom? I previously helped Ma'am Mary purchase the Coin Company shares. The competitor happens to be him and his friends. He's visiting me personally for that matter. It's only a transaction worth about £13,000. It shouldn't be something that requires him to go this far. As Klein's mind raced, he walked to the staircase. Walter walked half a step behind him. Sir, if you don't wish to meet Baron Sindras, I'll inform him that you got caught up at St. Samuel Cathedral. In between the lines, the butler was saying that Baron Sindras was a believer of the Lord of Storms and wouldn't head to St. Samuel Cathedral to seek him out. Klein thought and smiled. This is a noble who has immense influence in the banking industry. I'll definitely come across him in the future, so I have to meet him. Arrange the meeting to be at the small living room on the 2nd floor where there's the most sunlight. Yes, sir. At 4:10, Klein met the visitor in the predetermined living room. The only thing that deviated from his expectations was that Backland had turned cloudy and began drizzling, preventing any bright sunshine. Baron Sindras was identical to his pictures. He had black hair mixed with some white that was neatly combed backward, revealing his broad forehead. His face was rather round, but his cheekbones were high and his wrinkles obvious. He was clean-shaven, and his light blue eyes were nearly colourless. Beside him were a valet and a bodyguard. Good afternoon, Lord Sindras. It's my honour to have you here as my guest. Klein held his hand to his chest as he bowed. Baron Sindras nodded gently with a smile. You're being polite. I should have visited you a long time ago, Dwayne Dantes, an experienced gentleman who knows much about the southern continent. After exchanging pleasantries, the two took their seats. Klein was just about to say something when Baron Sindras said with a genial tone, Dantes, I'm really impressed with people like you. Not everyone can obtain riches from the chaos in the southern continent. This requires plenty of guts and stunning judgment. Back when I was facing bankruptcy, I had entertained the idea of starting anew there, but unfortunately, I'm not a brave man. He keeps chatting about my experiences in the southern continent. Is he hinting to me that he has already discovered the problems with my background and is using it as a warning? He probably never expected that the southern continent experience he keeps repeating is all fake. Klein scoffed inwardly but replied normally, That isn't courage but rashness. Most people who head to the southern continent do have the spirit of adventure, but that's all they have. Without waiting for the Baron to continue, he smiled. I nearly hired Mr. Rebuck some time ago as my butler. He said that you were an excellent employer. Baron Sindras listened in silence before sighing. That is something that fills me with regret. Back then I was very sincere in hoping that Rebuck could continue being my butler, but he couldn't overcome the conflict within our positions. Upon saying that, Sindras looked at Dwayne Dantes, picked up his black tea and took a sip. I also sincerely hope that we can be friends. I hope you can transfer the Coin Company's 3% to me. I will give you an offer you can't resist. Here it comes, but I have a contract with Ma'am Mary. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. I deeply value my trustworthiness. Upon hearing this, Sindras didn't show any anger. He smiled, surprised. Aren't you going to listen to my offer? Klein deliberately spread out his hands with a wry smile. I'm afraid I will find it irresistible. Haha. Sindras laughed and slowly stood up. You're as humorous as they say. At the same time, you have a firm will that the rumors fail to mention. He looked at his bodyguard and valet. Being a partner with you is definitely better than being a competitor. All right, it's time that I leave. Is this sincere praise or a veiled threat? Klein shamelessly replied, Likewise, I look forward to having the opportunity to cooperate with you in other domains, Lord Sindras. Baron Sindras smiled and nodded. Without another word, he was led out by Dwayne Dantes and his staff. As he watched the luxurious carriage disappear, Walter suddenly said, Sir, should I hire some temporary bodyguards? Klein nearly to understand. Seeing his employer's expression remain unperturbed, Walter added, At times, competition in business can endanger one's personal safety. Mr. Butler also noticed the veiled threats. Klein curled his lips. I'm not too worried because this is Backland. Because my name is known at the Church of Evernight. Because I'm about to cooperate with the military. Therefore, I'm not afraid of suffering any form of retaliation in the Beyonder domain. Besides, Baron Sindras is a successful man with status and power. He won't be that rash. Klein thought. When Walter attempted to continue, Klein chuckled. However, being careful is forever a good habit. You can hire 2 bodyguards. Let them secretly provide me with protection. Yes, sir, Walter replied. Klein thought for a moment. Make a trip to Member of Parliament Mucht's place. Invite him to dinner at the Intis Srenzo restaurant tomorrow along with his wife and daughter. He planned on informing Mucht that he would take the military's test. The most convenient method was to visit, but considering the demigod of the marauder pathway around Hazel, any close contact might result in the aura of the grey fog on him being detected. Therefore, he chose a restaurant. Shio hid in the shadows of the woods as she watched a brown carriage with the coat of arms of Viscount Stratford drive past. Realizing she had made 0 discoveries, she gloomily left her hiding spot and took a public carriage back to Eastborough. Upon coming to the Dharavi Streets bar, Shio easily walked to the bar counter and directly asked the bartender, Any new jobs? The bartender immediately smiled. Yes, Butler Walter, who previously offered a £200 bounty, has offered a new job. It's very simple. Secretly protect his employer for a few days. The payment will be discussed face to face. It will definitely be a handsome reward. He was very pleased with your efficiency during the last mission. He requested that we give you priority. How about it? Are you interested? Shio had a rather deep impression of the butler and his employer because they had spent £200 to seek out cheats who had only scammed £1,000. Very generous, and he's quick to pay, Shio recalled before nodding. All right. Chapter 856, Bodyguards Arrive. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, just as Shio entered, she caught the scent of fried food and looked towards the kitchen. Falls? Would there be anyone else? Falls peeked her head out and asked with a smile. Shio put down the papers in her hand, half surprised and half grumbling. Do you still remember how long it's been since you stepped into a kitchen? Making toast in the morning doesn't count. Falls returned to the kitchen. I choose the food outside because they're better. And now, the surrounding streets don't have any good fried chicken. I suddenly had cravings for it. When it comes to Intis cuisine, I like it the most. Shio leaned against the doorframe as she watched Falls busily prepare dinner. She deliberated and said, I received a job, £100 a day, ranging from 3 to 5 days, but I need another helper. Weren't you previously lacking in money? Why don't we do it together? Actually, my financial situation has improved. However, a mission that pays £50 a day isn't bad. I'll save up as much as I can. As Falls watched the oil-filled pot, she asked, What kind of job is it? Shio combed her slightly coarse blonde hair. Secretly protect a tycoon named Dwayne Dantes. What did he encounter? Will it be very dangerous? Falls asked cautiously, Shio recalled. Apparently there was some kind of business conflict, and his competitor has threatened him. This isn't anything dangerous. As you are aware, the powerful Beyonders in Backland wouldn't dare to take any risks. Perhaps the other party is a lunatic? You can't rule that out, Falls retorted, naturally thinking of the world Gehrman sparrow. She paused and scooped up the pieces of fried chicken. Since you've already accepted the mission and I have nothing coming up recently, let's do it together. It's good too. We will be protecting him in secret, so no one will discover that I'm a bodyguard. Otherwise, I'll have no way of participating in those literature saloons. Heh heh. Actually, I can tell them that I'm experiencing life and gathering material. My next novel will be about a female bodyguard and her male employer. Shio was already used to Force's penchant for letting her thoughts wander. She scrunched up her nose. Let's head over after dinner. At 160 Bokeland Street, Klein set up a ritual and headed above the grey fog. He planned on handling some random matters before the bodyguards hired by Walter came. The most important task was to confirm the situation with creeping hunger. Sitting in the fool's seat, he made the human-skinned glove fly out from the junk pile. After a series of divinations, he discovered that the glove was rather stubborn. None of the negative side effects had changed. It's a result of Mr. A's corruption, so it's absolutely not giving up its praise of the true creator. I'll be writing to Mr. Azik later anyway. I can also mention in passing that the creeping hunger's seal is no longer effective. I can also bring some mushrooms along with me. No, that wouldn't work. I'll get a few of the original mutated mushrooms from Frank to see if there are other effects. After determining his thought process, Klein threw Azik's copper whistle and an adventurer's harmonica through the door of sacrifice and bestowment before returning to the real world. He packed up the ritual items, then walked to his study desk, taking out a fountain pen and paper. Dear Mr. Azik, it's been a while. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, your seal on the creeping hunger is no longer effective. Can you give me the corresponding method? I wish to apply the seal on it again. Have you heard of creatures known as spirit world plunderers? I might be heading to the southern continent in the near future. If I obtain any new information on death, I'll write to you as soon as possible. Putting down the pen, Klein folded the letter and blew the copper whistle. Silently, white bones spewed out from the floor, forming a giant skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton lowered its head to glance at Dwayne Dantes before bending its back and spreading open its palm. This messenger is becoming more polite. Klein nodded in satisfaction, handing it the letter. The skeleton immediately disintegrated, pouring down like a waterfall before vanishing. A silent sigh escaped Klein as he picked up his pen and continued writing to Frank. The dried mushrooms you provided were pretty good. Do you still have more? Do you find the idea I previously mentioned viable? If you encounter any difficulties during the research process, you can write to me. After folding the letter, Klein blew into the adventurer's harmonica. Miss Messenger Ranette Tinnicker appeared by his side, headless, wearing a complicated black dress while holding 4 beautiful blonde, red-eyed heads. Can you lock onto Frank Lee? Klein asked rather confidently. Ranette Tinnicker's 4 heads turned in unison and looked at Klein. Yes, it's that. Man. Who wants to plant everything, right? What did Frank do to leave such a deep impression on Miss Messenger? Klein nodded seriously. Yes. Ranette Tinnicker's 4 heads spoke one after another. Can. Locate. I labeled. Him. Ah, poor Frank. May the goddess watch over him. Klein silently exhaled and handed the letter to Ranette Tinnicker. Please hand it to Frank. He will pay you the gold coin. One of the heads opened its mouth and bit down on the letter, then directly entered the spirit world. After dealing with these matters, Klein went downstairs to have dinner. Midway, Walter entered and whispered, "The bodyguards have arrived. It's that Miss Shio and her friend from before. I will arrange for them to secretly provide you protection." Miss Shio and her friend? Don't tell me it's Miss Magician. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words, gently nodding. In a bedroom on the 3rd floor, Shio and Fours each took a window, looking down at the garden. This is my dream house. When I have enough money, I'll buy a house just like this. No, I'll still choose Backland. There are more delicacies here, Fours said sincerely. Shio traced her friend's gaze and looked outside, whispering, I lived in such a residence when I was little. Fours stole a glance at Shio, then changed topics. How should we provide him with protection? Shio retracted her gaze. When Mr. Dwayne Dantes is home and without guests, we'll just hide in the room and watch the surroundings. When there are guests, we'll head to the adjacent room and keep close attention. If Mr. Dwayne Dantes were to head out, I'll hide underneath the carriage to protect him while you'll follow on another carriage. Shio, you're becoming more and more professional. Fours seriously praised her before chuckling. I saw Mr. Dwayne Dantes' portrait just now. If you hadn't told me that the danger arose because of a business conflict, I would have suspected that the problem arose because of love. Before she finished her sentence, she saw a carriage stop outside. A few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms got out. What's happening? She thought, looking at her friend to find Shio equally puzzled. Inside the living room on the second floor, Klein met the 4 officers. Mr. Dwayne Dantes, do you know Mr. Quaron? Quaron? Klein recalled it was the gentleman who had sold him the Coim Company shares. Yes, what happened to him? He asked calmly. The officer leading the team replied politely, he committed suicide. In addition, he left behind a will, accusing you of forcing him to sell his shares and torturing him using all kinds of underhanded means, causing him to suffer from severe depression. And his family has provided proof regarding the contents of his will. Chapter 157. Poignant. Quaron committed suicide. His will accused me of forcing him to sell his shares. His family can even provide evidence. As Klein listened to the officer's description, he digested the information and produced questions in his mind. After understanding the situation, his first reaction was, Baron Sindris has taken action. This powerful banker didn't hesitate to carry out his follow-up action against me. He didn't hold back. Furthermore, he has clearly gathered enough information to know that Dwayne Dantes is involved with the Church of Evernite and Member of Parliament Muct. Therefore, he chose to strike at the other end of the transaction, Quaron. This will be more indirect and safer, but it would be equally treacherous and ruthless. This is an utter disregard of an ordinary person's life. Klein suddenly recalled the innocent people who collapsed during the great smog of Backlund. He couldn't help but feel a sense of rage surge within him, bubbling to the surface but remaining ice-cold. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression, making him look even more surprised as he asked, "Are you certain you aren't joking?" The leading officer nodded solemnly. "If we didn't have sufficient clues to support it, we wouldn't disturb a gentleman like you. Mr. Dwayne Dantes, I'll have to trouble you to follow us to the station for further investigations." Despite looking unperturbed, Klein's mind was racing. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed something illogical. Regardless, murder is a serious crime in the Lone Kingdom. With Baron Sindris's identity and status, he will have at least a few dozen effective means to deal with a foreign tycoon. There's no need to go this far. After all, as a member of high society, he will more or less understand. Beyonder powers. He knows that there are all kinds of incredible means to pursue the true murderer. Unless he's completely confident, taking the risk to frame someone for murder is definitely the worst choice. Even if he temporarily isn't aware that I'm about to work with the military, he's definitely aware of my connection with the Church of Evernite and Member of Parliament Muct. He wouldn't do things in such a simple and brazen manner. Most importantly, even if he's the kind of murderer who would kill for 3% shares, why didn't he do it earlier? Klein glanced at the officers while in thought. In an adjacent room, Shio and Fours were leaning against the wall, using the latter's ability to open a small door to listen in. What do we do? If the police want to arrest him, do we still provide protection? Fours asked her friend in a suppressed voice. Shio was also in a dilemma. Usually, a bodyguard will only deal with illegal encroachers, but they have given a sufficiently sizable remuneration. Fours was surprised and amused. If he really is imprisoned, are you thinking of breaking him out of jail? That way you too would be wanted. When the time comes, do you plan on fleeing elsewhere with this gentleman? As she spoke, Fours discovered that Dwayne Dantes had a response. The elegant gentleman turned to Walter and said with a calm voice, "Two matters. First, visit Baron Sindris and tell him that someone is trying to frame him." Walter revealed a rare look of surprise, finding his employer's instructions incomprehensible. Klein smiled. He was a guest recently, and he had threatened me for the shares. Following that, Mr. Quaron met with his demise. I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't be under suspicion. Therefore, I believe that it's necessary to warn him. The officers were slightly perturbed, feeling the matter was more complicated than they had imagined. Walter was somewhat enlightened. "Yes, sir. I'll immediately visit Baron Sindras and inform your friends and his of this matter." Smart. A good butler really helps. Klein silently praised him. "Second, please call for my lawyer to handle this tiny inconvenience." After instructing his staff, Klein looked at the officers. "All right, I'll follow you back to the station. I won't make things difficult for you. However, I wouldn't answer any of your questions before my lawyer arrives." The leading officer heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Dantes." In the adjacent room, Fours hurriedly said, "Are we following?" "Yes. I'll hide underneath the carriage now and follow it to the station. We can't be certain that those police officers are real ones." Shio replied cautiously. She paused. "What else do you wish to say?" Fours thought for a moment and poignantly said, "Nobles and tycoons are truly terrifying." At the police station, Klein was brought to an interrogation room but gave no response to any questions. Only when his lawyer arrived did he give an account, saying he had only met Quaron once and that the share purchase was handled by a professional team. After a while, an officer walked in. "All right, you may leave. A gentleman with an honorable status has vouched for you and paid for your bail." Klein continued sitting. "Who is it?" the officer said respectfully. "Baron Sindras." Klein smiled and slowly got up, leaving the room with his lawyer. At the entrance to the station, he met Baron Sindras once again. The powerful banker's hair was still neatly combed back. "Thank you for your warning, Dantes. Few people would be so calm and sharp when they encounter such a sudden turn of events." Sindras smiled, shaking Klein's hand. Klein replied with a smile, "I was simply trusting your character." Sindras obviously didn't believe such lip service. He found an excuse and, with his bodyguard, boarded Dwayne Dantes's carriage. As parasol trees flew past outside the window, Sindras spoke first. "Dantes, how did you come to such a judgment?" Klein glanced at his butler and valet. 2 points. First, I believe that you will have a better solution. You wouldn't do something this violent." Sindras chuckled. "Indeed." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. "I'm very curious as to what kind of methods you would employ." Sindras chuckled and said, "With matters developing this far, it doesn't matter if I tell you. It's very simple. Isn't your goal to enter high society? I plan to hire women of different ages. They will accuse you on different social occasions that you toyed with their feelings and bodies, but you refuse to be responsible. If necessary, I'll find a few toddling children to clasp you around the legs, calling you Pa. This is Lone, a rather conservative place. No one would wish to have such a person as a friend. Likewise, the Church of Evernite will also distance itself from you. By the time you eventually find a loophole, your image would be hardened and known by all." Klein was almost stunned, finding himself too inexperienced compared to a seasoned banker. "I believe I should thank you," he replied with an unfazed smile. "Second, if you really wanted the 3% shares, I wouldn't be your match when it comes to wealth. It would ultimately be better to force Mr. Quaron rather than killing him." Sindras raised his right hand. "No, you're mistaken. I was bent on obtaining the 3% share. However, you're right about one thing. I did prepare an irresistible offer for Quaron, but he suddenly made a decision and completed the deal with you at an extremely fast speed. It caught me by surprise." Klein narrowed his eyes slightly as he suddenly fell silent. Returning to 160 Berkland Street, Shio circled the area and entered the 3rd floor again, seeing Fours who had easily entered. "How is it? Nothing happened, right?" Fours asked curiously. Shio shook her head in a slightly wooden manner. "No." She then revealed a poignant expression. "Nobles and tycoons are truly terrifying." Chapter 858, Generous. On the tiny balcony of the master bedroom, Klein stood behind a railing as Dwayne Dantes, silently watching Baron Sindras's luxurious carriage depart. His mind was still resonating with their conversation, believing that a secret plot had been behind the acquisition of the Coim Company's shares from the very beginning. According to Sindras, although the Coim Company has great potential, it's not worthy for a powerful banker to place such great importance on it. For the seller, Quaron, there's no reason to reject the possibility of receiving an extremely high premium. Yet, he had deliberately rushed to close the deal with me before Sindras could make his final offer. It's as if he has a grudge with money. From the looks of it, someone is forcing Sindras to do this, and someone had designed a trap, using Quaron's 3% shares as the bait, and me as the cover to lure Sindras into the trap, wishing to achieve a certain goal. Klein looked at the street lamps and sighed poignantly. Based on my assumption, if I hadn't discovered the problem tonight and hadn't sent someone to Sindra's, the subsequent developments would definitely have me crushed. And when the military or the Church of Evernite intervenes, there will undoubtedly be a twist in the evidence, incriminating Sindra's. During this process, just a tiny misjudgment on Sindra's part will result in him treating Dwayne Dantes as an accomplice. As for who the mastermind was, Klein had no idea. All he could do was confirm that Ma'am Mary likely wasn't aware of the truth. Environment protection, new party, Conservative Party, bankers, acquisition, framing. One word after another surfaced in Klein's mind, seemingly allowing him to see the dangerous stirrings hidden beneath Backlund's calm surface. When all of these meshed together, mixed with the tense international environment, Klein suddenly thought of a word: revolution. In that second, he seemed to catch a whiff of the impending storm. Currently, my main goal is to start from the military and investigate the truth behind the Great Smog. If I were to get caught up in this maelstrom, there's a high chance I'll get involved in unnecessary trouble. Klein retracted his gaze, having decided to quickly extricate himself from the matter. As for Sindra's safety, he wasn't too worried. How should I extricate myself? As long as the shares are with me, it implies that I'll ultimately remain center stage. Get Ma'am Mary to acquire it ahead of time? She likely doesn't have the funds. Sell it to Sindra's? That will be in violation of the contract. Amidst his flurry of thoughts, he gradually had an idea. His facial muscles twitched a little before they relaxed. In the room adjacent to the balcony, Shio and Fours were observing the streets and garden. Only when Dwayne Dantes' lights were extinguished did Fours turn to her friend, saying with excitement and poignancy, "Being a tycoon sure isn't easy. If you were him, you might have gone bankrupt in 3 days and be sent to jail." Shio shot her a glance. "I can hire a powerful butler, professional lawyer, and a capable business secretary to help me." Fours smiled. "If I were you, I would change all of it to cash, bonds, and property. I'll use the annual income to maintain a decent life." Just as she said that, she saw Gio frown slightly and cast her gaze towards the first floor. "What happened?" Fours tensed up. Gio observed for a few seconds. "My spiritual perception tells me that an item or matter related to black magic has appeared." Black magic? Fours wasn't unfamiliar with the term. Gio nodded heavily. "Yes, it's on the first floor. I plan on taking a look. Stay here to protect Mr. Dantes." Fours kept silent for 2 seconds and nodded. "Okay." After Shio left, Fours took out Leimono's travels, prepared to take action if anything happened. Elsewhere, Shio nimbly arrived at the first floor. Following her senses, she arrived outside a room. After confirming the target was inside, she was surprised as her expression gradually darkened. If she didn't remember wrongly, this room likely belonged to Butler Walter. During her momentary daze, the black magic item which triggered her spiritual perception vanished. She hurriedly pressed her ear to the door, confirming the breathing of a human inside. After waiting for a while and seeing that Walter wasn't doing anything else, she returned to the 3rd floor with a look of suspicion. She recounted her findings to her friend. "Do we feign ignorance or think of a way to remind Mr. Dantes?" Fours thought and said, "Perhaps the butler doesn't have any ill intentions. Let's keep observing." After deciding on their stance, she'd skied in wonder. "I have to say that Mr. Dwayne Dantes is a really pitiful person. Not only was he used by others to harm Baron Sindras and get framed, but he also has a butler who researches black magic with an unknown motive. Sigh, I hope he doesn't lose his life because of that. On this front, he's only a helpless commoner." Shio nodded in agreement. "If we're unable to determine the butler's intentions after 3 days are over, we can leave a slip for him to warn him." The next morning, Klein glanced at Walter in a normal fashion after breakfast before leaving home with Richardson, riding a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. After the preaching and prayers, he didn't make any donations, instead directly approaching Bishop Electra. "Is there something?" the bishop asked, still rather friendly. Klein smiled. I've recently been involved in certain matters and have come to recognize my true self. Without waiting for an inquiry, he continued, I wish to establish a foundation that targets the poor. I hope that they can receive help from the church. I will place the Coim Company shares I have on hand into this foundation so as to kickstart this initiative using all the funds obtainable from the contract. Electra was nearly stupefied. It was definitely a sizable sum, estimated to be over £10,000. For Dwayne Dantes to suddenly donate such an amount was definitely a generous move. This is an act that deserves all kinds of praise, Electra said from the bottom of his heart. However, I have the obligation to remind you that you shouldn't do something that exceeds your reach. Klein smiled. This isn't a small sum for me as well, but it's still acceptable. It wouldn't affect my life and business. Electra's smile gradually turned warm as he nodded. The goddess will definitely watch you. Upon hearing this blessing, Klein's expression nearly froze. Electra continued, I will report the matter to His Grace and try to organize a charity party for this foundation. When the time comes, I'll invite the goddess's faithful from different domains. They will include powerful aristocrats and their families. Let's see if there are more people who are willing to participate. He knew Dantes was attempting to enter high society, so he had deliberately mentioned powerful aristocrats. Chapter 859, New Mushrooms. In the pitch-black bottom cabin of the future, Frank Lee lit a candle, illuminating a table covered with flesh, mushrooms, wheat, and fish. He cleared a space just enough for a piece of paper. Following that, he spread out the paper, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote with an excited expression. My dear friend, Gehrman Sparrow, I'm delighted to know that you found the dry mushrooms to be pretty good. Perhaps it's more useful than I imagined. As I've been fully focused in the experiment you mentioned, I've already stopped all other creations. Most of the mushrooms have been burned away by Nina, leaving me with the last 3. I hope it will be of help to you. Placed together with them are my latest products. One of them is a type of mushroom that grows by feeding on flesh and blood. The first is crossbred with wheat and can be ground into a mushroom powder that can be used to make bread. Another has the characteristic of being mixed with milk, allowing milk to be drawn from them. The last has been crossbred with fish. The things to take note of is that they are absolutely not to be eaten raw. They need to be cooked in 90°C hot water for at least 5 minutes so as to kill any living characteristics. Otherwise, it will absorb the flesh and blood around it, including human organs. Another point. It's unable to distinguish between normal flesh and monster flesh, nor can they deal with the latter properly. They will accumulate with the corresponding toxicity and madness. I think they will experience different mutations because of the different types of monster flesh. However, I wasn't able to verify that because I lack a sufficient number of monster corpses. As for any other problems that might exist, I'm not sure either. It's still a prototype. I wish you all the best and to have a bountiful time adventuring. Sincerely, your friend, Frank Lee. After putting down the pen, Frank read his reply, then folded it in satisfaction. He found a gold coin and placed it over the letter, then quickly set up a messenger summoning ritual. In Empress Borough, Audrey was hiding in her room, observing the glass bottle in her hand. In it was a translucent, colorless, sticky liquid, which was the hypnotist potion she had just successfully concocted. She had already digested her psychiatrist potion and planned on advancing. After using placate to quell her mental state, Audrey raised the glass bottle and downed the potion. After a brief chill, she felt her mind seem to explode as her body turned somewhat incorporeal. At that moment, her soul body, astral projection, and ether body were being assimilated by her body of heart and mind. She felt the boundless sea of collective subconscious and sensed the spirituality sky. Having experienced this during her previous advancement, Audrey didn't panic. She maintained a sliver of lucidity and curbed her urge to fuse into the sea. After an unknown period, she found her inner self. She saw the back of her hand covered in dense golden scales and saw her hair turn luxuriant and heavy. After these anomalies receded, Audrey quickly recovered. When she looked in the mirror, she found her green eyes appeared clear, but deep down was a strange, bottomless whirlpool. This is a sign of the dispersing spirituality that has yet to have been fully converged. Audrey's smile turned bright. She looked at herself in the mirror and nodded gently. Audrey, you are already a sequence 6. After calming her emotions, she seriously introspected herself. First, her constitution had received a significant enhancement. She could also form a layer of scales over her skin to resist damage. Second was a qualitative change in psychological cue, becoming a form of non-combat hypnosis. As long as she made the target focus, she could open the door to their body of heart and mind and directly alter their conscious. Third was battle hypnotism. Audrey could forcefully hypnotize an enemy, making them do something abnormal, though it only lasted for short periods. Fourth was psychological invisibility, allowing herself to remain in the blind spot of a target's consciousness. Very impressive. My only regret is that I still lack Beyonder powers that can launch direct attacks. Audrey puffed her cheeks, trying hard to converge her spirituality and make her eyes less intoxicating. After mostly eliminating her abnormalities, she opened the door and let Susie in, beginning to familiarize herself with her new powers. Before long, her maid, Annie, knocked and entered with an invitation. My lady, the church will be organizing a charity party on Saturday night for a newly established bursary foundation. They have invited you. Audrey asked, Did they invite my parents? Yes, they were also invited, as well as Lord Hibbert, Annie replied. Audrey smiled. Tell the church that I'll be participating. Also, figure out the exact situation with the charity foundation so that I can better decide on the amount to donate. In the evening at the Intis Renzo restaurant, Fours looked around. This place is truly dazzling. It's much prettier than the living rooms of many nobles. Shio grabbed at her coarse blonde hair. This is the style of Intis. It might look pretty, but it lacks substance. How does it lack substance? Look, those are all famous oil paintings. Fours deliberately retorted. As she spoke, she found the private room mentioned by Walter used door opening and pulled Shio in. They hid inside a pantry cupboard and waited. How much do you think the 3% shares of Coin Company is worth? Fours asked. Shio hesitated. At least several £1,000s. The bishop seemed to place a great deal of importance on the matter. How rich, donating thousands of pounds just like that. Why doesn't he save poor people like us? Fours said poignantly. At this moment, the door opened. Dwayne Dantes and Mock's family walked in. Shio and Fours didn't speak further, eavesdropping as they observed the surroundings, their noses twitching from the food's fragrance. Suddenly, Shio frowned as though she had sensed something before quickly easing her brows. What's wrong? Fours whispered. Shio shook her head. Nothing. I was uptight, causing me to overreact. At that moment, Klein put down his fork and knife, glancing to the side. In his spirit vision, a blonde, red-eyed head had appeared out of the void, a thick letter in its mouth. Klein faintly caught the scent of milk, wheat, and fish. The corners of his mouth twitched as he secretly reached out his left hand to grab the letter. Marked, Rihanna, and Hazel didn't notice anything. Klein stuffed the letter into his pocket as a waiter walked out of the pantry, serving a new dish. Among them, too, were butter-fried mushrooms. Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly felt disgusted. His expression turned odd as his left palm trembled in his pocket. Chapter 860, Runaway Horse. Thankfully, it's not a mushroom dish I ordered, or else it would have been a waste. Despite believing he was no longer affected by the trauma, the smell from the letter successfully made him suffer a relapse. Klein's expression rapidly restored itself as he drank the ice water. Please give me another cup, he instructed the waiter, as though nothing had happened. At the same time, he got up and headed for a bathroom attached to the private room. Hiding in a cupboard, Fours heard the footsteps. She couldn't help but lean into Shio's ear and whisper, It's the second time. They've been here for slightly more than 30 minutes, and Dwayne Dantes has already gone to the washroom twice. Sk. He seems to drink plenty of water. Sigh. It's difficult being a tycoon, but it's even more difficult being a good-looking tycoon in particular. Shio rolled her eyes. What has that got to do with you? Focus and be serious. We're on a mission. Also, that bodyguard of the Member of Parliament named Muck seemed pretty strong. He's probably a Beyonder. Fours had no choice but to suppress her desire to chat. All right, we'll chat when we're back. At that moment, Klein had returned to the table. He drank some water, sipped some wine, and said to Muck with a smile, Having been here in Backland for nearly 2 months, I've been busy. Every day I wake up seeing money flowing out without any coming in. Ha ha! It's about time I do something. Mucht stroked his cup and said with a warm smile, I can empathize with that. How much money do you have to spare? I can introduce you to some friends for a partnership. Klein replied in a calm tone, I'll be able to spare a maximum of £20,000 at present. You're richer than I imagined, Mucht said with a heartfelt sigh. He casually added, Didn't you buy 3% of the Coin Company's shares before? You can pledge it for at least £10,000. Klein immediately smiled and sighed. I have already donated those shares to the church. I plan to establish a bursary foundation that's targeted at the poor. You donated it to the church? Mucht had yet to receive the invitation and wasn't aware. Ma'am Rihanna and Hazel, who were enjoying the food, also looked up. At their level, it wasn't uncommon to have friends who could donate £10,000, but very few did so in one go. Yes, Klein nodded. If not for the goddess's blessings, I would have long died in the chaotic southern continent. And when I was young, if I had the chance to attend school, perhaps my life would have been completely different. Your character is as amazing as your generosity, Rihanna praised sincerely. Hazel also nodded, the way she looked at Dwayne Dantes turning gentler. Seeing her parents begin an idle conversation, she excused herself and walked to the bathroom. When she arrived at the door, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the cupboard beside the pantry. She frowned slightly in confusion before retracting her gaze and opening the washroom door. When she came out, she had apparently forgotten the abnormality. Dinner came to an end. The four left the private room and met their servants. At this moment, Hazel suddenly paused. I think I dropped my ear studs inside. Sorry about that. Please wait a moment. Without waiting for a reply, Hazel turned and returned to the room. She entered the connected pantry until she was in front of the cupboard and placed her hand on it. She planned on opening it at an extremely fast speed, but after some thought, she decided to be cautious, holding onto her necklace and turning her body sideways. As she held her breath, she suddenly pulled the door open. However, apart from some spare cutlery and tablecloths, there was nothing. Hazel once again wore a look of puzzlement. I clearly sensed something very valuable inside, she muttered, quickly closing the door and walking out. Outside the restaurant, Fours and Shio turned their heads simultaneously. That girl actually noticed us? Fours whispered in disbelief. Shio wore a confounded look. I remember that you didn't speak or move about when she was heading to the washroom. Perhaps she's a Beyonder as well, Fours guessed. Mr. Dwayne Dantes sure leads a difficult life. He often encounters power struggles, has a butler that secretly studies black magic, and there are Beyonders with mysterious powers living nearby. By the way, what's her name? Hazel. Shio was looking for Dwayne Dantes' carriage when her gaze suddenly froze. Fours, look, that person is acting oddly. Fours traced her gaze and saw a middle-aged man in a black formal suit pacing along the side of the street, looking anxious. How is he acting oddly? She asked. Shio answered simply, he's dressed as a decent gentleman, but his shoes are very dirty. Also, he would touch the area underneath his armpit. I dare bet that there's an underarm holster hidden there. They're coming out soon. I'll head to the carriage first. Watch that person and ensure that Mr. Dantes is protected. All right. Fours retreated to a concealed area as she observed the entrance. Nearly 30 seconds later, Dwayne Dantes and the Mucht family walked out and headed for their respective carriages. At this moment, a two-wheeled carriage charged out from the end of the street, the horse pulling it, wearing a rabid look in its eyes as it charged for the entrance. One of Mucht's bodyguards went forward to subdue the horse, while the other protected the family. At that moment, the loitering middle-aged man had approached from the back and drawn a revolver, aiming at Mucht's head with a warped expression. Klein's right hand was raised indiscernibly before he retracted it. He nimbly performed a jump, dodging the runaway horse. At the same time, Fours, hiding elsewhere, clenched her palm gently and pulled to the side. The assailant's leg suddenly went limp as he stumbled, falling to the ground without pulling the trigger. He immediately leaped up, planning to shoot wildly. However, when he squeezed his finger, he didn't feel any tactile feedback. The revolver had already dropped by Hazel's feet. Following that, he and the runaway horse were subdued by the bodyguards. "Why did you attempt to assault me?" Macht asked with a deep voice. The man laughed, shouting with a hysterical expression, "It's you. It's all because of you and the others. You talk about atmospheric pollution, wanting things like anthracite. My factory is going bankrupt, my child is dying from an illness, and my wife has committed suicide." Chapter 861, Forz's Dream. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's shout, Hazel's eyes, which were filled with rage, gradually froze before melting into a confused and lost look. It wasn't only her. Macht, Rihanna, and Dwayne Dantes all fell silent. Even Forz, who had concealed herself, lost her sense of excitement. After more than 10 seconds, Macht stopped looking at his assailant and turned to his bodyguards. "One of you stay here. Watch the scene and the suspect. Wait for the police." Having said that, he paused and told his valet, "Get a few reporters to cover this matter." After dealing with the matter, the Member of Parliament looked at Dwayne Dantes and apologized with a smile. "My apologies for putting you in such danger. We did consider the actual situation of similar factory owners and coal suppliers, and we had provided them some assistance and interim measures. Who knew? Coming up with a bill is something, but the actual implementation is an entirely different matter. When atmospheric pollution becomes abnormally pressing and the various parties exert immense stress, it's no surprise that a cookie-cutter solution is employed." Klein sighed and said with a self-deprecating laugh, "There's no need to keep my feelings into consideration. I've been in even more dangerous situations in the past." On the surface, it appeared he was referring to his business in the southern continent. In fact, he had recalled Megos, the terrifying meteor, and the Rose School of Thought Angel. Compared to these, what had happened here was like a drizzle. His focus was on whether this would result in a storm. Macht sighed and nodded. "I can tell that you're very calm. I once doubted your experiences, but now I'm convinced. All right, Dwayne, let's return home separately. Leave the rest to the police." Klein nodded. "Be safe." Macht sighed once again. "Backlund's social season has just begun, and this happened. Cherish the peace we have now. Backlund's social season is marked by the return of the House of Lords, and this week, 2 cases have happened consecutively: the harm dealt to Baron Sindras and the assault on Member of Parliament Macht." As he thought, Klein brought Richardson, who looked a little shaken, towards his carriage. When he got into it, he watched the scenery fly backward as he sighed and half closed his eyes. He was unable to determine if the assault had involved Beyonder powers, as everything could be done by ordinary people. The only thing that felt questionable was that Macht was the target. Although the House of Commons were supporters of the environmental measures, he wasn't the most obvious target. Klein slowly opened his eyes, seeing that it was already dark and cloudy, with rain pattering down. Once again he realized how the maelstrom hidden beneath Backlund's seemingly calm surface was intensifying. Reining in his thoughts, Klein raised his left palm and tapped his pocket. In it was Frank Lee's reply and some unknown mushrooms. Klein yearned to return home, to head above the grey fog, and use the new mushrooms to communicate with creeping hunger. With the storm already brewing, he believed there was a need to quickly be returned to his optimal combat strength. Unfortunately, he had 2 Beyonder bodyguards following him, so it was best if he didn't head above the grey fog. "I clearly don't need any protection, but I spent a few £100 to hire 2 people to restrict my actions. How helpless I am as a tycoon." Klein finally sighed inwardly as he raised the cup of black tea that Richardson had just prepared. He took a sip as his facial muscles tensed. He looked down and discovered there had been twice the number of lemon slices in his tea than usual. He glanced at Richardson and saw his valet was in a daze, still lost in the horror of the assault. "As cowardly as usual," Klein commented inwardly, placing the cup on the table. Late at night at 39 Buckland Street, Hazel sat before her dressing table, looking at the grey rat on a powder box. After a long silence, she said, "Was my father wrong? The matter he pushed for is clearly a good thing. There is nothing that is beneficial to everyone. At such times, a relevant bill or plan requires thought, compensation, and aid. If your father had done them, the problem isn't his," the rat said perfunctorily. Hazel relaxed her expression. During dinner, I sensed that there was something very valuable hidden inside the cupboard in the pantry, but when I later got an opportunity to open it, there was nothing. The rat said in thought, perhaps that was Dwayne Dantes' bodyguard. He was recently embroiled in a suicide case. Hiring a bodyguard to protect him in secret is normal. The bodyguard inside the cupboard might also possess supernatural powers, carrying mystical items with them. That's why you were able to sense it. Hazel nodded, accepting the explanation, then subconsciously muttered, I wonder what kinds of supernatural powers those bodyguards have. She swept the rat with a puzzled look. How do you know Dwayne Dantes was embroiled in a troublesome case? The rat squeaked. My present state is very suitable for me to eavesdrop into the conversations of others. Based on the sleeping rotation, Fours was asleep, as she felt herself float to an ancient, majestic castle filled with all kinds of beyonder ingredients and mystical items, including 2 blurry tarot cards. However, she didn't take any, as they were sealed by an invisible force field. Fours looked around, attempting to find the means to remove the seal. Finally, she saw a complicated symbol drawn at the top of the dome. It was a symbol formed fate and concealment. If I find an item engraved with this symbol, I'll be able to unseal some treasure. Fours immediately came to a realization when she snapped awake. She had curled into a ball on the carpet, a thin silk blanket covering her. Rubbing her brows, she sat up and saw Shio with her back to the wall, seriously listening for any stirrings. As Fours walked to Shio, she said with a frown, I feel that there is some secret hidden here. I had a strange dream, dreaming of an exaggerated treasure trove and a complicated symbol. As an astrologer, she instinctively believed there was a problem with her dream. Noticing Fours' serious look, Shio said after some thought, perhaps there really is some sort of secret. I once heard a proverb regarding the mysterious world. When a beyonder element is discovered somewhere, there must be a second one. Ignoring the butler, that Miss Hazel is someone with a beyonder element. Around her, or should I say this street, likely has a second one. Fours nodded before laughing. However, it has nothing to do with us. We will receive our remuneration tomorrow evening and terminate this mission. The most pitiful of all is Dwayne Dantes. He's innocent and ordinary, but he ends up involved with troublesome matters and beyonder elements. Having said that, she looked at Shio and joked, quickly wish him that the goddess would watch over him. I'm a believer of the god of steam and machinery. Shio seriously considered for 2 seconds before drawing a crimson moon on her chest, piously muttering, May the goddess bless Mr. Dwayne Dantes. Fours yawned. I'll head out to patrol the building. It's your turn to sleep after another 15 minutes. All right. Fours immediately headed for the door, pressed on the wall and arrived at the corridor. She was just about to walk to the staircase when she sensed a slight stir coming from the room of Dwayne Dantes' valet. Fours' eyes darted as she cautiously headed over. She opened a tiny door in the wall and peeped in. She then saw Richardson jumping a crazy dance that had a tinge of mystery. A spirit dance? Doesn't this valet believe in the Evernight goddess? He's secretly worshipping death? Fours frowned as she watched Richardson finish his spirit dance, softly praying for death's protection. After everything came to an end, Fours shook her head, silently saying to herself, What a pitiful man, Mr. Dantes. Chapter 862, Kind Warning. After returning to the room with the balcony, Fours looked at Shio, who had her back against the wall, and whispered, Guess what I saw? That male servant, Dantes' valet, is actually a believer of death. He was dancing a spirit dance and praying. Shio widened her eyes before relaxing her expression. When it comes to Mr. Dantes, that's the least of his concerns. Yeah, that valet named Richardson is clearly of Southern Continent heritage. Perhaps he was born there, so it's not surprising that he worshipped death. Fours replied with a smile. I know, I just find it interesting. Aren't there a little too many people with secrets around Dwayne Dantes? I won't be surprised if I were to discover one day that all the living beings in this building except him are related to mystery and beyonders. Shio rolled her eyes. If that were the case, Mr. Dwayne Dantes definitely wouldn't be a simple person. He might be the spawn of an evil god or a grounded angel. Without waiting for Fours to expand, Shio asked, Didn't you say that you had a strange dream involving treasure? Why aren't you curious or considering what it symbolizes? Fors chuckled. Such a dream often implies trouble and danger. I'll consider it again if I have a chance of encountering that symbol. There's quite a bit of a problem with that dream. Who knows if there's a ploy behind it? I'll consult Mr. Hangman, Ma'am Hermit, and Mr. World at the Tarot Gathering next week before deciding what to do. They are experienced and powerful beyonders. You've matured, Shio nodded, then walked to where Fors had been sleeping. Mature? Fors scoffed and leaned in towards her friend, looking down at her hair. Without waiting for Shio to become enraged, she sighed. You're the one who matured. I still remember this time last year. You did things based on instinct, arbitrating with your fist. You're much better now. Shio was stunned as she lay down and covered herself with the thin silk blanket. With her back facing Fors, she grumbled, "The main reason why I got lost was because of you being a burden." Fors chortled. "That's a characteristic of an apprentice. It has nothing to do with me. Get it?" She walked to the wall adjacent to the master bedroom and seriously started being a bodyguard. As the night slowly passed, Klein got up to have breakfast and received visits from 2 batches of policemen and a batch of reporters. They were here for investigations regarding Quaron's suicide and Mucht's assault. With Walter's help, Dwayne Dantes quickly handled the matters. In the afternoon, Mucht suddenly visited and urged Klein, "Join me at the club for a game of tennis." He was a member of a few clubs, but only the East Balham Military Veterans Mess overlapped with Dwayne Dantes. This is to confirm the arms deal? Klein read between the lines and got Richardson to get his things. He rode on his carriage to the sandy yellow building with the Member of Parliament. They entered the club and used the same room as before, where Klein once again met the long-faced army colonel, Calvin. After some pleasantries, Calvin focused on the main topic. "I heard from Mucht that you can have £20,000 available." "Although it will make me tight on funds, it's true that I can," Klein replied with a smile. Calvin nodded in satisfaction. "There won't be any need for £20,000 for now. The batch of firearms, explosives and cannons reserved for you is in a warehouse in East Balham. There's not that much, enough to equip about 3,000 to 4,000 people. Based on the price of decommissioning them, it will cost £10,000 at most. Of course, you will have to give me £15,000. "No problem," Klein said calmly. Calvin immediately chuckled. "Excellent. Mucht has a keen eye for people. That batch of firearms is worth at least £20,000 in West Balham. If you can find a suitable buyer, it's entirely possible to sell them for £30,000 or even more. By the way, the transportation fees and escort fees will be borne by you. We will only send 2 or 3 personnel to assist you. As expected, there will be monitors." Klein listened in silence. Believing it was time, he urged Admiral of Stars and Danitz for information on West Balham. He pondered and said, "Roughly when will it begin?" "That batch of firearms will take another 2 weeks, before being placed in the corresponding warehouse. You don't have to pay it in full at once. You can first pay £8,000 to £10,000, Calvin said. 2 weeks later, I'm still waiting for the Snake of Fate's placenta blood." Klein thought, "I'll need to carry out some preparatory work. I'll probably head to the southern continent in early July." Calvin exchanged looks with Mucht. "No problem." Outside the club, Shio and Fors hid on a nearby roof. "Thankfully, this is Backland. The sun wouldn't be too strong, otherwise my skin would definitely turn red," Fors mumbled. Shio was about to say something when she saw a brown carriage drive into the back door. It had a trademark coat of arms of flowers and rings, Viscount Stratford's carriage. She silently mumbled, her eyes widening. She then saw a familiar figure get off, surrounded by bodyguards. "What's wrong?" Fors noticed her friend's abnormality. Shio frankly said, "I saw Viscount Stratford. He also came to this club. 160 Buckland Street received another guest in the afternoon, Ma'am Mary. I'm very sorry that my request embroiled you in such trouble. Poor Quaron," she apologized. Klein replied calmly, "I agree with your views on Quaron. He was really unfortunate. However, this matter probably wasn't done by Baron Sindras. It might be a trap that's targeting him." Mary nodded. "I've heard of the theory. The police department is planning to hire a skilled forensic pathologist to dissect the corpse." The police department is planning to hire a skilled spirit medium from the Church of Evernight. Klein thought, may the goddess give Quaron peace, and that the true murderer will suffer punishment. Mary responded in kind before saying, to prevent you from being affected, I plan on purchasing the shares from you ahead of time. I'll add an additional £1,000. I've recently been busy borrowing money from the banks. Klein sighed. I'm very grateful for your kind intentions, but any advance transferring of the shares will need to be done with the church. I've already donated it to them. Mary was momentarily stunned. After 10 seconds, she exhaled. Your character, generosity, and wisdom truly impresses me. Klein humbly diverted the compliment, then asked with a stern expression, Ma'am Mary, when you decided to clash with Baron Syndras, was it purely by your own will or a result of persuasion by others? Mary frowned. All the persuasion that was directed at me was to ask me to give up. Klein immediately fell silent. After sending the lady out, he had dinner. Walter later came to the half-opened room with the balcony. Sir, the 2 bounty hunters have been dismissed. It cost a total of £300 for 3 days. They're finally gone. Klein immediately relaxed, eagerly entering the master bedroom to take out the mushrooms from Frank Lee and bring them up above the grey fog. When he came to the desk, he saw a letter held down by an ink bottle. Klein picked it up and tore it open, his expression turning odd as he scanned it. Dear Mr. Dantes, we are the bodyguards you hired. In the past few days, we discovered certain matters that we feel obligated to inform you. Therefore, we entered your bedroom to leave this letter while you were having dinner. Chapter 863, Charity Party. Your butler might be researching black magic. Your valet is secretly worshipping death. Someone among your neighbors has supernatural powers. The street where you live might have certain secrets that cause people to have strange dreams. You should understand some of the terms mentioned. We won't provide a further explanation. May the goddess bless you. Klein looked at the letter in his hand, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but give a self-deprecating laugh. Just from the contents of this letter, I'm really quite pitiful, and the matters described don't seem to be problematic in any way. As he shook his head with a smile, Klein held the letter and suddenly shook it to the side. Scarlet flames surged and devoured the piece of paper. Regardless, Miss Shio and Miss Magician are rather kind people. The only problem is that what they mentioned are things I already know. As Klein mumbled, he found the mushrooms he had hidden. There were 4 breeds in total. One was 3 dried products. The second was a new breed with golden caps that emitted the smell of flour. The third was white with specks of black spots, swollen as though a liquid flowed within them. The fourth had strange gills running down its 2 sides, its surface filled with dense, soft scales. Klein swept his gaze over them and took out a gold coin, catching it after flicking it. After confirming the results, he took off his glove and with his bare skin, grabbed the 3 new mushrooms to test scenarios Frank Lee hadn't mentioned. They felt normal to the touch, and there weren't any changes. Klein breathed out, relieved. Perhaps it's the relatively strong light. Or it might be as a result of plucking them, which causes these mushrooms to lose most of their living characteristics. With the intention to figure out the truth, he drew all the curtains and extinguished all the wall lamps. He then picked up the new mushrooms again and determined there was nothing abnormal. After doing this, Klein lit the lamps again, set up a ritual, and sacrificed the mushrooms above the grey fog. Sitting in the fool's seat, he wasn't in a rush to summon creeping hunger. He first summoned a metal bottle with his blood inside. He then poured a drop of blood on the table and piled the 3 new breeds of mushrooms onto it. In just a second, the mushrooms suddenly softened where they made contact with the blood. They squirmed as they enveloped it, growing a dense array of needle-like hair. The corners of Klein's lips twitched. He directly adjusted the powers of the mysterious space, suppressing the mushrooms. He then sent the drop of blood back into the bottle. Having roughly understood the mushroom's characteristics, he summoned creeping hunger from the junk pile. Holding the thin human-skinned glove, he placed it on the table and removed the seal around the mushrooms. He then saw creeping hunger support itself with its 5 fingers before standing up with great difficulty. It began retreating rapidly like it was playing a piano. "So you do know fear?" Klein revealed a genial smile. He pressed the glove down and gifted it with some of the powers of the mysterious space. Then, he grabbed a mushroom and brought it close to the glove. Creeping hunger struggled with all its might, but ultimately failed to escape, clearly trembling. Klein stopped moving the mushroom and chuckled. "Are you still going to randomly praise the true creator?" Creeping hunger continued struggling without giving a reply. Klein thought for a moment before he compromised. "I'll allow you to praise once a day, in the day or in the evening." The glove's struggling weakened but didn't stop. "Tsk." Klein continued negotiating. "Thrice a day, during breakfast, lunch and dinner time. However, you will need to warn me ahead of time." Creeping hunger struggled twice before sprawling onto the desk, motionless. After another round of negotiations, Klein successfully reached an agreement with it. However, eating daily was instinctual to the item and couldn't be negotiated away. How troublesome. Thankfully, after creeping hunger fused with Mr. A and the mushroom, its living characteristic has strengthened. Otherwise, there would be no way to make any negotiations with it. Klein commented wistfully. Finally, he did a divination and received a conclusion that Quaron's suicide was a result of a Beyonder's influence. After busying himself, he left the grey fog. On Saturday evening, Klein arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral with Richardson to participate in the charity party. He was led by a priest to a huge adjacent hall where a baldachin with the sacred emblem of the Evernite goddess was placed. All the candles had been lit, illuminating the hall with a holy feeling. Klein glanced over and saw neatly arranged seats and guests in out-of-the-ordinary attire. The women mainly wore two types of clothing. One was bold and liberal, the other pure and conservative. This was the difference between married and unmarried women in Learn. After walking into the hall, Klein greeted the bishops, Macht, and others he knew. At this moment, there was a sound from the door as many guests turned to look back, revealing smiles as they walked over. When Klein looked over, his gaze first lit up before it froze. At the entrance, the most attractive one there was a girl with lustrous blonde hair and green, emerald-like eyes that appeared like the sea, hiding a maelstrom. Her looks were nearly flawless, making the men and women present find it difficult to notice her dress or jewelry. Klein had met her before and he knew her. She was none other than the Tarot Club's Miss Justice. Back when she used magic mirror divination, Klein had seen her before. Immediately, Klein moved his gaze away, without daring to take another look. It was an instinctive reaction. He knew that as a spectator, if he garnered her attention, she could easily read his secrets from his body language. But his racing mind quickly forced him to turn his head back and continue casting his gaze at Miss Justice. He discovered that avoiding her had made it worse. How could a gentleman who liked all kinds of women not take a few more glances when encountering such an abnormally beautiful lady? At the same time, Audrey sensed the abnormality of a particular man. His sideburns are a little white. This is likely Mr. Duane Dantes. His reaction was a little odd, as though he was trying to hide something. To Audrey, his act of moving his gaze away was normal. What was odd was that he had turned his gaze back again. In addition, she felt the greatest problem was that the gentleman's emotions were more of shock instead of amazement. What's he shocked about? What is he trying to hide? With her questions, Audrey greeted her parents and the people that gathered over with a faint smile. Seeing Miss Justice no longer paying attention to him, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I need to be careful later and play the role of Duane Dantes well. I mustn't let a spectator notice any problems. Regardless of whether Miss Justice noticed it or not, I've already thought of the excuse for my abnormal reaction. Miss Justice is indeed a lady from a powerful aristocratic family. Amidst his thoughts, Klein frowned slightly, having a nagging feeling that he was being watched. Following his spiritual intuition, he swept his gaze towards the door. Outside the door in the shadows, a golden retriever was sitting there silently. Chapter 864, Actor and Spectator. When the ghostly gaze of the golden retriever pierced through the curtains, Klein's brows indiscernibly twitched as he failed to hide his alarm. He then naturally shifted his gaze away and looked towards Miss Justice and company. How terrifying. Why is that dog sitting in the corner, hiding in the shadows for no good reason? It was silently looking at everyone. Miss Justice seems to have fed a spectator potion to an animal. Don't tell me it's that golden retriever? 2 spectators, one out in the open and one in the dark. Which actor can handle that? As Klein lampooned, he walked to Mutt's family and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "The ones who just entered seem to be very noble people." Mutt glanced at him and chuckled. "Eastchester Earl's family. You can directly call him Earl Hall. You should have heard of him. That's his wife, Ma'am Caitlin. That's his eldest son, Lord Hibbert. You should have already met him." Upon hearing Mutt's introduction, Klein suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. He had indeed met Hibbert Hall before, but had failed to notice him, or he wouldn't have raised the question. "I was shocked by Miss Justice's sudden appearance," he thought, maintaining his smile. Mutt continued, "That's his daughter, Miss Audrey Hall. In the social scene over the past 2 years, she has the title of being the most stunning gem in Backland. It's very apt, isn't it?" He minced his words, saying, "She is courted by princes, duke heirs, and many honourable gentlemen." Mutt's concealed meaning was clear. Do not place your sights on this lady. As for Klein, he was having other thoughts. So Miss Justice is Earl Hall's daughter. It's no wonder she's so rich. Earl Hall is one of the top bankers in the kingdom. His wealth is much more than Baron Sindras. Even if Miss Justice is unable to inherit the title, the wealth she will inherit will be at least £100,000. However, the way she has been repeatedly buying mystical items doesn't look like she's someone with a wealth of only a few £100,000. She's able to claim it from her father? I also wish to have one like that. Amidst his racing thoughts, Klein replied to Mutt's warning with a smile. "I've heard of the various rumours about Miss Audrey. It's only today that I have realised that they aren't that exaggerated. Unfortunately, I'm not a prince or the heir to a duke. Otherwise, I would also be one of her pursuers." Mutt didn't continue the topic, instead introducing other guests to Dwayne Dantes. Before he was done, an elder walked into the hall. He wore a black clergyman robe with red accents, and on his chest hung 5 dark sacred emblems. He was clean-shaven, his eyes deep and tranquil. Including Earl Hall, everyone turned to the elder and respectfully bowed. "Good evening, Your Grace." This elder was none other than St. Anthony Stevenson, one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernite. When Klein saw him, his body and mind involuntarily trembled. He swept his gaze and saw that the other guests didn't have such strong reactions, realizing that the horror St. Anthony carried was more clearly felt by people with stronger spirituality. When he managed to control his trembling, St. Anthony had already smiled, surveying the area. "Praise the lady." "Praise the lady," the guests replied one after another. With the Archbishop's arrival, the party officially began. According to convention, everyone took their seats and piously prayed for 3 minutes. Following that, the cathedral's choir began to sing, their ethereal voices praising the goddess. After the religious ritual ended, Bishop Electra stood at a podium. "Everyone, I'd like to thank you all for coming. Our establishment of a bursary foundation that targets the poor stems from Mr. Dwayne Dance's suggestion. He is truly an honourable gentleman. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Dwayne Dantes to give everyone a brief speech." Although prepared, Klein drew a gasp inwardly. This is different from usual. There are 2 or even more spectators around. It isn't something that I can bullshit through. The content of my speech needs to be sufficiently realistic. Pressing down his clothes, he quickly stood up and walked to the podium. He surveyed the nobles, members of parliament, and clergymen. He said with a smile, "I'm a little nervous. This is my first time being stared at by so many people of such honourable standing. I was once active in a region where the poor gathered. I was active in the chaotic southern continent, and thus saw many things. There was a young lady who helped her mother make pasted matchboxes from the age of 6. If she didn't do that, they wouldn't even have the money to buy rye bread. When this girl gradually grew up, she still looked forward to the night schools run by the church. She wished to study how to read, because she knew that only by doing so could she stop living the way she did." Klein had selected a portion of the experiences of the poor kids he had met, merging them as he conveyed them with true feelings. He could see many ladies reveal looks of empathy. She really is an easily moved child. I've acted from the bottom of my heart. I've even moved myself, much less a spectator. He swept his gaze as he continued. Our industry has been developing. In the future, we will definitely need more literate workers. With the empathy towards these poor children and my expectations of the kingdom's future, I've decided to donate all my Coim Company shares to establish a bursary foundation that targets the poor. Earl Hall nodded when he heard that, being the first to gently clap. Amidst the vigorous applause, Klein returned to his seat. Bishop Electra headed up and announced, "The shares that Mr. Dwayne Dantes donated are valued at £15,000. We would use it to establish a Loan Charity Bursary Foundation. If you agree with him and pity those children who thirst for knowledge, you can contribute." As he spoke, he pointed at the donation box beside him. Audrey retracted her gaze and said to her father, "Father, I plan on donating £1,000. What about you?" As she spoke, her mind quickly summarized what she had observed. Dwayne Dantes has likely lived a lower-class life. His pity, empathy, and speech were all very realistic. Just now, when the bishop mentioned that the shares were valued at £15,000, the corners of his lips twitched unnaturally. From the looks of it, he likely feels the pinch. However, the sincerity of him donating it doesn't seem fake. This means that he's a gentleman who loves money, but he loves kindness even more. Why was he shocked when he saw me, and what is he hiding? He has seen me somewhere before but doesn't know my identity. But there's no need to hide that. He identified my necklace as a mystical item, so he was shocked before trying to attempt to hide this matter. If that's the case, it means that he's definitely a beyonder, one that isn't a low-sequence beyonder. I'll ask Susie later when I'm back. Perhaps she noticed other details. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey saw her father smile as he took out a checkbook and fountain pen. The value he wrote down was £10,000. Chapter 865, Earl Hall's suggestion, £10,000. Audrey blinked, using a very slight change in expression to express her surprise. Without needing her to voice her question, Earl Hall had noticed her puzzlement. He chuckled. This is an insightful man. His ideas have inspired me and resonated with me. Besides, we can't ignore the misery that objectively exists just because it cannot be resolved anytime soon. Audrey vaguely understood her father, but felt that she didn't fully understand him. She nodded slightly and took out her checkbook, writing down a £1,000 value. This was a charity ball held in a side hall of the cathedral, so there weren't any dances or extravagant arrangements. The guests subsequently threw their checks into the donation box and headed for the 2 long tables for beverages or simple food, socializing around the hall instead of sitting. Klein also accompanied Electra to St. Anthony's side and was introduced. St. Anthony smiled in response to Dwayne Dante's greeting. He sized him up. "Very good. We are proud to have a believer like you. It's the goddess that has taught us that character is more important than status. Therefore, you are an extremely honorable gentleman." To be frank, faced with this saint, Klein's heart was drumming. Deities or beyonders related to the fate domain were able to see the grey fog's aura on him. As St. Anthony was a high-sequence beyonder of the sleepless pathway, there was a chance he could see that there was a problem with Dwayne Dantes. As such, Klein had divined before attending and received the answer that there wasn't any danger. Since the goddess didn't say anything, even if her archbishop were to discover some problems, he will probably feign ignorance. Klein replied with a warm smile, "I've been to the cathedral frequently. Even my soul seems to have been cleansed. Therefore, I abided by the goddess's teachings to pass such beauty and hope to others." St. Anthony nodded. In front of the goddess, all believers are differentiated by their character. I hope those people who live in poor environments will liberate themselves of fear and receive serenity. Praise the lady. Klein and Electra tapped their chests. Praise the lady. Seeing St. Anthony turn towards other believers, Klein planned on getting a glass of champagne. At this moment, he saw a gentleman approach him. This man had somewhat loose skin with an obvious pot-belly, but his blue eyes and beautiful mustache made him appear good-looking. Klein knew he was the powerful banker, Earl Hall. Of course, to him, the most important identity of this noble was that he was Miss Justice's father, and Audrey happened to be by his side, observing him. This made Klein immediately feel a little uncomfortable. I need to present the persona that matches Dwayne Dantes, a person of ordinary birth who's working hard to get himself into high society. At this moment, he's bound to be a little nervous and restrained. Likewise, a gentleman who loves beautiful women will feel the same feelings when faced with the most stunning gem in Backland. But he will also unknowingly showcase his own breadth of knowledge and show his charms. Yes, an experienced tycoon who survived the chaos must be someone who has pride and confidence hidden in him. No matter what he faces, he will try his best to appear calm, respectful, but not sycophantic. Klein's thoughts raced as he smiled politely at the approaching Earl. Honorable Earl, I happen to see the check you donated. Your kindness and generosity truly impresses me. Earl Hall chuckled. No, compared to you, the price I pay is far inferior to what you made. From my point of view, as long as the poor who yearn to use knowledge to change their fates can be helped, all donations are kind and sufficiently benevolent, Klein said, trying to express his sincerity as he deliberately glanced at the listening blonde girl without leaving a trace. He knew an ordinary without a trace was obvious in the eyes of a spectator. Audrey wore a faint smile, silently listening as though she hadn't noticed the gentleman peek at her. This made Klein lack confidence. Earl Hall laughed. Then we shall agree to disagree. I can tell that you once had a difficult period and had once led the life of the poor. Klein nodded. I do not avoid such a past. They are my valuable riches. And this is something me and my friends lack, Earl Hall commented. I hope there will be opportunities in the future to work with you. That is also something I look forward to, Klein replied. Earl Hall pointed to the side. A couple of friends are waiting for me. I hope that your charitable ways and wealth keep increasing. Klein drew the crimson moon on his chest. Praise the lady. Praise the lady, Earl Hall and Audrey replied in unison. Watching them walk away, Klein secretly exhaled in relief. Suddenly he tensed up as he naturally looked around the hall and noticed the shadow at the door. Silently sitting there was the golden retriever. On the carriage back to Empress Borough, Earl Hall, who looked like he was resting, looked at his daughter. Audrey, didn't you mention that you wish to join one of the church's charitable organizations? Are you interested in joining this bursary foundation? Ah? Audrey expressed the appropriate level of surprise. It's only a small charity foundation, her brother, Hibbert, argued. Earl Hall shook his head and laughed. I've asked a few bishops. The total amount of donations tonight has already reached £100,000. Why do you think there's so much? Hibbert frowned. They were bribed? At the same time, Audrey gave her own view. Knowledge and the relaxing of the electoral qualifications? Earl Hall nodded and sighed. Nothing is an essential existence, including humans themselves as well as the nobility. He smiled at Audrey. There's no need to force yourself. Even if you miss this, there will be other charity organizations. Father, I'll consider it, Audrey replied seriously. She had already decided on joining to contribute her efforts but was hesitant because she felt the middle-aged man was a little problematic. After returning home, Audrey immediately brought Susie to her room. What's your take on that Mr. Dwayne Dantes? The golden retriever sat opposite her. He seems to know you or something on you. Also, a lot of the time, he's acting and leaving a certain degree of clues. He seemed to be guarded against me. He's extremely sharp. Yes, I noticed it too. He might be a beyonder. He acted very well, but it's still an act, Audrey said in thought. The biggest problem stems from his shock when he saw me. He was almost horrified. Also, he was embroiled in 2 cases, especially with that case regarding Baron Sindras. It seems to have some beyonder elements involved. I'll get someone to investigate Dwayne Dantes, and after confirming that there aren't any major problems, I'll join the Bursary Foundation. Ah, right, it's almost Monday. I can request Fours and Mr. Moon. They're both in Backland. Monday afternoon at 3, dark red beams shot up in the Grand Palace. Audrey quickly surveyed the area and bowed with a smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Chapter 866, Home. Upon hearing Miss Justice's greeting, the Fool Klein suddenly had a strong wistful feeling. After knowing her identity, status, looks, and situation, he had a deeper understanding as to why Audrey's tone had a happy and radiant air. He understood where it essentially came from, but he didn't end up envious or jealous, nor did he believe that she lacked the toughness brought about by misery. Instead, he felt that in this world that had chaos, warped, and madness underlying it, having such a lady exist was really nice. A smile surfaced on his face as he gently nodded as an acknowledgement of Miss Justice's greeting. After the Tarot Club members exchanged greetings, Cattleya nudged her glasses and turned her body sideways. She bowed in the direction of the blurry figure that was enveloped by grey fog at the end of the long bronze table. "Honourable Mr. Fool, there are 3 diary pages this time. Queen Mystic has finally come online again." Klein lampooned and said with a smile, "Very good." A few seconds later, Cattleya conjured the diary pages after receiving approval, seeing them leap into Mr. Fool's hands. Klein glanced at it casually when his heart skipped a beat. He realized that the diary pages provided by Queen Mystic depicted Emperor Roselle's early days and didn't seem to contain anything important. Logically speaking, when being unable to distinguish the importance of entries, one will definitely prioritize the later diary entries. This would best restore the mystery as to why Emperor Roselle was agitated. "I believe Queen Mystic is sufficiently clever." As Klein wondered to himself, he began seriously reading the first page. 21st September. Arrived at St. Millom. I've officially begun my first state visit. Faysac's weather is really a little cold. It's not even October and it looks like it's about to snow. It's no wonder it's famous for its various coats and winter wear, as well as its liquor. Fuck, the people here are ridiculously tall, as expected of a country that descended from giants. However, I have to say that I hate it when people look down on me. Tonight I'll be going to a bar to find a Faysac beauty to share some drinks. Upon reading this, Klein suddenly suspected if Queen Mystic Bernadette's question was if she had a brother of Faysac descent. Holding back his skin, he swept his gaze to the second diary entry. 22nd September. I think I blacked out. What happened last night? What happened to my Faysac beauty? I actually lost out to her in drinking. The embassy staff told me that the women here are often better at drinking than men. I should show some temperance when I head to bars in the future. I sure don't want some ugly middle-aged woman to do unspeakable things to me when I black out. The alcohol here sure is strong. My headache has lasted an entire day. Thankfully, my stomach doesn't hurt. I should sleep early. I'll be visiting the Great Twilight Hall tomorrow. 23rd September. The Great Twilight Hall is indeed grand. It's like a myth materializing into reality. That building seems to be completely prepared for giants. Since I don't share their faith, I could only circle the perimeter. The square at the bottom of the Great Twilight Hall is also filled with the fragrance of alcohol. There were plenty of people there, some kneeling, some sitting, others playing musical instruments. They exude a rather relaxed and open feeling. I got to know a Phasacian who blows a bone flute. Compared to his kinsman, he's ridiculously tall. He's roughly 3 meters tall. His name is Honegger, and he claims to be from one of the clans in Faysac that have the purest giant bloodline. The way he plays the bone flute looks very sorrowful, as though he doesn't belong here but has no idea where to go to. Compared to the skirt chasers at Intis, he's a lot more like a poet. I had a chat with Honegger for a while and raised my question from before. He said that he's only homesick, but the problem lies in the fact that he's a true blue native from St. Millom. He has never left this place before. Honegger didn't immediately reply to me as he played the bone flute for a few more minutes. He later told me that he misses the origins of the giant bloodline, the giant king's court mentioned in myths. He told me that he and his clan of Phasacians often dream of tall mountains that are used as giant city walls. It's a palace forever bathed in twilight's glow, with tall towers and other kinds of buildings. It resembles the Great Twilight Hall, but it's even more fascinating, epic, and miraculous. Without anyone needing to tell them, Honegger and his clansmen believe that it's the giant king's court. Towards the end of our conversation, Honegger slowly stood up and thanked me for listening. He was going to leave Faysac to seek out the giant king's court, to find the home of his soul. He believed that in the zone at the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, there might be a path that leads to the giant king's court. He said that a millennia has passed, but the giants have never forgotten their home. Now it's his turn to follow the footsteps of his ancestors. This path would never stop until the destination is reached. He played the bone flute again and gradually left amidst that ethereal and sorrowful tune. Home. Home. Upon reading this, Klein felt for the first time that his feelings resonated with the Emperor. Although Roselle only wrote the word that seemed to repeat without describing his feelings, Klein could understand the undulating feelings within him. This was because he and Roselle were like Honegger. They had a home they belonged to spiritually. Sighing inwardly, Klein flipped to the second diary page. 10th January. Visited Sonia Island. This place is also called Ancient Elf Island. It has plenty of elvish ruins and customs left over. I was surprised on the first day. The elves actually make blood cake, and they enjoy eating animal organs and are good at using spices. They even invented chopsticks. Thinking about the elvish depictions on the murals, apart from their blue hair, their facial contours and eyes are similar to Asians on Earth. Could they be my fellow countrymen? Yes, back then, I had such suspicions as well. However, it's impossible for so many people to transmigrate at once, since it's almost an entire race. Klein thought in interest as he quickly continued reading. 13th January. I've been so busy searching for writings, relics and folk tales that I forgot to write my diary for a few days. Although many objects have been taken away by the various churches, I've still obtained something of value. Various legends have it that Elf King Soniathrim created chopsticks. There are records of him using animal organs and blood to cook delicacies. It's acknowledged that he is their founding ancestor, the first elf. Due to certain reasons, he led the race and left the western continent that only existed in legends, bringing them to the northern continent. Could it be that this is she doesn't need to know the corresponding meaning. All she needs to do is to remember it. The word in Chinese is home, home. Klein repeated this word again as he felt his eyes redden a little. He finally understood why Queen Mystic had chosen these 3 diary pages. This was because it was the protective symbol her father had left her. Home. At this moment, Klein seemed to see a river of emotions. Its surface was flowing silently, but there were infinite eddies flowing underneath, churning without end. Klein retracted his gaze and made the diary pages disappear. Looking up at Cattleya, he asked, "What's your question?" Chapter 867, Investigation Mission. When looking at Cattleya, Klein had actually guessed what her request would be as he sighed and felt confident. How did Mr. Fool know that I'll be asking a question and not making a request? As expected of Mr. Fool, Cattleya thought before politely asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the meaning of these 2 symbols." After receiving permission, she conjured the Chinese characters for gu and xiang. As expected, Klein sighed silently. When combined together, they mean home, the homeland for one's soul. When combined together, the homeland for one's soul. Cattleya placed the emphasis on the second sentence, as she knew very well where home was for Queen Mystic. Audrey, Alger and the other members took the opportunity to learn the new Roselle text, trying hard to memorize the symbols and their combined meaning. Klein didn't speak further as he leaned back into his chair. "You may begin." Alger immediately turned his head and looked at the world. "Your mystical item is ready. I'll give it to you this week." He was referring to the mystical item made from an ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic. The artisan had first rushed to finish Miss Justice's glove, so the world's request had been delayed. With Mr. Azik not replying yet, and with me unable to restore the seal on Creeping Hunger, this mystical item's arrival is timely. Klein controlled the world and made him nod. That's still an acceptable speed. An acceptable speed. If I had delayed it for another 2 to 3 weeks or even a year, would you be teleporting to me? Alger thought with a baffling sense of wariness. As his original plan was to obtain the cataclysmic interrare potion from the church, and with him just beginning to digest the ocean songster potion, he wasn't looking to purchase any ingredients. He fell silent again, watching the other members begin their transactions. To Alger, the most important thing now was to obtain 1 or 2 mystical items to match with Whip of Mind. After all, to only have one mystical item for a Sequence 5 Beyonder was quite an embarrassment. He had already reserved one. Once the artisan finished the world's item, it would be his six-winged gargoyle's core crystal. For that, he needed to pay £1,000. Together with the fee for the world, the money he had was reduced by £2,000, leaving him with £1,800. With no one speaking, Emlyn looked at the sun and asked, "I need a Sequence 5's artificial vampire's Beyonder characteristic. What do you wish to get in exchange?" He had recently learned that the sanguine had means to eliminate the mental corruption of a characteristic, but he needed to make sufficient contributions. Therefore, he wished to first obtain the main ingredient. He only had £5,400 and was still a little short of the roughly £8,000 price. He believed that the sun would make a request for an item, so it was better to learn of it ahead of time. Furthermore, the sun doesn't understand the market prices. Perhaps the thing he wants only costs £5,000. In the hopes of being pleasantly surprised, Emlyn lifted his chin slightly and looked at the sun. Derek thought seriously and said, Sun Pathways Sequence 5 potion formula. He originally wished to have him repay his debt with Mr. World, but realized it wasn't appropriate. Having participated in so many gatherings, Derek was no longer a newcomer. He knew a Sequence 6 formula was not equal to a Sequence 5 characteristic, so he changed his request. Sequence 5 potion formula. That's very difficult to purchase. It will cost between £4,500 to £7,000. Emlyn was just about to answer when he heard Mr. World's hoarse voice. "I have it." Instantly, the palace fell silent. All the Tarot Club members appeared a little wooden. Is Sequence 5 that common? Emlyn felt down that he still wasn't at that sequence. After calming down, he asked, "How much will it cost?" Considering Emlyn's financial situation, Klein had the world chortle deeply. £5,000. Priest of Light potion formula. £5,000? Emlyn was taken aback before saying without hesitation, "Deal." "All right." The world nodded as though it wasn't a major transaction. Then he saw Miss Justice look around. "I'd like to commission an investigation mission." Investigation mission. The fool Klein's heart skipped a beat as the world's expression turned somewhat sluggish. "What is it?" Fours asked proactively. Her impression of Miss Justice's commissions was that they were relatively simple while paying handsomely. Audrey organized her words. "There have been two matters that happened in Backland recently. One is Baron Sindra's. He was suspected to have been framed. The other is Member of Parliament Macht being assaulted because of the environmental measures." Force found the description especially familiar, as she had been present for both matters. She unknowingly straightened her back, waiting for Miss Justice to continue. "And in these two matters, there is a tycoon named Dwayne Dantes involved. He came to Backland 2 months ago, and he had donated more than £10,000 of shares to the Church of Evernite. I wish to hire someone to investigate the actual situation with that gentleman," Audrey described, using a tone as though she had never interacted with him. I know this too well. He's rather rich and he looks pretty good. He handles matters with experience and in a mature manner. He's someone with kidney or bladder problems." Fours nearly raised her hand to shout out her thoughts. She had even more information. His butler studied black magic, his servant worshipped death, and one of his neighbors was a Beyonder. In short, he perfectly fits the image of a foreigner who is being bullied. Yes, there's no rush. Let's hear what Miss Justice has to offer. Fours curbed her excitement as she patiently looked at the girl beside her. However, her body language betrayed her in front of a spectator. Audrey was rather surprised, never expecting Fours to know Dwayne Dantes so well. Meanwhile, Emlyn was a blank. As for the fool Klein, leaning back in his chair, he nearly twitched the corners of his mouth. Miss Justice's commission exceeded his expectations. Could it be that I exposed something about myself that garnered Miss Justice's interest? Or could it be that by donating £10,000, it shows how much importance Earl Hall places on this? Hence, Miss Justice decided to secretly carry out investigations because she's worried for her father? Klein's mind raced as he thought of a solution. At this moment, Audrey deliberated and looked at Miss Magician. An initial investigation for £500. If you encounter danger causing the difficulty to rise, I'll compensate you with more. No problem. Fours hurriedly organized her words inwardly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the world Gammon Sparrow raise his hand. He had raised his hand. Chapter 868, Shared Identity. Fours was taken aback, suspecting that she had seen wrong. Following that, thoughts couldn't help but surface in her mind. Mr. World wishes to take this mission? That's right, he's in Backland, but this is an investigation, not a murder. Dwayne Dantes is already pitiful enough. Leave Dwayne alone. Eliminating the investigation target implies completing the investigation. What do I do? Do I still take the mission? It's a full £500, but the competitor is Mr. World. Perhaps we can cooperate and not compete. Why would Mr. World be interested in this mission? His focus is actually on the framing of Baron Syndras or the assault on Member of Parliament Mocked. Fours finally grasped the problem at its core. Alger and Cattleya had already cast their gaze at the world. To them, the matters concerning Baron Syndras or Mocked weren't something that needed special notice. However, for Mr. Fool's Blessed to accept the investigation meant that the problem was bound to be extremely complicated, with important secrets underlying it. Emlyn didn't think too much, but he also sensed that the seemingly ordinary mission wasn't that simple. Dwayne Dantes is really something. There must be a big problem with him that makes Mr. World choose to investigate him, or are those two cases more important and more critical than I imagined? Audrey's mind stirred as she took in all the reactions of the Tarot Club members. Among them, Derek was the only exception. To him, it was normal for the Tarot Club to help each other. Audrey moved her gaze to the world and asked with hidden anticipation, "Mr. World, you wish to receive this mission?" After returning to Backland, she had gathered news from the sea, roughly confirming that Mr. World was the crazy adventurer, Gammon Sparrow. While impressed by this gentleman, she felt her feelings to adventure out at sea had waned. Klein had already thought of a response. He made Gammon Sparrow's expression turn solemn and reply with a deep voice, "Dwayne Dantes is an identity." After brief but repeated considerations, Klein decided to expose some information, making Dwayne Dantes one of his public facades. He believed if he chose to conceal the matter, there was a chance of being exposed in the future. As Dwayne Dantes was about to enter high society, he might need Miss Justice's assistance. When that happens, the spectator would probably sense something, discover that the world was previously hiding something, and that Mr. Fool had never mentioned it. This would lower her sense of belonging and make her begin suspecting even more matters. Honesty was more effective and less worrisome than lying. As for why he didn't directly say that Dantes was Gammon Sparrow, it was because Klein didn't wish to leave the impression that he was the only blessed of some nifty fool that appeared. Dwayne Dantes is only an identity? Audrey sharply read between the lines and had a theory. She then heard the world simply say, "A common identity that me and my companions share. I will occasionally disguise myself as him." Upon saying that, he emotionlessly swept his gaze across the magician. A common identity, occasionally disguised as him. That very pitiful Dwayne Dantes is Mr. World? That tycoon with kidney or bladder problems is Mr. Gammon Sparrow? Fours felt as though she was struck by lightning, her brain turning numb with fear. She subconsciously felt that Shio's unintentional comment made a lot of sense. When a butler, valet, neighbor, and surroundings had problems, the person that seemed ordinary definitely wouldn't be ordinary. No, it's not the street where Dwayne Dantes stays at. It's because of that secret that he was selected by Dwayne Dantes, selected by Gammon Sparrow. The pitiful one isn't Dwayne Dantes, but the Beyonders and Beyonder items around him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten Shio to ask the goddess to bless him. It's more of a curse for Mr. World. Fours suddenly trembled, thankful that she hadn't left a comment in her note that he should check on his kidneys or bladder. Otherwise, she suspected that she might appear at the next tarot gathering as a Beyonder characteristic. Logically speaking, Mr. World shouldn't know that I'm the magician, but I was carrying Lemano's travels with me. He had used the spellbook before and had added demigod-level Beyonder powers to it. He had definitely observed me in secret, remembering my appearance and evaluating my value. The fear in Fours surged as her expression filled with misery. At this moment, she saw Mr. World sweep his cold glance at her, her feelings of regret instantly becoming extreme. Thankfully, I didn't rush to answer and mention my impression of Dwayne Dantes. During the bodyguard mission, were we the ones protecting Dwayne Dantes, or was Dwayne Dantes protecting us? Should I refund Mr. Gehrman Sparrow his money? At times, Dwayne Dantes is equivalent to Mr. World. Audrey was first stunned before finding all her questions answered. Fours does know Dwayne Dantes, but she didn't know that he's Mr. World. The reason that Dwayne Dantes was shocked when he saw me was because he recognized Lai. Mr. World might very well have guessed that I have a spectator beside me based on the potion ingredients I gathered, hence he became wary against Susie, who was secretly observing. Others might not doubt an animal, but Mr. World is experienced. Which is to say, Dwayne Dantes. No. Mr. World, Gehrman Sparrow knew that I was Justice, but he didn't choose to make contact. Under those circumstances, unless he directly says it, it will be difficult for me to guess or believe it. Furthermore, talking about the Tarot Club in St. Samuel Cathedral is just too crazy. After a brief moment of surprise, Audrey's emotions calmed, leaving her only with excitement. This was her first meeting with another member of the Tarot Club apart from Fours. It feels like a historic moment. But why was the identity of Dwayne Dantes made? What are they up to? The matter of Baron Syndra's being framed and their donation really are more complicated than I originally imagined. Why do I feel that the kingdom's upper echelons are beginning to stir in a state of unrest? Now that I know the identity of Dwayne Dantes, I might be able to participate and cooperate indirectly. Wouldn't it be very logical to have Justice from the Tarot Club join the charity foundation established by Mr. World from the Tarot Club? Alger and Cattleya weren't too surprised that Dwayne Dantes was the World. In their minds, another thought flashed through. Something major is about to happen in Backland. Chapter 869. Report him. Is something brewing in Backland again? An extension of the Great Smog? As Alger and Cattleya wondered about the recent events, they planned on using their own channels to obtain more detailed information. They were in no rush to directly ask the World, feeling he wouldn't answer in detail. At the same time, they suddenly realized that the public announcement of the Dwayne Dantes identity seemed to be a boon. As long as they paid attention to news of the tycoon, they could roughly grasp the actions of Mr. Fool's Blessed and provide tacit cooperation. And since it was just a fake identity, it could be disposed of the moment any problems were exposed. Similarly, they could be a witness for this identity, making it appear more realistic. Cattleya, for instance, could provide her crew and partners with relevant information, making them believe such a man existed. By the time official organizations investigated, they would discover that he did exist. After a brief silence, Audrey was about to answer Mr. World when she saw Mr. Moon ask, "What is this public identity used for? Are there deeper problems present in the cases mentioned by Miss Justice?" As a citizen of Backland, Emlyn was quite concerned about his living environment. Why don't you investigate all these questions yourself? To not be swept into the vortex, I have already exposed myself. Klein lampooned Emlyn and made the World give a deep chuckle. Of course, it's awaiting further investigation. His succinct answer could be translated to, "The two cases definitely have deeper problems, but that's a secret." Although Emlyn was bad at reading people, he could still understand what the World was getting at. He chuckled dryly and leaned back. When Audrey saw this, she took a second to stop her mouth from curling up. She then said to the World, "All right, I understand. Thank you for the information." At this moment, she was further convinced that joining the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation was a good thing. In the future, if she faced any danger, she could inform Mr. World ahead of time, and then head to the foundation as per normal, busying herself in the office adjacent to his. If the psychology alchemists have their suspicions about me, I'll get them to meet me at the foundation. Dwayne Dantes' image is completely different from the way he acts as the World. Yes, Mr. World is an experienced actor. Also, Dwayne Dantes is a public identity. He won't always be synonymous to Gehrman Sparrow. It's no wonder there are rumors of him liking a wide range of women. A crazy murderer like Gehrman Sparrow definitely is a good match with a pure and innocent girl. As a spectator, Audrey couldn't help but imagine that. As for Klein, he lampooned when he heard her reply. What do you mean? Thank you for the information? Shouldn't you be paying £500? Are you treating it as something shared among members? He made the world nod without mentioning it further, then turned to look at little son. Do you have Bizarro Baines over there? The world paused and added, perhaps you use a different name to refer to it. In short, it's good at disguising itself, and it has bizarre powers. It's nearly at the demigod level and has a main eye gathered from its characteristic. He deliberately mentioned its level to warn little son of the danger. However, Alger and Catalea didn't pay attention to this point. It was understandable for the world to purchase demigod-level materials on behalf of his peers. Derek thought and said, it's not among the commonly seen monsters, but perhaps someone might have encountered it before. I will search through the books, or help you ask. The world tersely answered and fell silent. After Fours made her request for an ancient wraith's cursed artifact to no avail, the transactions came to an end. Before Mr. Hangman could ask the son, Fours stole a glance at the world and said, I recently had a strange dream. In it was an almost genuine treasure trove, including. She described the scene in detail, and towards the end said, that is the complicated symbol formed from fate and concealment. Fours was just about to request permission from Mr. Fool to conjure it when she heard the world say, are you talking about this symbol? The world first made a request before conjuring the symbol. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, with symbols for fate and concealment on its surface. It came from Lanivus, the proof of admission to the Hermits of Fate's gathering. Ah? Fours glanced at it and stammered, yes, that's it. After she answered, she realized Mr. World hadn't only produced the symbol but an item. Suddenly, she came to a realization. Dwayne Dantes had chosen Buckland Street for a reason. Just as she had the thought, she saw the world say with a hoarse voice, that treasure is a trap. He does know, thankfully I was wise to seek the advice of the experienced. Fours heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for your reminder. Audrey asked out of curiosity, Mr. World, what does that symbol represent? Why do you call it a trap? Klein controlled the world and answered simply, it represents a bunch of thieves that called themselves Hermits of Fate. Hermits of Fate, thieves. Alger and Catalea thought as they memorized the two names. As for Klein, he thought of another problem. That demigod from the Marauder pathway who was sealed deep in the sewers hasn't left Buckland Street as expected. Furthermore, this demigod isn't staying put. He actually tried to influence Miss Magician via a dream. This won't do. I have to eliminate this latent risk as soon as possible. I'll find my dear poet later and warn him. The grandpa inside his body wouldn't be uninterested in a demigod of the same pathway. With this in mind, Mr. Fool, who was leisurely looking at the members, curled his mouth into a smile. Audrey vaguely sensed the emotional changes. That bunch of thieves who call themselves Hermits of Fate are friends related to Mr. Fool? The talk quickly came to an end. Catalea said to the world, I'll give you the intelligence you want this week. All right. The world nodded. Klein sighed inwardly. With this secret organization, many things were simpler. Seeing he had nothing else to say, Alger turned to the son. Have you figured out the matter regarding your former chief's mausoleum? Derek said, somewhat ashamed, I just made 2 friends. As a Beyonder from the Sun pathway, he won less than 1 in 10 matches at the training field. After suffering plenty of beatings, he finally established a relationship with his former acquaintances. He hurriedly added, however, I heard that the 6-member council wishes to open the mausoleum. Regardless, they wish to retrieve the characteristic at the very least. Alger nodded gently. Not bad. They don't necessarily have to be friends in order to provide you with help. When you establish a bigger network, you will naturally obtain more intel. Chapter 870, A Question That Strikes the Heart. Upon gaining recognition, Derek was taken aback for 2 seconds. His shame lessened as he said, somewhat embarrassed, I will take further steps to understand this matter. I will work hard to make 2 sources of information. No, a friend before the next tarot gathering. Derek quickly made a target for himself. Upon seeing this, Klein made the world hoarsely say, if it involves the domain of death, you can seek my advice. And I can seek Mr. Azik's advice. He silently added, Thank you, Mr. World, Derek answered gratefully. After a short exchange regarding other matters, the Tarot Club entered the learning segment until it ended. Returning to the real world, Klein immediately wanted to resolve the problem of the marauder demigod, but his plan was met with an obstacle. He had no idea where to find Leonard Mitchell. St. Samuel Cathedral? Leonard is most probably underground. He only prays in the cathedral once or twice a week. I can't be heading there thrice a day all week just to meet him, right? As Klein lampooned, he felt a deep sense of regret for being too focused on the sophistry and forgetting to ask for his contact method. I should have said to Leonard, I will inform Klein Moretti about his identity being exposed. If he has anything he wishes to say, I will pass it on for him. That way, I'll be able to establish a private method of contact. Klein exhaled slowly. All he could do was use his final solution, ask the magic mirror. Drawing the symbols that implied concealment and mystery prying, Klein cast his gaze at the full-body mirror. He saw aqueous light ripple, producing white Lanese text. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal and humble, terrified servant Orodes is here to answer your summoning. Before answering any questions, I want to say, I was wrong. I was wrong. Klein pricked up his brows. Why are you suddenly admitting to a mistake? On the mirror, the words warped. In short, I was wronged. Recently, there have been many people trying to find out about you, and they have learned of the reputation of your present identity. So, Dwayne Dantes' amorous preference has spread so much so that even Miss Justice knows of it. Well, that's good. Klein was somewhat enlightened as he secretly laughed. It's your turn to ask. The mirror's words remained white. Will you forgive me? No, I mean, are you willing to watch my subsequent performance? This attitude, Klein skied inwardly and said with a sullen expression, Work hard. Yes, Great Master. The ghastly white words bloomed with silver light. Since you have summoned me, do you have a question to ask me? Klein nodded. Yes, where will Leonard Mitchell be living in the next few days? The silver marks distorted. 7 Pinster Street. Beneath the words, the aqueous light rippled, forming a scene of a terrace house numbered Unit 7, with a black-haired, green-eyed youth about to get his keys. It's the same old place. If I were to pay a visit directly, it will sully Leonard's impression of Dwayne Dantes. Get Emlyn White to go? Leonard has probably figured out that the vampire and Sherlock Moriarty have ties. The current problem is that it's hard to determine at Grandpa's stance. Thoughts arose in Klein's mind as he changed his plans. Compared to directly informing the Grandpa, using Palez Zoroast's or Amon's name to warn the target was a milder method. Of course, the premise is that I don't expose myself. Klein pondered for a few seconds and asked again, Where is the demigod beside Hazel Mucht hiding? The mirror's surface rippled as the scene changed. On a thick, embroidered carpet was a small leather sofa. In the middle of its white, furry cushion was a grey rat. Its eyes were closer to dark red. Rat, that marauder demigod has parasitized a rat, and he's sleeping inside Hazel's room in broad daylight? Klein was surprised before he felt a little amused. The scene fixed as silver lines surfaced. Great Master, what other instructions do you have for me? Very sharp. Klein tersely answered, Use the mirror in the room to warn that demigod. Tell him that all around this street there is an angel from the marauder pathway with ill intentions plying it. Furthermore, blasphemer Ammon might come at any time. All right, Master, I'll do it immediately. The words on the mirror sparkled. In Hazel's room, the grey rat felt its spiritual perception stirred as he hurriedly stood up and cast its gaze on the full-body mirror. On its surface, words that seemed to be written with fresh blood appeared. Leave this area. The grey rat's gaze froze. Why? The blood seemed to flow as new words formed. The surrounding area has an angel from the marauder pathway in urgent need of replenishment plying it. Blasphemer Ammon is rushing over. I'm warning you because I do not wish for them to benefit. The grey rat squeaked softly, asking in a deep voice, Who are you? The mirror, which had dimmed, suddenly had bloody words appear again. I've already answered one question of yours. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask. Following that, a new line of bloody red text appeared. After you hurriedly parasitized a rat, you should be influenced by the body's construct and hormones. Now, which entity will make you have the desire to mate? Female human, female rat, male rat, or all of the above? Please answer. At this moment, Hazel cracked open the door. For some reason, the grey rat inside didn't notice. The door opened slightly again as Hazel discovered that the entity who claimed to be a demigod was staring at the mirror in a daze, seemingly infatuated with its present appearance. Hazel's brows twitched slightly as she paused her action. Then, she saw the grey rat's body tremble, its red eyes effusing a clear murderous look. "Stop fooling around with me," the grey rat growled. It turned its head to leave the room, but invisible chains suddenly bound its body. This strength wasn't anything to fear when it was in its optimal state, but now everything it had accumulated had been drained. Boom! A thick silver bolt of lightning descended from the sky, smiting the grey rat. The scene before Hazel's eyes turned blinding white. Immediately her vision recovered as she found the grey rat on the ground, charred black, its limbs twitching. Chapter 71 Director. What happened? The sudden change made the inexperienced Hazel momentarily lost as to how to react. She stood there in dazed silence for a few seconds before pushing open the door and rushing in. When she arrived beside the charred rat, the existence that claimed to be a demigod rolled in a fit. Speaking with a calm tone, "You forgot to close the door." "Ah!" Hazel first wore a blank look before realizing she had failed to close the door as she usually did. With the rat appearing fine, she pursed her lips and turned around, walking back to the door. During this process, she glanced at the full-body mirror, seeing that everything in it looked normal. As the door clicked shut, Hazel asked, "Teacher, what happened just now?" The charred rat looked at her sidewards, its gaze beyond the window. In the world of mysticism, anything that involves supernatural power is filled with danger. You can't be too careless. I had tried to use the mirror to do a divination, but I ended up garnering the attention of an unknown existence. After an intense struggle, I finally resolved the problem. The rat spoke fluently, as though being struck by lightning was something trivial. "Is that so? Why didn't you warn me of such matters in the past?" Hazel couldn't help but frown, smelling the mixed scent of charred fur. Without waiting for her reply, the rat turned its back to her. "My physical condition has deteriorated as a result. I'm no longer suited to staying here, or else I might be discovered by the Church of Evernight. Yes, find an opportunity to send me to your manor in the countryside." Looking at the rat's charred fur and smelling the fragrance of roasted meat, Hazel fell silent for a few seconds. Suppressing her doubt, she nodded. "All right." At 160 Boakland Street, sitting in a reclining chair, Klein saw the full-body mirror ripple with aqueous light again as silver words formed. "Great Master, your puny servant, Erodes, has followed your instructions to warn that demigod from the marauder pathway. I have also given her a tiny punishment." "Huh?" Just as Klein was ruminating, light from the mirror's surface presented a scene. A silver bolt of lightning smote down, causing the grey rat to collapse while convulsing. "This is way too weak." Klein suddenly understood why the demigod's condition was weaker than he expected. "Are you satisfied with the way I handled it?" The silver lines quickly warped into a question. "Not bad," Klein nodded. He paused and probingly asked, "Why didn't you directly kill her?" Erodes's mirror outlined silver words. "If one can't be certain in killing a demigod target, it's best not to force them into a corner. Once they aren't repressed, they will completely let themselves go. Most of the time, to have a problematic condition is because they are resisting their inclination of losing control. I'm not here in my actual form, so all I can do is deal a small punishment." When the final line appeared, the mirror's aqueous light shimmered, and Klein had the feeling that a creature was looking at him with widened, watery eyes. He nodded. "That's it for today. I'll summon you again if there's anything else." "All right, Master." The mirror immediately produced a hand-waving emoticon. After cleaning up the room, Klein finished his nap. Before long, the white-gloved Walter came to the third floor. "Sir, the church has sent a letter. They've invited you to be a director in the board of directors for the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. You can choose to directly take up a post there to receive a sizable salary, or you can choose to take on a symbolic role." The church sure is efficient, Klein thought, feeling that since he had already donated the shares, he didn't need a salary. "I'll take on a symbolic role. However, I wish to participate in some of the actual operations of the foundation in the future." I will inform the church of your thoughts, Walter replied. If you have nothing else, it's best you head over on Wednesday morning to witness the official establishment of the foundation. Dwayne raised his porcelain cup. Okay. On the Golden Dream, Danitz sat on the deck, worriedly looking at the azure sea. After being urged by Gehrman Sparrow, he felt he couldn't delay any further. I don't want to become a pile of cash while I'm sleeping. So what if I'm suspected? Danitz gritted his teeth and mustered his courage, heading straight for the captain's cabin. Being unable to find Anderson, he could only ask Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. After reaching his destination, Danitz took 3 deep breaths and raised his right hand to knock. At this moment, his captain's voice sounded from inside. Please come in. Danitz's right hand paused as he forced a smile and entered. He saw his captain sitting behind a desk, writing with a dark red fountain pen. Captain, I have something I'd like to consult you about, Danitz said with a smile. Edwina put down her fountain pen and glanced at him. You wish to ask about West Balham? Ah, Danitz's expression froze. The captain already knows. It must be those bastards and dog shit like Barrel and Iron Skin. After cursing inwardly, Danitz forced a smile. Yes, as you know, I'm very interested in history and geography. Edwina's limpid eyes moved as she looked out the window. This is international politics. Without waiting for the stiff Danitz to find another excuse, she continued. In West Balham, there are cities managed by the Loanese, valleys belonging to Intis, native generals who are supported by Loan, and tribes who follow Intis orders. There are also powerful independent states. They are secretly connected to the different factions of the numinous episcopate and are in a rivalry with those who claim to be the descendants of death. In addition, the Rose School of Thought and Fasak Empire have a deep influence on West Balham. Among them. Danitz listened in surprise before he lowered his hand with a dry chuckle. Captain, I need to take notes. Edwina, who had been interrupted, wasn't mad. She pointed at the fountain pen and paper on the table. That's a good habit. I believe Gehrman Sparrow doesn't wish to receive erroneous information. Ah? Danitz was stunned once again. West Balham sure is chaotic. It's difficult to even tell which faction a medium-sized warlord belongs to. The Rose School of Thought has a very strong influence there. That means a sharp rise in risk for me. Klein had quickly scanned through Danitz's letter after receiving it from Miss Messenger. It made him believe that he shouldn't head to West Balham alone unless Mr. Azik accompanied him. Chapter 872, Results of Mediumship. Watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein glanced at the letter in his hand and considered the problem of West Balham again. He believed that he needed to make preparations in case Mr. Azik wouldn't reply in the next month. That meant that when July came, he might have to head to West Balham with a few military personnel, without the Death Consul's protection. If that happened, the shadow of the Rose School of Thought would ultimately hang over him. 2 choices. If I confirm that it's extremely dangerous, I'll directly abandon my identity as Dwayne Dantes. On the contrary, I should seriously consider a customer list. I will not have myself involved in any faction that's suspected to have ties with the Rose School of Thought. I might as well set a target first to make any unexpected developments be controllable. The information provided by Danitz likely comes from Vice Admiral Iceberg. The 2 native generals mentioned seem rather special. Klein read the content from beginning to end as he vaguely figured something out. He had his initial suspicions that the 2 native generals were related to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The reason why Edwina didn't make any note was to deliberately point out their uniqueness, telling him they were targets to cooperate with. This way, she didn't need to worry that there would be a leak from Danitz, as there was no information to leak other than a hint. May Sanchez, Katamia. The former receives the support from the royal faction of the numinous episcopate. The latter secretly claims to be a descendant of death. Even if it's real, who knows how many generations separated he is. If he were to meet Mr. Azik, how should he refer to him? Klein chuckled and shook his wrist, burning up the letter. Following that, he began enjoying an exquisite afternoon tea, until Walter entered and whispered, "Sir, the police are here again. It's regarding Quaron's suicide." The matter's clues superficially pointed to Dwayne Dantes, so even though Baron Sindras had handled matters, the police would visit him from time to time. "Invite them to the activity room on the second floor with the garden," Klein said, placing his cake down and drinking a mouthful of tea. Walter replied with an unperturbed expression, "They wish for you to head to the police station. Today is the day the Quaron family will be identifying the suspect in a police lineup. They say that they are very sorry, but this is a necessary process that cannot be skipped." Klein slowly got up. "Understandable. Richardson, get me my coat, hat, and cane." Since he was no longer involved, he was rather willing to figure out what the Quaron family had encountered from a bystander's perspective. Inside a spacious room in the police station at North Borough, Klein stood behind a glass wall and saw Quaron's family. An elderly man and woman, a woman in her late 30s, a teenager, and a girl who wasn't older than 10. Their gaze swept the suspects before landing on Dwayne Dantes at the same moment. It's him, the teenager yelled, his eyes turning red as he clenched his hands into a fist. "It's him, officer, it's him." The woman in her late 30s wept, her eyes filled with hatred. The little girl holding her hand wailed, "Daddy, return Daddy to me." The two elders were wiping their tears, one nearly fainting from sobbing. However, Klein had never even met them before today. Implanted memories? He frowned slightly, sighing as he began wondering what they had encountered. Meanwhile, in the mortuary beneath the station, Daly Simone held a pencil and began sketching, her body shaking slightly. She had changed into a female black and white police uniform set. At this moment, her palm was moving uncontrollably, and soon a desk, oriel window, and other items appeared on the paper. On the oriel window, a figure was reflected. It was none other than Baron Sindras. "Pa!" The pencil in Daly's hand dropped. She looked up at Leonard and the two police inspectors. In the second that Quaron committed suicide, he struggled deeply in his heart. That is to say that his suicide is a result of Quing and guidance. This isn't a simple psychological problem. It must have involved beyonder powers at a rather high level, and this contradictory struggle resulted in his emotions breaking down. Before his death, he would restore the truth to a certain degree. This is the scene that's fixed in his eyes. The high-ranking inspector furrowed his brows. "Ma'am Simone, are you implying that the last person Quaron saw is the real murderer? Baron Sindras is actually the real murderer." Leonard Mitchell immediately scoffed. "What you see might not be equivalent to the truth. You might not understand it if I call it an illusion, but if I'm a murderer, I can find a person that looks like Baron Sindras so as to make him appear inside the room before Quaron committed suicide." The two inspectors were very pleased with the explanation. "We've already arranged for Quaron's family to pay a visit. I'll have to trouble the two of you to obtain more clues that point towards the truth with non-intrusive means." "All right." Daly rubbed the corner of her eyes. "I'll use the washroom first." Believing they were in for plenty of work, Leonard also left the mortuary and walked towards the washroom above. Just as they finished climbing the staircase, they suddenly saw a gentleman with white sideburns appear on the other end of the corridor, walking out of the police station with his valet. He was none other than Dwayne Dantes. Daly Simone's mind went adrift for a moment. She turned her head and looked at Leonard, discovering the poet was looking at Dwayne Dantes. "Why did you suddenly file for permission to help me? That member of the Numinous Episcopate will soon be found." Daly didn't give Leonard a chance to find an excuse. "You believe that gentleman from before is problematic?" Leonard retracted his gaze and fell silent for 2 seconds. "Dwayne Dantes has met His Grace before." He deliberately didn't provide any sort of confirmation or denial, as though the question should be posed to St. Anthony. Daly nodded gently as she turned her gaze towards the washroom. On Wednesday morning, Audrey Hall rode a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. The Lone Charity Bursary Foundation was situated at 22 Phelps Street, in a building belonging to the Church of Evernite. Before getting off the carriage, Audrey held the invitation and looked out at the scenery, filled with anticipation for the future. She was to become a director and would work on raising funds and with external liaisons. Chapter 873, Undetectable Communication. After entering 22 Phelps Street, Audrey instantly saw Dwayne Dantes walk out from the side corridor. This gentleman was wearing a black formal suit and holding a gold inlaid cane, communicating with the Foundation's staff beside him. As though sensing her gaze, Dwayne Dantes naturally turned his head. Then his eyes lit up in amazement like he had seen a treasure. Following that, he smiled and gently nodded as a greeting. Audrey returned the gesture, then followed the staff escorting her up to the second floor. During this process, her instincts as a spectator told her that Dwayne Dantes's gaze kept following her until the wall blocked his view. Impeccable acting. He perfectly played out the reaction of what a gentleman who has zero resistance against beauties, but remains sufficiently reserved would do when meeting me for the second time. It's as though we have only met once. It's exactly as I imagined. He was even able to light up his eyes. This is a technique that's part of his Beyonder pathway, or is it an ability that he possesses to begin with? I have to say that Mr. Gehrman Sparrow is an excellent actor. Audrey complimented in thought before seeing a few reporters waiting to interview her on the second floor. She was not a noble lady who enjoyed having her photo plastered on the papers. She had her valet inform the reporters that pictures were forbidden by Earl Hall's authority, then went into the VIP lounge with her lady's maid, Annie. In the lounge, Audrey greeted the other guests and habitually found a seat where she could see everyone, waiting for the ceremony to begin. She surveyed the area and said to the female staff escorting her, "Love, sir, this is my first time joining in the actual operations of a charity organization. I wish to know what we should do." The lady named Love, sir, who was in her 20s, smiled. "The current plan is to not be too eager in widening the scale. We will start mainly with Backlund, promoting the bursary to all the students and let those in need to apply. We will organize a committee to do the exact audit. Once the examination is over, we will disperse the bursary and help the poor who yearn for knowledge to change their fates." Just as she said that, a magnetic male voice interjected, "I have 2 suggestions. The first suggestion is that staff are to be gathered today to head to the different schools to promote the bursary. June is the examination period. If we aren't efficient enough, there will be many students from poor families that will give up taking the examination because of the lack of funds. What we are doing might seem simple, but it completely affects each and every child's life. Therefore, we need to begin quickly and not waste any time." The speaker was none other than Dwayne Dantes. "All right, June is the examination period. I actually forgot this. Mr. Dwayne Dantes actually noticed such a detail and had considered those children. He's actually a person with a gentle heart." Audrey suddenly felt that she had a new take on Dwayne Dantes, on Gehrman Sparrow. This was what a spectator had just obtained. A cold assassin on the surface but has a warm heart deep down. She carefully listened to his suggestions. Second suggestion. In regards to the bursaries, it's best if it's put in the corresponding bank account. When school fees need to be paid, they can bring their documents to us to apply for a withdrawal. This is to prevent the applicant's parents and siblings from spending the money. To a poor family, this is an irresistible temptation. Having said that, Klein pressed his palm to his chest. "Sorry, pardon me for barging into your conversation." Audrey smiled. "Mr. Dantes, your suggestions are excellent. You have opened my eyes to matters that I never considered before. The only problem is that what you say to us is meaningless. I'm only listening to Ma'am Loves's introduction." Lavisa smiled. "Yes, you should mention all of these at the first Board of Directors meeting." "Don't you see me deliberately coming over to convince Miss Audrey first? With Justice's part in this, I can ensure that there will be no objections from the Board of Directors." Klein made an enlightened and regretful expression. "Look at me, being all anxious about these matters and forgetting my place. Ha ha! Sometimes I just wish that things will be made into reality once I'm given the chance." Mr. Dwayne Dante's acting is a little exaggerated. He should know that he can't fool me. Oh, he's doing it deliberately to communicate with me ahead of time without leaving behind any traces. He wants me to support him? Audrey instantly read his thoughts as her smile turned clearer. She was rather happy, feeling that he was treating her as an equal. After forgiving his recklessness, Audrey looked away and said to Lovesir, "What I'm responsible for is to raise funds, and to communicate with the government and Parliament." That should be a simple matter for you. Lovsa answered frankly. Audrey nodded. If I have the time to spare, can I join you in visiting the different schools for the promotions, as well as the examination of the candidates? Lavissa was originally unwilling, but when she saw Audrey's clear green eyes, her heart softened. If Miss Audrey sees true misery and is still willing to help, she will definitely be able to be of greater use, she thought, sighing with a smile. No problem. However, you won't be able to wear such a dress or any jewelry. What do I do with Lai? Turn it into a bracelet and hide it under my sleeves, Audrey thought, replying with a smile. All right. With Miss Audrey Hall's support, the Foundation's first Board of Directors meeting ended perfectly. Klein returned to 160 Bookland Street in a good mood. Following his habits, he entered his master bedroom around 2 for an afternoon nap. In his hazy dream, Klein suddenly jolted awake and sensed something. Someone was attempting to infiltrate his dream. Who is it now? I'm even getting disturbed in my afternoon naps. As Klein mumbled, he made the dream transform into the half-open room with the balcony. He then saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard with his unkempt clothes somersault through the window. Does this fellow not know how to use the main door? Why is he suddenly here? I should remember to get his contact method. Klein sat in his reclining chair, feeling peeved and amused as he looked at the poet. This is an impolite way of visiting me. When Leonard heard that, he bowed in a manner that lacked standards. Mr. Dantes, I have something I would like to consult you on. Consult? That's a nice attitude, Klein secretly tesked. What's the matter? Leonard grabbed a seat and deliberated before asking, You were embroiled in Quaron's suicide. Who do you think the real murderer is? If I wanted to know, I would have thrown out Frank's mushrooms. However, I can't say that I've no idea. Klein was accustomed to such situations. He expertly laughed and instead of answering asked, How were your investigations? Chapter 874. I didn't say anything. Leonard Mitchell clasped his hands together and leaned in slightly. We have restored the scene Quaron saw before his death. This didn't directly show the murderer, but the glass on the oriel window happened to reflect Baron Syndras's figure. After a pause, Leonard added, This is too simple and unconvincing. A powerful banker and noble at Baron Syndras's level wouldn't need to personally take action or be present to watch if he wants someone dead, unless he has some special fetishes. And as you know, there are many ways to replicate such scenes, be it via an illusion or disguise. When he mentioned disguise, he looked up slightly and glanced at Dwayne Dantes, as though implying that the latter's present appearance was unlikely his true one. What a simple and direct way of framing someone. It's really suspect if the murderer behind the scenes really wants to frame Baron Syndras. I should process everything from the beginning. I won't mention the conclusion and only raise questions to guide his train of thought. If the final answer isn't right, that must be because my dear poet misinterpreted it. Klein smiled as he raised his porcelain cup and took a sip of black tea. Let's not consider this problem first. If the person who wasn't embroiled in this matter wasn't me, how would the case have developed? Leonard raised his clasped hand slightly as he tapped his index finger. As a suspect, Dwayne Dantes would be remanded at the police station, but his butler, servants, neighbors, and friends will be able to testify that he has never made contact with Quaron's family. Hence, the testimonies from both sides will contradict strongly. The police will be unable to handle it and request the Nighthawks to intervene. Using mediumship means we will see the scene Quaron had before committing suicide, thus obtaining Baron Syndras's figure. As he spoke, Leonard suddenly fell silent. After a few minutes, he continued speaking under Dwayne Dantes' smiling gaze. Regardless of the unconvincing, odd, and simplistic nature of the clue involving Baron Syndras, we will follow protocol and make contact with him and begin the relevant investigations. And this will lead to certain problems related to him being noticed by us. Baron Syndras is involved in matters involving the Beyonder domain, so he can't stand up to further scrutiny from the Nighthawks. The more Leonard spoke, the more certain he became. He, or they, might not care if their trap is seen through. As long as they get the Nighthawks to do a routine investigation on him, their goal will be achieved. This is because Baron Syndras hides a rather serious and easily discoverable problem. Yes, that's the same conclusion I have. Of course, I won't directly acknowledge your guess. Wouldn't it be awkward if I was actually wrong? Klein crossed his right leg over his left and laughed. Baron Sindras, who has been alerted, definitely won't show any problems now. Leonard slowly nodded and said, as though explaining to himself, "This Baron's experiences are rather legendary. He has been pushed to the brink of bankruptcy a few times, but he managed to turn the tide. Perhaps, in one of these instances, he had sold his soul to the devil, an evil god, or some other secret existence out of desperation. This story is quite reasonably crafted." Klein didn't comment before asking, "On the other hand, how would the Nighthawks treat the real murderer that led to Quaron's suicide?" Leonard temporarily put aside all his previous thoughts. The design trap is too crude. It's easy for people to discover problems. Therefore, it's unlikely to be done by mid- or high-sequence beyonders from the spectator pathway. It looks more like it was done by a beyonder from another pathway who relied on a mystical item. Before he finished his sentence, Leonard fell into silence again. Klein maintained his faint smile, calmly looking at the poet as though he had everything under control. "This is very similar to what Old Man said from before. Is it really done by some mid- or high-sequence beyonder from the spectator pathway?" His seemingly crude and flawed setup was actually a precise consideration of everyone's reaction, with the only mistake stemming from Dwayne Dantes' experience and wisdom. Leonard felt that he had already figured out the truth as he got up and coughed gently. "Thank you for your advice." Klein immediately chortled. "I didn't say anything." Without waiting for a response, he said, "Your former colleague got me to ask you how he should inform you if he were to discover traces of Ince Zangwill." Leonard sat back down. With a complicated expression, he said after more than 10 seconds, "Pass the information in the form of a letter to 7 Pinster Street." "This means that he won't be leaving Backlund anytime soon? A Marauder Pathways angel definitely has many magical secret techniques. I can't ask, or else it will lower Dwayne Dantes' level." Klein wore an unperturbed expression. "I'll inform him." Leonard paused. "If I wish to contact him, how should I do it?" Klein was already prepared, smiling. "The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gehrman Sparrow. You can ask Palez about the exact ritual if you aren't too sure." Leonard knew that Gehrman Sparrow was also Klein Moretti. He nodded indiscernibly and stood up. "Thank you for informing me. Please pardon me for my intrusion." With that, he left the dream. "Hey, you left just like that?" "As a nightmare. Shouldn't you consider how there might be problems with your memory?" Klein lampooned as Leonard's figure disappeared. He ended his nap and began busying himself over West Balham. On the Golden Dream, Danitz drank some iced light beer. "That's what I call life," he guzzled. A moment later, greyish-white fog appeared as Gehrman Sparrow's voice echoed, "Please inform Danitz that he is to immediately head to West Balham. Take special note of any signs of Rose School of Thought activity." "Head to West Balham?" Danitz stammered. He knew how chaotic and dangerous it was. "Furthermore, I have to go alone." His future seemed bleak as images of terrifying creatures, native tribes, and gunfights surfaced in his mind. "No, I have to say no. He should at least send me a helper." "There. Ordinary people can survive in West Balham. It's not as horrifying as I imagine it to be. Besides, he just requested me to figure out the situation, not to contact anyone." Danitz quickly forced a smile and requested Mr. Fool to inform Gehrman that he would take action. He then set up a bestowment ritual. When it ended, he saw an illusory door open. A dark golden sunbird-shaped brooch flew out. Sun brooch. In the southern continent, the sun pathway was one of the most effective, directly giving me such a precious item. It's not bad working for Gehrman Sparrow. However, he said something about it being borrowed. Danitz picked up the brooch, feeling his surroundings turn hot. After giving Danitz his mission, Klein was about to instruct Richardson to get him iced water when his spiritual perception triggered. He activated his spirit vision and saw Reinette Tinneker walk out of the void, one of her 4 heads holding a letter in its mouth. "Who's it from, Leonard?" Klein reached out his right hand in suspicion. Chapter 875, Mummy, 7 Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell came to his desk and unfolded a piece of paper. He then picked up a fountain pen, preparing to write. However, just as he dipped a dark blue spot onto the paper, his pen paused. He attempted to move his wrist a few times, but all his attempts ended up stopping due to hesitation. He raised his wrist, lowered the pen, and repeated this action again and again. Finally, he froze his wrist in midair. "Pa!" Leonard threw down his pen, crumpled the paper, and accurately threw it into the trash can. At 160 Boakland Street, Klein received a thin letter from one of Miss Messenger Rynette Tinniker's heads. He felt its weight, and only when his spiritual intuition sent no warnings did he tear it open. There was only one page with 2 lines of neat, beautiful handwriting. "I have something that will require your help. Let's discuss it in detail, face to face. Sharon." So it's Miss Sharon. Klein had his questions answered. He took out a gold coin and did a simple divination, then wrote one word on another piece of paper, "Tonight." After folding the letter, he asked Miss Messenger as he handed it to her, "Can you still locate her?" If not, he planned on giving her Sharon's mailing address. "Yes." One of Rynette Tinniker's heads gave an answer before opening its mouth and biting down on the letter. After Miss Messenger vanished, Klein immediately held a ritual, planning to bring Creeping Hunger back from above the grey fog. He then planned on traveling to search for a lucky pirate. Creeping Hunger still required feeding once a day, so all Klein could do was use it when needed and throw it back above the grey fog before the next feeding time. "If Creeping Hunger dares to make a fuss, I'll feed it mushrooms." After ending the ritual, he wore the thin human-skinned glove, turning translucent until he vanished. He had dinner, and after waiting for Creeping Hunger to finish its howling above the grey fog, Klein retrieved it by using the excuse of an upset stomach to enter the bathroom. He then teleported to the area outside the Bravehearts bar. During this process, he had already changed into Sherlock Moriarty. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, lowered his hat, and nudged open the heavy wooden door of the bar. After asking the bartender, he held a cup of Southville beer and went to Billiard Room 3, where he knocked on the locked door. Amidst the rhythmic knock, the door creaked open. The red-eyed Ian peeped his head out before smiling. "Sir, please come on in." Klein nodded and entered, taking in the surroundings. Marek, hair a little messy, was bent over to play billiards. "Long time no see," Klein greeted first. Meanwhile, Sharon, in her small black bonnet and black regal gown, appeared beside the billiard table, sitting on a high stool. "Good evening, ma'am," Klein said, bowing with a smile. Sharon seemed to float up, giving a slight bow in response. Marek lowered his cue stick. "From the looks of it, you're still in Backland." His face was as pale as ever, but the evil look in his brown eyes had lessened significantly. Klein walked to the billiard table and put down his beer. "I'm very sorry. I was planning to sell a Wraith Beyonder characteristic to you, but unfortunately it was lost." Sharon's blue eyes didn't move. "Are you all right?" She knew the characteristic belonged to his marionette Senor, and its loss was significant for a Beyonder like him. "I'm still all right. At least I didn't suffer any harm," Klein said with a sighing smile. "No wonder I didn't see Senor this time." Marek muttered in enlightenment. "Marek and Miss Sharon don't seem too bothered. They have other means to acquire one." Klein thought, switching topics. "Is there something this time?" Marek glanced at Ian, who quickly left and closed the door. Sharon's doll-like face didn't show any emotion as she allowed Marek to speak. "Tomorrow, there will be a ship from the southern continent arriving in Pritz Harbor. It is intimately tied to the Loan Army. This ship carries with it treasure plundered from the Star Highlands. Among them is a mummy. It's the 19th king of the ancient Hargenti Plains, Condensed II, the southern continent's original language. In the ancient Highlander language, king also has the special term Kadiev. It was translated by Emperor Roselle as Pharaoh. Mummy was named by him too. Condensed II was once a high-sequence Beyonder. However, after his death, the corresponding characteristic was taken away, leaving only his corpse behind. To us, it has another meaning, a very important meaning. Our goal this time is to obtain that Condensed II mummy. Another meaning? The corpse of a high-sequence Beyonder without any characteristic. Could it be the ritual requirement to go from sequence 5 Wraith to sequence 4 Puppet? Miss Sharon already has the formula and has digested the Wraith potion. Klein swept his gaze at Sharon but failed to discover any obvious changes. She was still more like a doll than a living person. Sharon silently sat there, listening intently. If it's just a high-sequence mummy without a Beyonder characteristic, the level of protection can't be too high. Just the two of you shouldn't find it difficult. Klein raised a suspicion. This time, it was Sharon's turn to explain. We're worried that it's a trap the Rose School of Thought is using to target us. If there's nothing, £1,000. If there's something, we will be in charge of drawing attention while you take away the mummy. Depending on the level of danger, it will range from £5,000 to £10,000. I see. Klein thought, asking, do you know of spirit world plunderers? Sharon nodded slightly. I can use the cash and the relevant information about spirit world plunderers as payment. Klein tersely acknowledged. I'll consider it. I'll write to you before midnight. As a seer, he would head above the grey fog to confirm the level of danger. All right, Sharon replied with a deadpan expression. Klein didn't immediately bid them farewell, walking to the door to inform Ian to enter. He then asked, are there any news worth taking note of recently? Ian thought for a moment. Someone is trying to find out about the organization that believes in the Fool. Klein was surprised, asking with a smile, a young man with black hair and green eyes. He suspected it was Leonard. Ian shook his head. No, black hair and black eyes. Some mister from the Aurora Order? Klein considered. Can you draw who it is? Ian was taken aback. You might never be able to recognize him if that's the case. At this moment, Sharon said, I can help you. All right. Ian, relieved, followed her instructions to prepare a simple ritual. Then, his body trembled as he drew a sketch while possessed by a wraith. It was a young man with curly black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead and a thin face, wearing a monocle. Amon, blasphemer Amon. Chapter 876, Art of Diverting Trouble. Amon. Klein's pupils constricted, and although he looked normal on the surface, he tensed up significantly with his heart churning with waves of alarm. Although he had kept using Amon to scare others, he never expected that this blasphemer, a king of angels, would arrive in Backland so quickly and be looking for the organization that believed in the Fool. In fact, although it's surprising, it's understandable. With Backland having an angel and demigod of the Marauder pathway, it's only a matter of time before Amon arrives based on the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. Although he had kept using Amon to scare others, he never expected that this blasphemer, a king of angels, would arrive in Backland so quickly and be looking for the organization that believed in the Fool. In fact, although it's surprising, it's understandable. With Backland having an angel and demigod of the Marauder pathway, it's only a matter of time before Amon arrives based on the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. The only problem is that he has been searching for something in the forsaken land of the gods for so many years, so it's unlikely he would suddenly abandon his search. Therefore, this isn't his main body, but an avatar? An avatar that exists in the northern continent? An angel of the Marauder pathway should be good at using worms of time to create avatars. Amon must be stronger than them. Klein's thoughts raced as he gradually came to a conclusion. As a Marauder pathway's king of angels before the cataclysm, Amon definitely knows what the name the Fool means and can detect the corresponding aura. He came here for the Fool this time. This is really going to be a headache. After his initial shock, Klein gradually composed himself. What he was most afraid of now was that he would end up encountering Amon because of convergence, and Amon was clearly able to detect his uniqueness. When that happens, the Fool would have to consider if he could be resurrected. After all, this was a king of angels, an existence just second to a true god. From the looks of it, temporarily leaving Backland to head for West Balam might not be a bad choice. Anyway, the biggest problem stems from myself. If I had already advanced and become a Bizarro sorcerer, I'll be able to hide the grey fog's aura. Even if I encounter Amon, I won't have to be afraid of exposing anything. Klein drew a silent breath, once again feeling a sense of urgency. He needed to quickly push open the door to Sequence 4. For this, he needed to work harder, be it making another marionette, acting, or gathering ingredients. Phew. Backland really is a terrifying place. If Ouroboros hasn't left, just the ones I know would number 5 angels, including 2 kings of angels. Klein looked at the sketch drawn by Ian and vaguely shook his head. Okay, got it. He shook his head, expressing his exasperation. I'll have to leave. I'll reply to you before midnight. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and slowly walked out of the billiard room, then teleported back to 160 Boakland Street. Inside his master bedroom, the first thing he considered was how to deal with the problems Amon brought. He quickly came up with an idea. Find something for Amon to do to draw his attention away. And that something was another angel from the Marauder pathway, Palez Zoroast. Perhaps this was key to Amon's ability to become a Sequence Zero. It would be something far more important than finding the organization that believed in the Fool. Of course, Klein wouldn't directly sell out Leonard's grandpa, as he had yet to show any ill intent. His thoughts were simple: inform Palez that Amon was in Backland and see the angel's reaction. If that grandpa is helpless against Amon's avatar, he can only get Leonard to leave Backland. As for me, I'll have to bring forward my trip to West Balam. Klein arrived at a decision and took out a piece of paper, writing, Amon has arrived. Folding the letter, he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew hard. When Rainet Tinniker appeared, he took out a gold coin and pressed it on the envelope. This was to maintain his image of Dwayne Dantes as someone equal to Palez Zoroast. This shows that face is something you buy with money. As Klein sighed, he said to Miss Messenger, send the letter to 7 Pinster Street. Oh, just throw it into the mailbox. There's no need to send it to the addressee. He wished to hide his trump cards from Palez. The blonde, red-eyed head in Rainet Tinniker's left hand sucked the letter and gold coin into its mouth. However, she didn't immediately disappear, looking at Klein silently with all 8 eyes. What's wrong? Klein was taken aback before guessing. You don't know where 7 Pinster Street is? He then recalled that a messenger's delivery depended on mysticism-based location. 2 of Rainet Tinniker's heads nodded in unison. Klein coughed lightly, pulled out a map of Backland and circled North Borough, then Pinster Street. When you're here, you will see the unit number on the buildings. The head in Rainet Tinniker's right hand opened its mouth and bit down on the map. Then her figure phased away. Relieved, Klein walked to the balcony and started reading the papers. Late into the night, he went above the grey fog. Helping Sharon and Marek obtain the Tutankhamun II mummy is dangerous. Klein performed a divination. The spirit pendulum rotated clockwise with a weak amplitude. This means that the danger isn't too great. Furthermore, even if it's a trap, there's no need for the present me to be too afraid. Klein beckoned with his hand, making a translucent miniature black crystal card fly to him. This was the fate siphon charm he had created from a worm of time. Following that, he summoned Creeping Hunger and the Sea God's Scepter, recording Lightning Storm and Hurricane into the glove. The upgraded Creeping Hunger could record 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers, so he no longer needed to borrow Lemano's travels. After making his preparations, Klein returned to the real world and wrote a simple reply: exact time, location, and plan. At 1 a.m., Leonard, who had slept 2 hours, woke up energetically. He prepared to leave 7 Pinster Street for the St. Samuel Cathedral basement. Just as he stepped out the door, his spiritual intuition triggered. He subconsciously cast his gaze to the side. A look of puzzlement flashed in his eyes as he walked over and opened the mailbox. During dinner, he had cleared it out. Typically, there wouldn't be anything new until daybreak. However, at this moment, a thin letter was waiting silently at the bottom. Old man, you didn't inform me of a new letter, Leonard said softly as he picked up the letter. The slightly aged voice in his mind replied, the person didn't enter. Leonard knew Old Man's senses were limited to his body. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter. It was mostly empty with just one short line. Amon has arrived. Amon has arrived. Leonard's pupils dilated immediately. At the same time, he heard the parasite in him gasp for the first time. Chapter 877, Whose Trap? Towards Amon, Leonard didn't have a strong, direct impression. All he knew was that it was the most feared enemy of the parasite in his body, the culprit that left the mysterious and powerful old man injured to this day. Therefore, he quickly calmed down and asked with a suppressed voice, what do we do now? In his mind, the slightly aged voice sounded after 3 seconds. The one that came probably isn't Ammon's actual body but one of his avatars. Indeed, blasphemer Ammon is an angel and probably a Sequence 1 angel. After all, Old Man is suspected to be a grounded angel. As Leonard absorbed the information, he listened to Palez Zorast continue. If Ammon's actual body appears in Backland, it might very well cause a deity's descent. A deity's descent. How many years has it been since something like this happened? In just a few words, Leonard came to realize how terrifying the angel named Ammon was. Standing in front of the mailbox, he hurriedly suppressed his voice. Since Ammon has such importance placed on him by the deities, shouldn't we try to find a way to inform the church? From his point of view, the church was the best choice for dealing with Ammon. In his mind, Palez Zorast chortled. It's useless. It might even be something Ammon wishes to accomplish. To him, it's just a loss of an avatar, and he can use the death of his avatar to see the corresponding changes in fate, creating the conditions for his actual body to deal a lethal blow. Besides, do you think there will only be one avatar of Ammon in Backland? Based on his habits and style, surrounding this beacon are several, dozens, or even more than 100 avatars. When we attempt to eliminate the one that's out in the open, it might very well be the case that a few, dozens, or more than 100 Ammons will appear. He could be a passerby, a bird on the roof, an ant on the ground. One who isn't a demigod wouldn't notice it even if his avatar invades their bodies. As he listened to Old Man's description, Leonard felt a chill run through his back. He suddenly had a feeling that the surrounding air was filled with countless Ammons. You're afraid now? Palez Zorast chuckled. If you understand how Ammon can steal away your fate without showing any anomalies, you will be even more terrified. What do you mean by stealing away my fate? Leonard asked, wary and puzzled. Palez's old voice sighed. He will follow you back. Then you'll discover that your parents will be making him their son. Your wife will view him as her husband. Your friends, everyone you know, will treat him as you, and you will be the unlucky one. You will lose all connection with the real world and slowly die. Would such a theft be permanent? Leonard couldn't help but draw a gasp. Palez Zorast sniggered. Before a thief is caught, will he volunteer to return what he stole, unless he has had enough fun with it? Leonard instantly fell silent, feeling that an enemy at Ammon's level was completely unfathomable. After a few seconds, he asked, his voice hoarse, "Then what do we do?" Palez Zorast fell silent for a moment. Let's watch and see. Inside the Bravehearts bar, Marek was waiting at billiard room 3 according to the agreement. Since Sherlock Moriarty had agreed to help, discussing the details face-to-face was necessary. Guzzling down a mouthful of beer, he raised his hand to comb his hair. At this moment, his heart stirred. He looked up to the side and saw a figure in a top hat and formal suit outlined quickly. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Teleport? Marek's heart palpitated as his pupils constricted. He instinctively raised his level of wariness. At the same time, he noticed Sharon's doll-like figure had appeared on a high stool. Klein pressed down his hat and bowed. What I'm most concerned about is the amount of intel you have. If there's sufficient intel, the chances of success will be higher and the risks lower. Let me raise a simple example. Do you believe that Tutanses II's mummy doesn't have any problems? Can you confirm which coffin it is in? If you can, I can teleport over, and the problem will be resolved. Just as Marek tried recalling, he heard Sharon say in a calm tone, "It can be confirmed which coffin it is, but we cannot confirm if there are any problems with it." Klein nodded and pulled a chair over. "Apart from that, what else do you know?" Sharon's blue eyes moved slightly. "It might be a trap by the Rose School of Thought, or it might be a trap by the lone military. You didn't mention the second guess previously." Klein thought, questioning the latter point. "A trap meant for the Rose School of Thought?" Marek answered this time. In the ancient Highlands Kingdom, creating a mummy was the tradition for an esteemed person. Before the lone, Intis and Fenapota allied forces attacked, the pharaoh's descendants had moved the most important batch of mummies. This time, one of the Highlands rebel armies had their secret base stormed. The Loen army found the Tutanses II mummy and plan on delivering it to Backland. To the pharaoh's descendants, this is an insult of the greatest order. And among these descendants, there's a demigod named Marmosi. He's both one of the main leaders of the rebel army and is also an important member of the Rose School of Thought. He's the student of Abomination Suar. Klein nodded slightly. That is to say that Condensed II's mummy might be bait for the Loan army to fish out Marmosi. Of course, this doesn't exclude the possibility that the Rose School of Thought is deliberately sacrificing a pharaoh's remains to eliminate you. Furthermore, Miss Sharon and Marek were able to escape the Mother Tree of Desire's restrictions. They might have someone supporting them in secret. If there is such a person, that person is definitely a target the Rose School of Thought wants to be uprooted. Klein's mind formulated these thoughts, but he didn't say them. Yes, Marek said, rubbing the corners of his eyes. Klein thought for a moment. If it's the former, the situation might be more troublesome than I imagined. To deal with a demigod, the Loan army will have at least 2 Beyonders at the same combat level as Marmosi lying in ambush. Apart from that, they will definitely have some redundancies, for example, a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Sharon's chin moved slightly, nodding in agreement. Klein said, therefore, we have to obtain more accurate and detailed intel. From that, we can make more targeted preparations. This will allow us to achieve our goals. Without waiting for a reply, he added, I know of a secret existence for magic mirror divination. He strictly adheres to a principle of reciprocity. If you do not mind your privacy or actions that will bring about intense humiliation, you can obtain answers to many questions from him. Are you willing to try? I'll perform the summoning. What happens if I refuse to divulge my private matters or reject doing such actions? Marek asked with narrowed eyes. Klein sincerely replied, you'll suffer a lightning strike, causing quite significant damage. Lightning strike. Marek hesitated for a moment and glanced at Sharon. After receiving an affirmative nod, he exhaled. Okay. Klein didn't speak further. He took out a piece of paper. Prepare a mirror. Just as he said that, a palm-sized, regal-styled makeup mirror appeared on the billiard table. Klein glanced at it and drew a symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. Chapter 58 Rhodes' question. As Klein finished his final stroke, the lights in billiard room 3 dimmed. Aqueous patterns rippled across the dainty makeup mirror before the surface resolved into a dark, foreboding scene. Immediately, bloody words appeared one after another. Raise your questions. The scene exuded a supernatural horror that momentarily overwhelmed even the wraith and the zombie, rendering them speechless. Only Klein, accustomed to such spectacles, wore a faint smile. He had previously instructed Rhodes not to ask questions that were too difficult or private, and to avoid acting like a servant. If not for Sharon and Marek's superior understanding of the situation, which allowed for more targeted questions, Klein would have preferred to handle the inquiry himself, to keep his helper a secret. After a few seconds of tense silence, Marek stepped toward the billiard table, opening his mouth to speak, but Sharon's gentle, emotionless voice sounded first. I'll ask the questions. Without waiting for a reply, she floated into a standing position and faced the mirror. Is the Condensed II mummy a trap that the Loan military set up to target the Rose School of Thought? The mirror's blood-red words melted and slid down, leaving behind 2 words that wriggled into form. That's right. So it is a military trap, Klein thought. This ruled out a plot by the Rose School of Thought targeting Sharon and Marek. The risk far outweighed the value of a Sequence 5 and 6 Beyonder. They wouldn't be so reckless unless it was part of a larger plan against the military, and even then, Baklan was a poor choice of venue, teeming with unknown powerhouses. As he mused, new blood-colored words formed on the darkened mirror. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer wrong or lie, you will be punished. Quite obedient, Klein noted with an imperceptible nod. He didn't ask for any artistic performances. The words vanished, replaced by a new query that appeared after a deliberate pause. You are to answer with the relationship between the chained god and the Mother Tree of Desire. The latter half of the sentence seemed to be written in a significantly darker shade of red. Thankfully, the question was relevant and something Klein himself wished to know. Sharon replied in her usual deadpan manner, Since the fifth epoch after the perishing of death, the Eggers family gradually lost control over the Star Highlands and Paz Valley, allowing those places to have their own Beyonder organization, the Rose School of Thought. In the beginning, there wasn't the Mother Tree of Desire, only the Chained God. The Rose School of Thought advocated temperance and established a religious ritual system, including laws. Formal members led ascetic lives to deal with the repercussions of receiving powers. One day, a divine revelation added terms about indulgence. Many people slowly changed and restored ancient but bloody primitive sacrificial traditions. Later, the School of Thought's upper echelons began secretly calling the Chained God the manifestation of the Mother Tree of Desire. The Chained God was corrupted or replaced, Klein concluded. If he was once a true God, the Mother Tree of Desire is terrifying indeed. It's no wonder the other deities view it as an enemy. He frowned, contemplating the implications while acknowledging he lacked enough information to determine the Chained God's original power. Sharon then posed her next question. What problems does the Tutanses II mummy possess? On the mirror's surface, the bloody text squirmed into a sentence. It's filled with hexes, a manifestation of hexes. It has the possibility of automatically becoming a zombie. A mummy made of hexes, as expected of a high-sequence Beyonder. Klein glanced at Sharon and Marek and saw no surprise on their faces. They were clearly aware and likely had a solution. Rhodes followed up with its reciprocal question. You have been trying hard to increase your sequence. Why do you do so? The words that followed the initial pause didn't seem as bright this time. Klein was amused. Is it hesitating? Resisting its urges to ask difficult questions while trying to heed my instructions? Sharon stood silently for a moment before answering softly. In the beginning, it was to not be bullied by others. Now it's to have the strength to protect myself and my companions, and revenge, as well as spread the principle of temperance. If everyone can temper their desires to not have wars and killing, there will be less misery. Klein was surprised. He had always seen Sharon as a woman of few words, one who practiced extreme restraint in her speech. This was the most she had ever voluntarily expressed, revealing a deeply held conviction he never suspected. It made him picture the horrors of the southern continent, a place of war and slavery, and he understood the origin of such a desperate wish for peace. Her mention of revenge seemed almost an afterthought, spoken without much hope. After learning what she needed about the mummy, Sharon asked again, apart from Marmosi, who are the high-sequence Beyonders that will appear in this trap? The mirror's surface rippled and erupted in a brilliant light that blinded them, showing nothing. It can't provide an answer, Klein realized. That implies the involvement of an angel or a Grade 0 sealed artifact. He turned to Sharon and Marek with a smile. From the looks of it, it's as I guessed. The lone military has prepared plenty of redundancies. Sharon gave a slight nod, her gaze still on the mirror as she awaited its question. The blood-colored text appeared all at once. What are your thoughts regarding your teacher? Teacher? Klein realized with a start. Of course, as part of the Temperance faction, she must have had help to resist the school's corruption and escape. He leaned forward slightly in anticipation. Sharon pursed her lips. I respect her. The pronouns shocked Klein so much he almost dropped his smile. Grounded angels were exceedingly rare, even among the Orthodox churches. He had imagined her teacher to be a powerful saint, but the use of her, a term reserved for divine beings in multiple languages, suggested something far greater. The shock quickly gave way to a somber understanding. Sharon's present situation strongly implied her teacher was gone, likely a casualty in the Temperance faction's final struggle against the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire. The mirror turned dark again as the text vanished. After a moment, a single word appeared. Continue. I no longer have any questions. Thank you for your help, Sharon said slowly, giving a curtsy. At her words, the mirror returned to normal, and the light in the room brightened. Sharon looked at Klein, her tone even. We shall forgo this matter. She clearly understood the danger implied by the mirror's final blinding answer. Klein shook his head with a smile. There's no need to rush into a decision. Let me ask you a few more things. Perhaps there might still be a chance that doesn't require us to take too much of a risk. He silently added, At least my divination results say that it's possible. What is it? Marek couldn't help but ask. Chapter 879, Dual Purpose. Upon hearing Marek's question, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the symbol that summoned Orodes, wiped away his smile, and said in all seriousness, "Tell me the detailed process for creating a pharaoh mummy in the ancient Highlands kingdom." As he said that, the paper was engulfed in scarlet-red flames. Marek glanced at Sharon and replied after some thought, "First step, lay it down for 3 to 5 days and use some auxiliary methods to make the Beyonder characteristic naturally seep out. Second step, hold a cleansing ritual, pray to the chained god and hope that half the deceased's spirit remains in the body. Third step, remove the corpse's brain, innards, and bodily fluids, leaving only the heart. Fourth step, stuff the corpse with perfumes and medicine that's filled with spirituality and completely dehydrate the body. Fifth step, stuff the perfumes and medicine inside again, arrange some preparations for a ritual on the corpse's surface, then wrap it up in linen bandages before putting it into a sarcophagus. Sixth step, the organs which were handled in a similar manner will be used as materials for the ritual. This can gather spirituality from the spirit world, making the pharaoh mummy an ingredient rich in spirituality even after more than a millennium. The level of mysticism involved is a lot greater. Klein finished listening carefully. Regardless, Tutanses II's mummy is something with extreme research value. Unless it's necessary, no one is willing to destroy it. He fell into deep thought before looking at Sharon. What's the furthest distance you can travel with mirror blink? Sharon answered without hesitation. 300 meters. That's far enough, much better than my flaming jump. Klein couldn't help but inwardly make a poignant remark. He asked a few more questions and formulated a general plan. He said with a steady tone, "We still have a chance of snatching Tutanses II's mummy away. There is a risk, but it won't be high. Yes, that's on the condition that the two of you listen to my instructions. Let me lead this operation. Of course, if you believe it's unacceptable, you can choose to terminate the operation midway. Just remember to pay me." If this was in the past, Marek would have rejected the proposal without a thought. But after the previous cooperation, the intelligence, adaptability, and mysterious items Sherlock Moriarty possessed had left a deep impression on him. When news of Gehrman Sparrow continuously reached Backland, he had been shocked, even more convinced, that he was one of the strongest Beyonders below that of high sequence. He can still teleport, Marek recalled, and a strong sense of confidence was bolstered within him. He turned his head and looked at Sharon. The two nodded in unison. "All right," Sharon responded, her blue eyes not showing any signs of hesitation. Klein immediately revealed a smile. "I'll go into the specifics when we rendezvous at the scene." His deliberate appearance using traveling was to establish his image, giving him the ability to be in charge. As a marionettist, even without a marionette, he had to control others to complete a targeted act. To Klein, this operation was partly to help them, but he also had hopes of using this grand act to accelerate the digestion of his potion. The immense pressure of Amon's appearance had allowed him to better understand the marionettist principle. He could use his dominance, language, and the settings he designed to control his target, putting on a puppet act in real life. Marionettists weren't only controlling spirit body threads. Just like Amon, a simple appearance is enough to put many matters into motion. He silently sighed as he heard them answer in unison. "Okay." In the evening at Pritz Harbor, elegant gas street lamps illuminated the various streets. At the top of a warehouse, 3 figures suddenly appeared from the void: Sherlock Moriarty, Marek, and Sharon. With the help of teleport, they had traveled directly from Backland. There was quite a distance between them and the dock where the ship with the mummy was moored. Klein nimbly leaped above a crossbar and, like walking on flat ground, quickly arrived by a wall where there was a tiny air vent. He then took out the telescope and looked at the dock. All the building roofs were occupied by soldiers with steam backpacks and thick-barreled rifles. Apart from them, there were a few exaggerated robot monsters parked around the dock, entirely metal and taller than giants. In front of the robots was a very thick cannon. Close to these steel monsters, above the dock, was a dark black metal tower more than 10 meters tall. On the surface, it doesn't seem too simple, But it can't be considered a high-level military operation. Klein retracted his gaze and threw the telescope to Marek. Before they started, they had come to an agreement not to use Beyonder powers to avoid sounding any alarms, as a demigod was likely lurking in the dock district. After Sharon was kept up to date with the situation, Klein revealed a seemingly relaxed smile. "We only have one purpose today. It is to make an attempt if there's a chance. If there isn't, we'd rather observe by the side. Any questions?" "No," Sharon calmly replied. Marek shook his head. Klein nodded and looked at Marek. "How many mirrors have you brought?" 9, Marek pointed to his eyes. "These also count." "All right," Klein pointed in a direction. "When I leave, head for Pritz Harbor. Along the way, throw these mirrors." Marek gaped for a moment but soon understood and nodded seriously. "I'll follow your instructions." Klein smiled as he extended his hand. "I hope for a pleasant partnership." Marek hesitated for a second before striking palms with him. After doing this, the tense feelings in him felt relieved for some reason. Klein turned to Sharon, took out an iron cigar case, and passed it to her. "Take this. After receiving my cue, fly towards the lighthouse. Following that, silently count down from 3 before removing the wall of spirituality. During this process, you must not stop flying. Try to fly as irregularly as possible. When you see me create fireworks, immediately isolate the cigar case with a wall of spirituality and do a mirror blink in Marek's direction. Use everything you have. After you meet up, flee all the way without waiting for me. I'll teleport to you." One of the core items in the operation tonight was Azik's copper whistle. Stealing the Condensed 2 mummy is difficult, but I can get it to run towards me. Chapter 880, The Silent One. After hearing Sherlock Moriarty's plan, Sharon offered a single, silent nod of agreement. Klein promptly took out a steel-grey metal mask and put it on, leaving only his eyes and nostrils visible. Sharon and Marek donned similar masks. Their reasons for the disguise, however, were different. For the Wraith and Zombie, it was simply to avoid being recognized by the lone military, which would severely curtail their future activities in Backland. For Klein, a faceless, the mask served as misdirection. It concealed his pathway's innate ability to change appearances, a detail that would throw off any subsequent investigation. After all, by normal logic, one wouldn't bother with a mask if their face was already a fake. They waited in the darkness of the warehouse until a dull whistle signaled the arrival of a ship cruising into the port. Klein returned to the vent, raised his telescope, and scanned the heavily guarded harbor. He soon spotted a hybrid sailboat with a chimney slowing to a dock. 2 squads of soldiers in red tops and white pants marched over in an orderly fashion, their rifles ready as they formed 2 lines to create a path. Before long, a gangway was lowered, and people began to disembark. First came sailors carrying wooden crates, followed by a young man in a major's uniform. With a heavy expression, he clutched a small casket made of crystal, surrounded by several crew members holding lanterns. They illuminated the casket from various angles, accentuating its contents. A human skull, stripped of all flesh and blood, that swirled with a strange luster under the light. The group proceeded slowly, carefully angling the lanterns to ensure no part of the casket fell into shadow. After leaving the ship, they followed the path to the nearest cargo rail, where a steam locomotive waited like a giant serpent. From a cabin behind it, a man in a black formal suit emerged carrying a huge iron bucket. Inside, Klein could see layers of ice blocks. For a moment, he half expected to see a bottle of wine nestled within, but he soon saw what was truly embedded in the ice, a hand made of pure gold. Unlike the first group, this man moved quickly, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead as mist rose from where his palms touched the cold metal. He seemed desperate to reach his destination before the ice completely melted. The military plundered quite a number of sealed artifacts from the Star Highlands. Klein sighed inwardly, patiently waiting for the main prize, Condensed 2's sarcophagus, to appear. Another 10 minutes passed before heavy rhythmic footsteps echoed from the ship, like a giant walking across a hollow deck. The cabin's side door opened and 4 knights in black full-body armor emerged, slowly carrying a golden sarcophagus. Their armored boots clanked with each reverberating step. The sarcophagus's surface was engraved with ancient, mysterious symbols of strange birds, serpents, and masks, bearing the distinct flair of the Highlands Kingdom. It was the resting bed of the Condensed II mummy. The grinding of metallic chains filled the air as a pitch-black capstan rotated, lowering steel cables. Workers began securing hooks to the corners of the sarcophagus. A complex gear system whirred to life, lifting the heavy casket into the air and moving it towards a topless carriage waiting just outside the harbor. Once the weight was lifted, the 4 armored knights sat heavily on the deck, letting out deep, panting breaths. Amidst the panting, one of the knights suddenly grunted. Dark red blood began to stream from a crevice in his armor, the flow increasing until tiny, black-armored worms started crawling out. Thud! The knight fell backward, his helmet clattering off to reveal a mangled head with empty eye sockets, from which countless black worms now swarmed. A hex, Klein thought, sighing silently. The mummy itself is a manifestation of hexes. Even blessed armor can't completely prevent the curse. His gaze shifted back to the golden sarcophagus as it was slowly lowered onto the waiting carriage. The carriage had no horses. Instead, 4 more knights in identical black armor stood around it. As the sarcophagus landed, they approached, preparing to pull it themselves. At that moment, the wheels of the carriage began to spin on their own. It maintained its balance and started moving, seemingly coming to life. Klein's muscles tensed, his gaze sharpening.
Pa! Pa! Pa!
The wheels spun rapidly, slamming against rocks and logs as the horseless carriage dragged the golden sarcophagus toward an empty section of the harbor in a scene straight out of a horror story. From nearby, a steel monster equipped with a chimney, a cannon, and a machine gun swiveled around. A deep, unobstructed voice boomed from within it. Possession is prohibited here. Instantly, the self-propelled carriage lost its drive, skidding to a halt and leaving 2 long tracks in the dirt. At the same time, a figure materialized in midair, a man in a white robe with golden threads. He had pale yellow curled hair, deeply recessed eye sockets, and a face so thin it was almost skeletal. His brown eyes burned with an irrepressible madness, and his thick lips were pierced with dense, patterned golden nails that sealed his mouth shut. Klein immediately recognized him from Sharon's description. Mamosi, the Silent One, a leader of the Highlands rebel army and an important member of the Rose School of Thought. Mamosi appeared and fixed his gaze on the steel monster, completely ignoring the sarcophagus. His initial move had been a feint to pinpoint the lone military's demigod. In a flash, he raised his right hand and ripped the golden nails from his lips, which shot out like bullets. Then Mamosi opened his mouth. Klein heard no sound and saw no light, but the gigantic steam chariot seemed to warp as if it were melting. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a goat with glazed eyes and messy wool. Blood spurted from the goat's abdomen as a blob of flesh rolled out, a white glove and a golden mask embedded within it. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the flesh, cleaving through the chaos. The squirming mass began to reform into a humanoid figure, a black-haired, golden-eyed man wearing a mask. At that moment, Mamosi raised his palm, and all the guns and cannons aimed at him swiveled skyward, firing harmlessly into the air. He then took out a cloth doll. It was made of old, stained cloth, its eyes dug out, leaving 2 empty holes. The moment it saw the light, its face began to transform, mirroring the lone military's demigod, its empty eye sockets locking onto the man in the golden mask. Seeing this, the demigod's ring emitted a crystalline beam of light, and he vanished, phasing directly behind Mamosi. The doll's transformation, however, did not stop. Meanwhile, near the sarcophagus, the space warped, and a translucent mouth spanning more than 10 meters was outlined. It opened wide and sucked in, creating a terrifying gale that swept up both the sarcophagus and the carriage. A spirit world creature was about to devour the mummy. Suddenly, the bullets and cannonballs that had been fired into the air turned brilliant, gathering into a grand sea of light that inundated everything. Klein's eyes burned with stabbing pain, and though he shut them in time, tears still streamed down his face. 2 seconds later, he opened them to see that the gigantic mouth had vanished, the golden sarcophagus resting silently where it had been. Mamosi had blinked to the other end of the harbor, and the dirty doll in his hand had returned to its original form. The masked man teleported a short distance in tight pursuit. Where they had been standing, a woman in a black evening gown now stood, also wearing a golden mask and a crown of thorns. Then Klein saw a hand wearing a black glove. It reached out from the shadows, grabbing at the sarcophagus. The casket vanished and reappeared directly in the palm. The Rose School of Thought had sent 2 demigods, and they had a sealed artifact from the Marauder pathway. Seeing this, Klein turned his head and shouted to Marek, "Run!" Awaiting his orders, Marek leaped up and rushed out of the warehouse, dashing out of the harbor. Klein immediately spun back to Sharon and yelled, "Begin!" She didn't hesitate. Holding the iron cigar case, she flew towards the lighthouse, passing through walls and obstacles as if they weren't there. Klein quickly retracted his gaze, extended his left hand, and aimed his palm through the ventilation hole right at the spot where the golden sarcophagus had been. In less than a second, a blurry book materialized before him as an ethereal chant sounded in his ears. "I came, I saw, I record." The pages flipped before landing on one. Hurricane. This was a demigod level beyonder power with a wide area of effect. Chapter 881, a play. The Rose School of Thought demigod hiding in the shadows wore a hooded black robe and a golden mask smeared with red and black patterns. Though his exact figure was obscured, he stood tall at around 1 to 8 meters. Using a Marauder pathway sealed artifact, he had stolen Condensed II's sarcophagus, and as it appeared before him, his body phased into a long, ethereal rope that began to bind the heavy casket, intending to pull it into the spirit world. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind roared in his ears, clashing in the air with an explosive force. The golden sarcophagus was sent flying, and the transparent rope around it unfurled, shrinking back into a humanoid form. The demigod floated uncontrollably downwards, shifting into the form of an evil spirit to allow the intense winds to pass harmlessly through his body. He watched as eddies of air swirled into a ferocious hurricane, sweeping up rocks, debris, and parts of the harbor's roof. The previously autonomous carriage, caught in the tempest, was lifted into the air and torn to pieces. Fortunately for the demigod, his shadowy hiding spot was far from the main path and devoid of lone soldiers. The lady in the black evening gown, her crown of thorns glinting, was forced back by the hurricane, unable to immediately reach the airborne sarcophagus. She could only use her momentum to turn, her gaze fixed on a distant warehouse outside the dock district, before her attention snapped back to the demigod who remained unaffected by the storm. "Confinement," the lady commanded, her golden mask glinting as she raised her left hand and grabbed at her enemy's fawn. The Rose School of Thought demigod's formidable spiritual intuition screamed of danger, allowing him to execute a mirror blink just in time, leaping to a piece of glass 80 meters away. As he reappeared, the hurricane suddenly stabilized and calmed. The debris that had been swept up, including the golden sarcophagus, came crashing down. It slammed into the ground, creating a crater and shattering under the force of the impact. The lid flew off, scattering the gold and gems that had been sealed within as burial items. The lower level of the sarcophagus tumbled, spilling golden boxes and jade containers that held desiccated organs. Finally, a corpse bound in yellowish-brown cloth rolled out, its surface covered in a dark red, oily liquid. It was the mummy of Condensed II, thin and desiccated, its face covered by a patterned golden mask identical to the ones worn by the Rose School demigods. 2 abnormally pure onyx gems were embedded in its eye sockets. The moment the mummy appeared, the surroundings seemed to dim. Dark red fluid flowed from the broken sarcophagus, soaking the nearby soil. The Marauder pathway demigod, initially enraged, had a flash of realization, his expression turning to one of pleasant surprise. His figure vanished from the glass fragment and phased into the 2 onyx eyeballs of the mummy, attempting to possess it and pull it into the spirit world. Suddenly, in his evil spirit vision, the mummy vanished. Simultaneously, the physical Condensed II mummy, its golden crown askew, bounced to its feet. It turned its onyx-embedded face toward the lighthouse and let out an inhuman cry. With a lurch, the pharaoh, dead for centuries, freed a shriveled leg and began to run. It ran as if towards freedom, forgetting that it was merely a corpse that should be lying in silence. Tap, tap, tap. The mummy's sprint was just beginning when the lady with the crown of thorns raised her right palm towards it. "All the dead will receive their eternal peace," she intoned in ancient Hermes. With an agility completely alien to a zombie, the mummy leaped, changing direction to evade the area of eternal rest. Farther away, the black-haired, golden-eyed man pursuing Marmosi narrowed his eyes, and his ring once again emitted a crystalline beam. He teleported in front of the mummy to block its path, but Condensed changed direction again, charging out from a different angle. It continued to alter its course, its ultimate goal seemingly to approach the lighthouse via an irregular route. Seeing this, Marmosi's heart stirred. His body vanished, flashing onto a piece of glass near the mummy. He used it as a springboard, finally appearing inside the 2 onyx gems in Condensed's eye sockets. Although the lone military had restricted possession, the pharaoh's corpse retained just enough spirituality to be a viable vessel. With his partner's success, the marauder demigod didn't hesitate. He extended his black-gloved left hand toward the lady in the evening gown, made a fist and turned it half a circle. The lady's thoughts went adrift for a second, and she found herself tightly bound by her own gown. At the same time, lone soldiers on distant rooftops lost control of their rifles, which aimed in her direction and fired. The thick cannons of the steel monsters also swiveled and unleashed their payloads at her. The golden-eyed demigod made no move to save his partner. Instead, he faced the mummy, now stopped by Marmosi's possession, and swung a clenched fist. "Execution," he roared, a look of joy in his eyes. The mummy could die again, but Marmosi could not. Just as the bullets and cannonballs were about to strike the lady, they suddenly slowed as if sinking into an airy quagmire, repelled by a power of laws. The crown of thorns on her head flared, consuming more than half of its accumulated ocean of light. The hooded demigod instantly vanished from his position, reappearing directly in front of the lady just as she raised her right hand. Pure, condensed light gathered in her palm, forming a blazing spear with 2 pure white wings, sweeping out from its tip like an angel's embrace. The rose-school demigod's eyes widened in terror. He heard the footsteps of death and tried to mirror blink away, but found his surroundings sealed by the white wings. At that moment, a shrieking wail pierced the air, and the lady's eyes turned momentarily turbid. The blazing spear in her hand deviated, collapsing into a gorgeous blast of light that was swept away. Near the mummy, Marmosi had ceased his possession. A dirty doll fell to the ground beside him, a tear nearly penetrating its chest. It stood up, its eyeless face twisting into a gruesome visage as it continued its shrieking wail. The golden-eyed demigod felt an invisible hand grab his neck, and he kicked and struggled in mid-air. This doll had saved both rose-school demigods from certain destruction. The marauder demigod immediately used mirror blink to approach the mummy, which was still focused on the lighthouse, planning to join forces with Marmosi. But the lady in the evening gown appeared directly above them, the crown of thorns on her head emitting the purest light. She pressed down with her right hand. "This place will have the mysterious weakened and the real strengthened." Instantly, the blood-stained doll lost its expression and fell silent. The golden-eyed demigod, finally able to breathe, forcefully pulled the hexed hand from his throat. The demigods felt their beyonder powers rapidly decline as the power of real-world attacks was massively boosted. The advantage had swung decisively to the lone soldiers and their steam chariots. Marmosi and his partner reacted instantly, one trying to repossess the mummy, the other attempting to retrieve the doll, both planning to escape. Just as the lone demigods moved to stop them, a light streaked into the sky and exploded into dreamy fireworks. Almost immediately, the demigods' spiritual perceptions flared, and they looked in opposite directions. A hand wearing a transparent glove reached out from the void beside the broken sarcophagus, grabbing a handful of soil soaked with the dark red liquid, a mixture of Condensed's brain matter and bodily fluids. Marmosi and his partner looked over as well, just in time to see a figure in a formal suit and top hat bending down to pick up the soil. During this action, he kept his right hand to his left breast in a formal bow to the demigods. Maintaining the pose, he looked up, revealing a metal grey mask before rapidly fading into nothingness. Chapter 882, Core of Mischief. Clutching the iron cigar case, Sharon passed through the warehouse walls, strictly adhering to Sherlock Moriarty's arrangements. In her wraith state, she flew towards the tallest structure in Pritz Harbour, the lighthouse. As she moved, she silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. An intense boom resonated from the distant harbor, which seemed to be engulfed by a terrifying hurricane. Sharon's nails grew sharp, and she stabbed them into the wall of spirituality, shattering the invisible isolation around the cigar case. A gust of wind gushed outwards, and she felt her spirit body become augmented by the items stored within. Unfazed by curiosity, she continued her high-speed approach to the lighthouse, maintaining an irregular trajectory. She would lunge left, then drift upwards to the right, occasionally using mirror blink to leap to a new path. Her movements made it seem as though she were dodging an invisible, terrifying enemy, but Sharon knew nothing was chasing her. She was performing in a one-man show without an opponent. Still, she had no doubts, wasting no time as she pretended the air around her was filled with demigods, doing her best to dodge and evade them. As she flew, a stream of red light reflected in her blue eyes. It was a firework, exploding high above in a beautiful mix of red, orange, and yellow. Sharon immediately retracted her gaze and reformed the wall of spirituality around the case, before leaping towards the path Marek had prepared. Shattered mirrors had been placed at fixed distances. Her figure, in its dainty bonnet and black dress, flashed between them until she appeared inside Marek's brown eyes. She took a light stride out, the iron cigar case once again sealed. They exchanged no words or glances. As if pursued by an invisible monster, they didn't dare linger. They had a general idea of their roles, but they couldn't imagine how the detective planned to steal the Condensed mummy from under the noses of several demigods. Just then, a figure materialized beside them. He wore a black formal suit, a half-top hat, and an iron-grey mask. In his hands were a handful of dark red soil and a dark brown book. It was Sherlock Moriarty. Marek slowed as the detective smeared the soil onto the book's cover, pocketed it, and grabbed his shoulder. He scanned the area but saw no sign of the mummy. Did it ultimately fail? He thought with a sigh, already mentally prepared for such an outcome. In the next moment, he, Sharon, and Sherlock Moriarty faded away from the spot. Back in the harbor, the golden-eyed lone military demigod had an ominous feeling as he watched the masked man bow and teleport away. He sensed things had taken a drastic, unpredictable turn for the worse. He needs to be stopped. I don't know what he did, but he needs to be stopped. The thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately activated his ring, attempting to use his own teleportation to pursue. However, he found he was unable to lock on to the mysterious person's aura. The man had either created a demigod-level interference or had teleported an immense distance away. Pursuit was futile. More importantly, leaving would abandon his partner to face two Rose School of Thought demigods alone, an extremely dangerous proposition. Besides, he rationalized, there haven't been any major losses yet. The mummy is still here. He only took some soil. He swept his gaze over the Condensed mummy which stood blankly in place before turning back to Mamosi. Suddenly the mummy, wrapped in its dark, red-soaked bandages, vanished from the spiritual perception of all four demigods. It was gone without a warning, without a trace. For a second, the demigods felt as though they had just witnessed a baffling magic trick, a mischievous play whose methods they, as demigods, could not discern. Moments later, having lost their target, Mamosi and the other Rose School demigod didn't hesitate to fade away, escaping into the spirit world while the lone demigods scrambled to stop them. After 2 teleports, Klein, Sharon, and Marek arrived in a 2-bedroom apartment they had rented in Backland. "I will pay you based on what we agreed upon," Sharon said as she found her footing, returning the iron cigar case to him. They had agreed that, regardless of the outcome, she would provide the information on Spirit World plunderers, with an additional payment of £5,000 upon success. Klein accepted the case, feeling Izik's copper whistle lightly jumping inside. He put it away and smiled at his companions. "Might I trouble you to wait outside? Give me 5 minutes." His tone is very firm. It's as if he has succeeded, Marek thought, puzzled. What can he do in 5 minutes? He walked slowly towards the door, his mind racing, while Sharon simply floated through it. Marek quickly followed. Once they were gone, Klein teleported again, this time to a cheap motel in the East Borough he had rented earlier in disguise. He took out the dark brown book, now stained with dark red mud. It was Grossel's Travels. As long as the blood still held remnant spirituality, smearing it on the cover allowed the target to be pulled into the book world. The liquid from Condensed II's sarcophagus was exactly that. This meant the mummy was already in his hands, inside Grossel's travels. His plan, conceived after hearing Marek describe the pharaoh creation process, had been simple at its core. He used Azik's copper whistle to establish a connection, then controlled the reanimated mummy like a marionette to lead the demigods away from the sarcophagus. The entire chase, Sharon's decoy run, and the mummy's reanimation were all acts of misdirection. The true goal was never to steal the mummy directly, which would have meant facing the demigods head-on, an impossible task. The objective was simply to create an opportunity to retrieve the blood. The plan's elegance was in its flexibility. It didn't depend on the specific outcome of the demigod battle. So long as the hurricane broke the sarcophagus and Sharon acted her part, all he had to do was wait for the demigods to be drawn away from the true prize. His final bow was both a theatrical curtain call and a practical way to press Grossel's travels to his chest, ready to be used as a shield if anything went wrong. This was why he could smear the soil on the cover the instant he teleported. Everything ran as expected. The directing was quite a success, Klein reflected, feeling his potion's digestion accelerate. He wasted no time, quickly setting up a ritual to sacrifice Grossel's travels above the grey fog. Then, in his spirit-body state, he brought creeping hunger, Azik's copper whistle, the Soul Assurer's Beyonder characteristic, and Sharon's anti-hex golden bead with him into the book world. Chapter 883, Demigod's Appraisal. Inside the book world, Klein appeared on the outskirts of a city. He immediately took out the remnants of the dark red soil, picked up a withered branch, and used rod divination to find the Condensed II mummy. His primary concern was that this manifestation of hexes might harm the residents. Although the book world had its share of Sequence 5 Beyonders, and the mummy was in a muddled state without the stimulus of Azik's copper whistle, it had been a demigod in life. The hexes produced by its corpse were bound to be extraordinary. Klein himself wouldn't dare approach it without the anti-hex golden bead Sharon had provided. Of course, Klein had weighed these consequences before using Grossel's travels. His experiences had proven that outsiders did not appear directly before the natives upon entering the book world, especially on the first visit. Contact required exploration. Therefore, he believed the mummy was likely in an uninhabited area. In its zombified condition, it would engage in a random walk, lacking the autonomous drive to explore like a human or elf. This meant that as long as he acted quickly, losses were unlikely, and only about 3 minutes had passed since he'd smeared the blood-soaked soil on the book's cover. Following the direction from his divination, Klein flew towards a nearby mountain peak and soon arrived in a valley. There, the Condensed II mummy, wrapped in yellowish-brown bandages dyed red with fluids and wearing its patterned golden mask, appeared. It let out an inhuman sound from its throat as it rushed over with wide strides, causing the surroundings to turn gloomy. At the same time, incomplete animal carcasses tore themselves from the soil and staggered towards Klein. With his spirit body augmented by Azik's copper whistle, Klein chuckled. What a warm welcome. He unhurriedly threw away the branch and raised a blob of black matter. It was a Soul Assurer's Beyonder characteristic. At its core, a pure shimmering light like a starlit night sky. Invisible, turbulent waves spread out, and the surroundings suddenly darkened as though night had fallen. A serene and peaceful feeling accompanied the falling starlight. The animal carcasses turned sluggish before collapsing, returning to their eternal rest. The mummy also slowed its pace, its motions growing heavier, but it didn't lie back down. Directly using a Beyonder characteristic isn't very effective, Klein thought, covering his mouth to stifle a yawn. He then made creeping hunger turn pale and take on a gloomy green hue, using the power of a zombie to control the deceased pharaoh. The two stacked Beyonder effects finally calmed the mummy down. With onyx gems for eyes, it slowly walked to Klein's side and stood silently, like the most professional servant. Unfortunately, it has hexes, Klein noted. From his spirit body, he took out a golden bead in the style of the ancient Highlands kingdom, its surface deeply engraved with bluish-green patterns. It was from Sharon, specially prepared to suppress the mummy's hexes. After twiddling the bead, Klein had the mummy open its mouth and stuffed it through the mask's gap. In just a few seconds, the surrounding gloominess vanished. After doing all this, Klein possessed the mummy with his spirit body, then ended the summoning without hesitation and returned above the grey fog. The mummy was now his zombie. After performing a bestowment ritual, the spirituality-rich corpse returned to the real world, appearing inside the cheap motel. Klein cleaned up the traces, then reached out to grab the mummy's shoulder to teleport. He paused, looking at the oil-stained bandages and dark red liquid, and silently switched to his gloved left hand. In a flash, he and the mummy had returned to the apartment. He wasn't in a rush to present it to Sharon and Marek. He took out his golden pocket watch. Another 36 seconds before it's 5 minutes. Klein made the mummy pull out a chair and sit down. After a short wait, he heard a knock on the door. "Come on in," Klein replied with a smile, controlling the mummy to walk over. When the door creaked open, the thin figure with the golden patterned mask was reflected in the duo's eyes. The figure's onyx gems shimmered before it swiftly lay down on the ground. For a moment, Sharon and Marek were at a loss for words. Having isolated Azik's copper whistle, Klein dispelled his control over the zombie and pointed at it with a smile. "I'm leaving the rest to you." "And that brings the curtain down for my directed play," Klein commented inwardly, feeling his potion rapidly digesting. He now believed he could consider advancing to the demigod level 2 or even 3 months ahead of schedule. The number of marionettes he could control had also risen to 2, with a maximum range of 200 meters. The time to gain initial control of a target and fully convert them had been reduced to 10 seconds and 150 seconds, respectively. "You really succeeded." Marek stared at the mummy, muttering in disbelief. He could never have imagined they would succeed in stealing something 4 demigods and 2 terrifying dark-sealed artifacts were vying for. And this gentleman had returned empty-handed at first. Sharon's deep blue eyes were completely calm as she scrutinized the target. After confirming it was Condensed 2, she gazed at Sherlock Moriarty. She opened her mouth slightly before closing it. "Thank you. I'll mail you the corresponding payment." "I'll wish you, all the best in everything," Klein replied sincerely. He then had a poignant thought. "If Miss Sharon can successfully advance to Sequence 4, I'll have an additional demigod-level helper. The saying from the Foodaholic Empire is apt: rely on your parents at home, depend on your friends when out. The more demigod-level friends, the merrier." Having thought of that, he exhorted them, "Be careful of being hunted down." The Loan military possessed many of the mummy's associated items, making it simple for them to lock onto it with Beyonder methods. Klein knew his Paper Angel interference was only temporary, but he believed Sharon and Marek were prepared. If it were Danitz, he mused, he would most likely say, "It didn't cross my mind." Sharon nodded, then made the mummy her zombie and brought it into the spirit world. "Thank you for your help," Marek exhaled, composing his surging emotions and bowing to Sherlock Moriarty before leaving the room to blend into the crowds of East Borough. Klein remained seated, watching them leave before his own figure vanished. In an apartment near Pritz Harbor, the Loan military's golden-eyed demigod entered and said to his partner, "Nothing for now." That's expected. If he wasn't certain of success, that mysterious person wouldn't have come to steal the Condensed 2 mummy, the lady in the evening gown said heavily. "However, we can relax our investigation scope. Those fireworks, that mask, those clothes, and that taunting bow should lead us to something." She was certain the loss wasn't the work of the Rose School of Thought. They had been in dire straits and almost failed to escape. The golden-eyed demigod nodded. "I had a premonition that something would happen, but unfortunately, we didn't work with the churches for this operation. We didn't have enough manpower." He paused, then asked, "Have you figured out what method that mysterious person used?" The lady held up her crown of thorns and stabbed a thorn into her neck. As blood trickled down, she shook her head. "Perhaps the removing of the soil with the Condensed 2 mummy's bodily fluid is a ritual. This is a very cunning fellow who's good at deceit." Chapter 884, Destined Encounter. The golden-eyed demigod from the Loan military nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's similar in style to certain fellows from the Intis intelligence agencies. However, just seconds after he took away the soil, the Condensed 2 mummy vanished. It's unlikely that he could complete a ritual in time. The lady looked down at the crown of thorns. Perhaps he, or they, had already set up the other steps of the ritual. Once he teleported back, he immediately threw the soil onto the altar, completing the final step. Of course, it's not necessarily a ritual. It might also be a sealed artifact that achieves a certain effect with the help of bodily fluids. There are too many possibilities. The golden-eyed demigod pulled out a chair and sat. This is very difficult to investigate, but you missed out on a direction for the investigation. Do you still remember that hurricane? It swept up the sarcophagus, causing the bodily fluids to leak out and the mummy to tumble out. This established the foundation for the subsequent development. It can be confirmed that this was done by the mysterious man or his helper. The lady slowly removed the crown of thorns. Do you mean that, since the Church of Storms controls the sailor pathway, there won't be many beyonders or mystical items that can use hurricane? Thus, this is a clue we can follow? The demigod nodded. Also, I remember that not long ago, the Aurora Order's Mr. X was assassinated at a gathering in East Borough. Lightning storm and hurricane had been used at the scene. This garnered a lot of attention from the Church of Storms. To have two unsanctioned hurricanes in the same city in a short period of time can't be a coincidence. I believe the group who killed Mr. X is the same one that stole the mummy. We need to join forces with the Church of Storms to investigate. The lady considered this. That's a good angle. Also, from their goals we can figure out certain things. I suspect that to those people, the Tutenses II mummy is something they attach additional importance to. Something key to a ritual? The golden-eyed demigod deliberated. From the scene, the one attracting the mummy was likely a wraith. Combining the goals and motive, I have a theory. The lady's heart stirred. Members of the Temperance faction that escaped from the Rose School of Thought. Yes, he confirmed. The Rose School of Thought has never forbidden mummy burials, which implies that mummies are of use to them, perhaps as a ritual requirement for one of the sequences. He then chuckled self-deprecatingly. There's another possibility. To show off an act. That bunch might not have truly needed the mummy. They just saw an opportunity and performed a grand act. To some pathways, this is key to digesting the potion. The lady's voice was heavy. I suspect it's a potpourri of reasons. We shall use this as the foundation for our investigations. In Sherwood Borough, the silent one, Mamosi sat before a table laden with his golden nails. Zatwin, he said in a deep voice, who do you think stole the cuddy of mummy? Behind him a figure appeared on a piano bench. He wore a black clergyman's robe, and his left hand was covered by a black glove. His face was thin, his eyes recessed like a dried corpse. There are only a handful of people who yearn for a cuddy of mummy and would be willing to take such a risk, Zatwin replied, his voice cold. And here in Backland, there's only Sharon. She has likely received Rynette Tinneker's help. Mamosi picked up a patterned golden nail. Who was the one who teleported? It doesn't resemble Gehrman Sparrow. Another helper Sharon hired? Perhaps, Zatwin said, a blue flush colouring his pale face as he coughed. I believe we need to think of a way to pray to Mother Tree. We should be able to receive a revelation. Mamosi nodded and stabbed a golden nail through his bottom lip. Seeing this, Zatwin covered his mouth and slowly got up to return to his own hideout. The Rose School of Thought's contact point was a restaurant on the first floor that served Southern Continent cuisine. Injured from the recent operation, Zatwin had forgone his evil spirit state and hobbled toward the entrance. At that moment, a customer walked in. He wore a black formal suit, a very tall top hat, and a monocle. He had a thin face and black eyes. He glanced around casually, his gaze landing on Zatwin. Noticing the black glove on Zatwin's left hand, the corners of the customer's mouth curled slightly. He shook his head with a smile, seemingly a little disappointed, then brushed past Zatwin and entered the restaurant. Zatwin paid him no mind and walked out onto the street. The cool night breeze blew against him, and the Rose School of Thought demigod suddenly trembled. His spiritual perception had been triggered. His heart tightening, he looked down at his hands and was stunned to realize the black glove on his left hand was gone. Gone. As a demigod, Zatwin had no idea when the sealed artifact had disappeared. He quickly turned, looking back into the restaurant as the image of the monocled man surfaced in his mind. He located the man's aura. He was still inside, calling a waiter over for a menu. Zatwin considered using mirror blink to possess him, but his hands shook involuntarily. An indescribable instinct warned him that a dangerous and terrifying enemy was hidden nearby. As the thought flashed through his mind, Zatwin subconsciously took a step to the side and walked to the end of the street as though nothing had happened. In another apartment in Sherwood Borough, Fours was reading Lady's Aesthetic when she heard a key in the lock. "Why are you so late today?" she asked as Shio entered. Shio ruffled her short blonde hair. "When I was almost home, I saw a meetup mark from MI9. It was urgent." "What happened this time?" Fours asked, lowering her magazine. "A continuation of Mr. X's assassination," Shio replied, bending down to change her slippers. Fours' expression froze. "Any clues?" "Not really. A demigod-level hurricane appeared back then, which is not common outside the Church of Storms. And earlier tonight, there was a small-scale hurricane at the Pritz Harbor dock. The pharaoh mummy was stolen in the chaos," Shio explained. "MI9 suspects the two cases were done by the same group of people, so they are pressing informants like us to gather intel. Mile Munoz Travels still has a hurricane. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow? Why is he stealing a pharaoh mummy?" Force thought, forcing a smile. "Perhaps it was done by the Church of Storms?" Shio rolled her eyes and walked into the kitchen to find food. Early the next morning at 160 Bokeland Street, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered just as he finished washing up. Miss Messenger's headless body walked out of the void, 4 heads in hand. One of them was biting down on a thick envelope. It opened its mouth and a large pile of gold coins was spat out. "I can finally repay my debt," Klein thought with relief. He glanced at Reinette Tinneker's 4 heads. "I remember still owing you 3,413 gold coins. You can take the last installment away." He had the baffling feeling that the pile of gold coins looked familiar, but he didn't think too much about it. All gold coins looked familiar to him. Chapter 885, 2 Letters. Upon hearing Klein's words, one of the 4 heads Reinette Tinneker held immediately said, "All right." It opened its mouth and sucked back most of the gold coins, storing them in some unknown place. Klein glanced at the dozens of shiny gold coins left on the table as he reached out to receive the rather thick envelope. He quickly opened it, confirming it was the detailed information regarding Spirit World plunderers. After Miss Messenger returned to the Spirit World, he put away the gold, drew the curtains, and sat down in the morning sun, seriously reading the neat handwriting. "Thank you once again for your help. The Tutanses II mummy is part of the advancement ritual for me. It holds deep meaning for me. Spirit World plunderers live in the depths of the Spirit World. They're extremely rare, rich in intelligence, and very aggressive. They can capture or kill creatures and make them soul avatars. Their souls can turn into their true soul's appearance, giving them similar performance and traits. They can also disguise themselves as other Spirit World creatures. When encountering them, perhaps all the Spirit World creatures around belong to them. They might be soul avatars that mustn't be neglected. This creature can effectively influence the thought processes of their prey, causing them to enter a desensitized state. Their true soul body has potent spirituality. In clashes of such nature, they are often at a noticeable advantage. They're very difficult to find. At present, there is only one place with signs of their activity. The Spirit World's Calderon City. This is a legendary city of mysterious and unknown origins. On this front, there are 3 theories about them. One is that it was once Death's residence, the entrance to the underworld. 2, it's the divine kingdom left behind by a dead ancient deity from the Second Epoch. Attracted by the Spirit World, it sank and slowly transformed into a real yet illusory city. 3, it's a real city that was devoured by the Spirit World during the Cataclysm. Regardless of the theory, it elucidates one point. This city is very dangerous. It has many special and strange aspects about it. I do not have the mysticism coordinates of Calderon City. Most high-level Spirit World creatures aren't aware either. I can provide 2 suggestions. First is to use a special secret deed ritual to prorate Adlight Ayur Moria to receive the corresponding answer. I won't describe in detail what red light is. If you aren't aware, you can write to ask me again. The second is to find someone from the Abraham family. They have the legacy of the Traveler's Pathway. and they have done a deep exploration of the spirit world. Even when writing a letter, Miss Sharon exudes an extremely restrained feeling, Klein mused. Indeed, the pharaoh mummy is meant for the puppet's ritual. The evil spirit in the ruin had said it could be a component, so the ritual's requirement is to use a high-sequence Beyonder's corpse that still maintains a level of spirituality. To others, finding Calderon City is very difficult, but to me, it's extremely simple. I can directly give this task to Miss Magician. She has just contributed greatly to the Abraham family. I hope the first theory about the city is correct. That way, once I contact Mr. Azik, the residents might just line up to welcome me. He shook his head, dismissing the pleasant fantasy. He scrutinized the information again, confirming that spirit world plunderers shared traits with both marionettists and bizarro sorcerers. Their ability to make soul avatars mimic a true soul's appearance and traits was identical to a bizarro sorcerer giving powers to a marionette. He tore the letter while in thought, flicking his wrist to engulf it in scarlet flames before letting the ashes fall into a trash bin. He then went to have Richardson help him change. Under St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell was leaning back in his chair as usual, his legs propped on his desk. His expression was normal, but deep down, he was thinking about Amon. Ever since he learned the angel had arrived in Backland, Palez Zoroast had become abnormally silent, no longer proactively speaking or giving suggestions. If not for the answers he received when he posed direct questions, Leonard would have suspected Old Man had sneaked off to find another host. Amidst his thoughts, his Red Gloves captain, Soast, walked in. "How was the interrogation? Any results?" the other Red Gloves asked, looking up. Late last night, they had captured 3 numinous episcopate members and were now awaiting the results. Soast sternly surveyed the room. "We had contributed greatly, but the results aren't good. Based on the testimony of the 3 numinous episcopate members, as well as information the church had previously gathered, we can conclude that the numinous episcopate has fractured between reviving death or creating artificial death. The latter has already achieved some progress. They are filled with animosity towards Lone and plan to put parts of the experiments of artificial death in Backland. Even if the experiment fails, there's a chance of severely damaging the capital of capitals." Leonard instantly snapped out of his daze, exchanging looks of surprise and rage with his teammates, Cindy and Bob. Soast rapped the side of the table, stopping further discussion. He cleared his throat. "Our new mission is to head to the southern continent to find the key members of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction. We need to figure out how many remnant thorns are left in Backland before uprooting them. We will receive help from Ma'am Daly. The church will give her the potion as an advanced payment, helping her prepare the ritual so she can become a gatekeeper before she heads off. In addition, the high-ranking deacon in charge of the southern continent, Her Excellency the Goddesses Ailia, and the local Nighthawks will provide us with help. Ladies and gentlemen, head back to rest for a day and prepare yourselves. We will set off tomorrow night." "Yes, Captain." Cindy, Bob, and the others stood and replied. Leonard stood as well, not saying a word. The first thought that flashed in his mind was, "I can use this opportunity to leave Backland to escape the threat of Amon." After returning to 7 Pinster Street, he closed the door and drew the curtains. "Old Man, problem solved," he said in a suppressed tone. "I believe a normal assignment for Red Gloves won't garner the suspicion of Amon, right?" The slightly aged voice in his mind replied slowly, "No." Leonard could tell that Palez's voice was much more relaxed. He considered for a moment. "Should I write to Klein Moretti and tell him that we will be leaving Backland for a very long period of time? After all, he was the one who warned us that Amon is here." "Write it if you wish," Palez replied in the same tone. Leonard exhaled, pulled out a piece of paper, and picked up a fountain pen. He deliberated for a moment before writing, "I have a mission that will require me to leave Backland." Looking at the short sentence, he put down the pen and folded the letter. Soon he finished preparing the ritual to summon the messenger. He lit a candle, took a step back, and said in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to German Sparrow." An intense, howling wind filled the room. The candlelight burgeoned, tainted with paleness, and a beautiful blonde, red-eyed head appeared from within. Leonard's brows pricked up, but before he could speak, he saw that what followed the head was not a neck, but a hand grabbing it by the hair. Ryanette Tinnicker, in her dark and complicated dress, quickly walked out. The four heads in her hand turned in unison to look at Leonard as they spoke one after another. You want to send a letter? This spirit world creature looks powerful. This is a perk Klein has for joining that secret organization? Leonard thought. He nodded and said, yes. The four heads held by Ryanette Tinnicker spoke again. You need to pay 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin? Messengers from the mysterious world also collect money. Leonard was somewhat astounded but simply reached into his pocket and took out a gold coin. Only then did Ryanette Tinnicker raise 2 of her heads to grab the letter and the coin. Following that, she stepped into the void and vanished. After the candle returned to normal, Leonard muttered with a laugh, "What a strange messenger." Just as he said that, the voice of Palais Zoroast echoed in his mind. It's best you do not speak negatively behind her back. Her? Old man actually addressed the messenger as her? Leonard's eyes widened immediately. Palais coughed slightly. Her state is very strange, not better than mine. In short, that organization that believes in the fool is more, when making contact or cooperating with Klein Moretti, it's best you be more careful. After saying that, the parasite fell silent. Leonard actually wants to use a mission to leave Backland so as to avoid the threat from Amon. Klein scanned the letter he received and silently muttered. That's way too cowardly, no? He began seriously considering the idea of using the arms deal as an excuse to quickly leave Backland for a period of time. Chapter 886, Preparations Before Leaving. After some consideration, Klein smoothly cleared his thoughts and decided on his plan of action. He flicked the piece of paper in his right hand, looking up from the soaring scarlet flames at Ryanette Tinnicker, planning to take out a lone gold coin as payment. However, Miss Messenger had already left. Not collecting payment? Klein was taken aback before he made the connection. He suspected Ryanette Tinnicker had proactively asked for payment, being used to collecting gold coins from non-contractees. Perhaps Miss Messenger didn't say anything. She just stared at Leonard with those 8 eyes on the 4 heads of hers while waiting for him to pay the gold coin. Yet, this fellow didn't realize it at all, trying to forcefully end the summon, only to have his neck snapped. Klein hissed in alarm and used the gold coin he had just taken out to do a divination. He received the result that Leonard was still alive and doing fine. He breathed a sigh of relief, put away the coin, and called out, "Richardson." The valet entered silently. "Sir, how may I be of service? Please bring the butler here." As Richardson left, Klein sighed inwardly. He had really been spoiled by the luxurious life. Well, this is an acting requirement, he told himself. Minutes later, the white-gloved Walter came to the 3rd floor and stood in a standard posture, awaiting his employer's instructions. Klein, having already considered his words, said unhurriedly, "Go to Member of Parliament Mucht's place to inform him that I've prepared the first installment. Also, prepare a carriage. I will be heading to the Bursary Foundation in the morning and will return in the afternoon. If Member of Parliament Mucht doesn't have time for me in the afternoon, head over to Dr. Aaron's place, saying that I'll pay a visit in the afternoon." Klein had already taken out £10,000 from above the grey fog and stored it in a tiny leather briefcase. To air the cache of the grey fog's smell, he had deliberately teleported to the sea, feeding creeping hunger in passing. He was afraid that Amon, who also knew of the grey fog's existence, would detect the special smell while being in the same city. "All right, sir," Walter replied, not asking how his employer had gathered the money despite not having been to the bank recently. Foreign tycoons often prepared large sums of cash ahead of time. At the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation headquarters, Klein walked straight to the 2nd-floor reception room for directors. As an honorary director, he had no office but could use the reception room. He gave a deliberate cough before entering and sitting on the sofa. After a short wait, he stood up and said to Richardson, "I'll first head to the washroom." As he stepped out, he happened to meet Justice Audrey walking out of her own office. She wore a rather simple white dress adorned with dark green, her sleeves and collars frilled, and layers of lace at her chest forming a bow. "Good morning, Miss Audrey," Klein said with pleasant surprise, as though it was a chance encounter. Audrey smiled at the good-looking Dwayne Dantes. "Good morning, Mr. Dantes." She had wanted to cheerfully say "long time no see" to snide at him for his long absence, but held back. Klein rubbed his temples with a wry smile. "I'm very sorry that I'm only coming today. I've been very busy recently. I can foresee myself being even busier in time to come. I might make a trip to the southern continent to handle certain matters." He had come specially to inform her he was leaving, hoping she would help watch the foundation which he genuinely wished would help the poor. "Southern continent?" Audrey asked, surprised. Klein laughed. "For business." "Which Sequence 5 is about to lose his life," was Audrey's first thought. Sensing her assumption, Klein added, "It's a partnership with the military for the sale of some necessities." Ah, Dwayne Dantes' identity is used to probe intel from the military, Audrey realized. She raised her right hand and gestured the sign of the goddess. "May the goddess bless you so that everything goes smoothly." After saying it, she sensed the discordance of wishing the goddess would bless a blessed of Mr. Fool. This is probably closer to a curse, right? The one who returns is probably another blessed playing Dwayne Dantes, right? Klein gave an exasperated smile and drew the crimson moon on his chest. "May the goddess bless us all. And that she doesn't smite us with divine punishment," he added silently. He then asked, "Have you been going to the schools to do some promotions lately?" "Yes." Audrey's expression radiated with pride, but a look of sadness soon followed. "After visiting a few public primary schools, I found many of the children there very pitiful. To save money, they bring their own rye bread for lunch, matching it with a cup of water." She looked at him, embarrassed. "I know that they're temporarily not bringing me along to the night schools to prevent me from seeing something worse. But I can imagine things just like those workers who can only live for a few years once they start working at the factories." Klein sighed. "Perhaps it's worse than you can imagine. There's no need to worry. Once you showcase your ability and win their trust, you will become one of them." "Okay," Audrey nodded thoughtfully. Klein didn't continue the conversation. He pointed at the washroom, apologized, and walked away. Audrey watched his back, muttering, "What will it be like if it's worse?" After receiving an invitation to meet Macht in the evening, Klein visited Dr. Aaron at 4 in the afternoon. "Mr. Dantes, your butler didn't inform me of the reason for your visit," Dr. Aaron said, perplexed by the sudden visit. Klein smiled. "This is the thing. I might be heading to the southern continent soon. As you know, the weather there is humid and hot. There are all kinds of insects and diseases there. I wish to prepare some medicine ahead of time. I wonder if you have any suggestions. I'm really sorry, but you are the only excellent doctor I know of." Dr. Aaron accepted the explanation and began seriously listing medicines. Towards the end, Klein used the excuse of a stomachache to use the washroom. The mirror suddenly darkened, and a black pram slowly steered near, carrying a blurry child wrapped in silver silk. "What is it this time?" Will Orseptin questioned. Klein forced a smile. "You should have heard that I'll be heading to the southern continent. I don't wish to miss your birth, so I would like to know when you plan to have your birthday." Will Orseptin sucked his thumb. "I don't know. Even an angel can't control when he will be born." Klein asked, surprised. Will replied hesitantly, "You don't understand. I've already identified 3 dates. They have unique meaning when it comes to fate, but I haven't decided. I still find it blurry. Perhaps only when the time comes will I suddenly understand what I should do." Is this decidophobia? It also gives the strong vibes of a charlatan, Klein thought, rubbing his hands. Then how would I be able to receive notice in time so that I can return to complete the transaction with you? Oh, that paper crane can no longer be used. Chapter 887, Familiar Figure. Upon hearing Klein's question, the infant wrapped in silver silk raised his fleshy arms. "I can't do anything about it either. I'm still in my mother's womb. Although you can no longer write on that paper crane, it can still help me locate you. If there's anything, I will inform you." Klein had expected such an answer. He maintained his smile and explained, "That paper crane is already damaged. I think it will have problems locating my position. Following that, he gave his suggestion. Perhaps we can do this. You can summon my messenger when you're born to write to me. Inside the black pram, Will Orseptin gaped before closing his mouth, momentarily silent. After a few seconds, he said, "Do you think that's realistic? Not only are you getting a newborn to write a letter to you, he still needs to hold a ritual and summon a messenger." Klein chuckled. "But you're a snake of fate. The laws of nature still need to be respected," Will Orseptin retorted, smacking the cushion beside him. The infant thought for a moment and said, "Let's do this. Get someone to watch this area. Once they realize an infant is born, they can immediately inform you." "That works," Klein agreed. He had many people he could ask for help, from hiring someone through Sharon to enlisting Emlyn White or Shio. Before Will's pram retreated into the shadows, Klein hurriedly asked, "I have a teacher who I haven't been in contact for a while. Can you help me read his current fate? His name is Isaac Eggers." As Mr. Isaac hadn't replied, Klein couldn't help but feel worried. A previous divination had only revealed a silent, deep darkness. Will Orseptin sucked at his thumb. "He's in a state of metamorphosis. It might be good, but it might also be bad. That's all that can be seen because that teacher of yours has something special on him." "Metamorphosis? Is Mr. Isaac recovering more memories and strength?" Klein thought as he bowed. "Thank you for your answer." He then gave a warning. "Based on what I know, Blasphemer Armon is here in Backland. Of course, it's most likely an avatar." Will Orseptin was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. "It's a bane for you, but a boon for me. Armon and Ouroboros are absolute enemies. No, a more accurate description is that he hates the true creator, while Ouroboros is loyal to that evil god." After saying that, the black pram retreated into the shadows. "Amon hates the true creator," Klein mused, growing more convinced that the true creator was one of the angels who participated in the division of the ancient sun god's power. He let out a relieved breath and rinsed his hands. That evening at the East Balam Military Veterans Mess, Klein first placed the briefcase with £10,000 into a heavy safe deposit box, then followed Macht to a buffet meal. The dishes mainly served southern continent cuisine, with high-end ingredients and authentic flavors that left Klein rather satisfied. He found himself partial to the stronger flavors and was particularly impressed with a refreshing, pale gold aperitif. At this moment, Mark returned from the washroom and whispered into his ear, "Same room as before." "All right." Klein retrieved the leather briefcase and headed to the activity room where he had met Colonel Calvin before. Calvin, with his long face, was already waiting. He got up with a smile as he caught sight of the briefcase. "You really are a gentleman of action. I like such attitudes when handling matters." They shook hands and Klein handed the briefcase to him with a humble smile. As a merchant, if one isn't decisive and fast when facing an opportunity to make money, that means that they aren't suitable for this occupation. Calvin sat and opened the briefcase, roughly counting the neat stacks of cash. After a quick confirmation, he looked up. "What other thoughts do you have towards the exact details of the transaction?" Klein paused as if organizing his words. "I'm planning on heading to the southern continent soon, to West Balam." Seeing their surprise, he added, "I have some matters that aren't convenient to do while bringing plenty of firearms. And to make the transaction go smoothly, some advanced preparations are required. It's a business worth tens of thousands of pounds after all. I'm thinking of first heading to West Balam to contact clients and to clear out any obvious obstacles. At an agreed-upon time, I'll contact you via telegraph and head to East Balam's border to retrieve the goods." Calvin pondered for a moment. "You can send me a telegram after June 20th. I'll give you the details later. After I receive it, I'll inform the officer there and pass on the countersign and password. Will you need any auxiliary personnel for protection during this time? When do you plan on leaving?" "I just want to find a place to hide. The rest can be left to Danitz," Klein thought. Aloud, he said, "There's no need for any security for the time being. In certain places in the southern continent, having such personnel is the main cause for conflict. Don't worry. I have plenty of friends in West Balam. Without bringing anything of value, my safety can be guaranteed. As for when I'm leaving, my answer is as soon as possible." Calvin thought for nearly a minute before slowly nodding. I'll send someone to receive you after dinner tomorrow. The military will have an airship sending goods and personnel to Desi Bay. It's a short distance to the southern continent by ship from there. If everything goes smoothly, it will just take 2 to 3 days, a maximum of a week. Thank you, Klein said, standing to give a sincere bow. Leaving Backlund with the military was safe enough and wouldn't arouse suspicion. After discussing a few more details, he bade them farewell and returned to the foyer to leave. Nearly 10 men in military or casual attire were gathered, chatting over wine. When Klein swept his gaze over them, he suddenly found a figure somewhat familiar. The man was tall, with rather long arms, abnormally broad shoulders that made his black suit seem tight, and feet that were faced slightly outwards. Klein's mind raced as his nerves tensed. He had already recalled the source of the familiarity. It was the demigod who had met crazy Captain Connors that night, the demigod suspected to be working for a particular faction of the royal family, supervising the human trafficking. Although the high-sequence Beyonder had worn a black hood, preventing his appearance from being exposed, Klein remembered the traits of his body. That was what a faceless was good at. Chapter 888, A Shocking Glance. For a second, Klein's casual glance paused on the familiar figure. He immediately sensed the abnormality in his reaction, a slip that a demigod's spiritual perception would surely notice. His back muscles tensed as his mind raced, producing figurative sparks. He didn't immediately move his gaze away. Instead, he continued looking at the demigod suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway and smiled at Mocht. This place really isn't just for veteran officers. His words sounded like the result of careful observation, but were merely meaningless chatter. Mocht chuckled. Any club will exceed its original restrictions when it further develops itself. At that moment, the broad-shouldered gentleman in the black suit naturally turned his head. Noticing the tycoon who had donated £15,000 looking his way while whispering to the Member of Parliament, he interpreted the glance as a natural reaction to learning his occupation. He then retracted his gaze and continued his conversation. At this moment, Klein's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, his legs going limp. Although he had faced the demigod before, to have such a close encounter in such a small place was a first. More importantly, he was far from prepared. He had no marionette, and his only tools were Death Knell, Azic's copper whistle, and the adventurer's harmonica. The sea god's scepter was impossible to bring on his person, and its use had strict environmental limitations. If he kept Grossel's travels on him for too long, he risked being pulled into the book world. Creeping hunger lacked a seal and needed daily feeding, making it impossible to take out ahead of time. The fate siphon charm, made from a worm of time, ran the unknown risk of attracting Ammon. If the demigod had discovered something was wrong, Klein knew his only optimal solution was to blow the harmonica and summon Miss Messenger to help him escape Backlund via the spirit world. A direct battle was unthinkable in the home ground of the official Beyonders. With Reinette Tinneker's unique appearance, the man could easily pin a crime on her. And what awaited Klein would be a joint attack by ever-increasing numbers of demigods and powerful sealed artifacts. How harrowing, Klein thought, moving his gaze away in a logical manner. Using his clown abilities, he walked to the door with perfect normalcy. He didn't ask Mocht who the man was, feigning a lack of interest to prove it had been a casual glance. However, the man's turn had exposed his appearance to Klein. He had thick black brows, a hard crew-cut, dark blue eyes, and a bushy mustache. His face was long, with accentuated callous outlines, giving him strong masculine vibes. Just on appearance, Klein felt he looked more like an arbiter than a Black Emperor. With a clear look at him, he knew he could investigate later. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein left the East Balham military veterans mess. As he boarded the carriage, he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and let out a long, silent sigh. The disconnected trail of clues leading to the truth of the great smog of Backlund has finally been connected again. He remained silent, feigning contemplation over business matters to quell his turbulent emotions. During the ride, he noticed Richardson try to speak a few times, only to hesitate and fall silent. Klein pretended not to notice. Upon returning to 160 Buckland Street, as he was about to head for his bath, Richardson, holding his hat and cane, stepped forward. Sir, are you heading to the southern continent soon? Yes, Klein replied frankly, having already prepared £500 for the household's daily expenses. He was gaining a deeper understanding of the importance of valets and butlers in high society. There were many things a master couldn't keep from them. Richardson hesitated. Sir, I was born in the southern continent and am fluent in Deutonese. I'm also very familiar with the various local traditions. I should be of help to you. Deutonese was the common language of the ancient Balam Empire, still used in the present day. Klein suddenly realized what had been stumping his valet. As a valet, Richardson was expected to follow his employer on trips, a role like a secretary for both daily life and business. It was clear he enjoyed his life in Backland and did not wish to return to a place that held painful memories. His offer was a struggle between his personal aversion and his sense of duty. Klein thought for a moment. I can tell that you don't like the southern continent. Why are you telling me this? Richardson bowed his head. You gave me a chance to gain experience, to mature. I believe I can help you. Very simple feelings of gratitude, Klein thought with a silent, poignant comment. He had no intention of taking his valet. It would be inconvenient for his own operations, and if Richardson were recognized by members of the numinous episcopate, it could ruin the rest of his life. Klein laughed. I have plenty of friends there. They're all fluent in Deutonese and are aware of the traditions. You have more important things to do. Stay in Backland. Help me deliver some gifts to my friends at fixed periods of time. I'll be giving you a name list. Also, read more papers, take note of investment opportunities, and perform on-the-ground checks. Give me a corresponding report. I will get Ma'am Tanager to specially prepare some funds for this. Richardson was stunned, then pleasantly surprised. Yes, sir. I will work hard. For the first time since he was born, he felt hope for his future. After dismissing Richardson, Klein took a comfortable bath to soothe his tense nerves. He returned to his bedroom, took out a pen and paper, and drew a symbol mixing concealment and mystery prying. The surface of his full-body mirror rippled with aqueous light as silver text formed. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal and humble servant, Herodes, is here to answer your summoning. Are you about to leave Backland again? Klein nodded. Yes. Can I still contact you in the southern continent? Of course. As long as you take out that magical radio transceiver, the silver words quickly formed. However, you cannot leave it out in the real world for too long, or use it too frequently. There are plenty of beneficiaries of the Mother Tree of Desire. She can use it to detect you. Klein nodded gently. What do you know about the Mother Tree of Desire? Herodes suddenly fell silent. After a very long time, its silver luster formed a single sentence. I don't dare to mention it, nor do I dare to show it. Chapter 89. Warning to everyone. Don't dare to mention it or show it. At least for Herodes, the Mother Tree of Desire is definitely stronger than Sequence 1's Zeratul. No, it's even stronger than the Monster Pathway's uniqueness, die of probability. There should be a way to circumvent the restriction to get Herodes to display the corresponding information, such as bringing it above the grey fog. Haha, how is that possible? That won't happen unless I'm already an angel and in complete control of that mysterious space. Klein's eyes moved slightly without pressing the question. He asked, It's your turn to ask. The full-body mirror's silver light turned brisk, forming a new sentence. Great Master, what other instructions do you have for me? Nice question. Klein thought for a moment and said, After I leave Backland, take note of Dr. Aaron Ceres's family. Once his wife gives birth, remember to mention it to me when I summon you. After careful consideration, Klein believed that leaving this matter to Herodes was for the best. Since no one could monitor the residence 24 hours a day, all he needed to do was switch residences monthly to turn on the radio transceiver once. All right, Master. The words on the mirror reflected Herodes's mood. I have a question. Speak. Klein nodded, giving permission. This time the sentence Herodes presented was filled with pauses, as though it was very hesitant. Great Master, what relationship does that child have with you? It seemed puzzled why a supreme ruler above the spirit world would pay so much attention to a yet-to-be-born infant. I've already said that it's the yet-to-be-born child of Dr. Aaron Ceres, yet Herodes fails to notice anything special about Will or Septin. A snake of fate is far better at hiding his fate and special traits than the angels of the other sequences. It's likely that Will or Septon's reboot makes it difficult for high-leveled existences to notice anything. This might also be why he can avoid the angel of fate, Klein answered in enlightenment. Friends. Only friends. Rhodes revealed an inexplicable sense of disappointment in its words. Great Master, you can ask a question. Klein thought for a moment before saying, Do you know who the person I met at the East Balham Military Veterans Mess is? If you aren't sure who I'm referring to, I can draw him for you. In the dark and deep mirror, aqueous light surfaced, producing a cold and bearded man with dark blue eyes. The corresponding text appeared beneath the picture. He's Brigadier General Conas Kilgore. He's from MI9 and is a deputy director. He's known to be a Sequence 5 from the lawyer pathway, but he wields a powerful sealed artifact. MI9. Brigadier General. From the looks of it, he's the representative of the spy network for that faction of the royal family. Klein memorized the information. Investigating a demigod was bound to provoke revenge. His only reliable idea was to rely on Miss Justice to gather information stealthily through her social connections, leveraging her spectator abilities. At this moment, the light from the mirror's surface faded and formed a new sentence. Great Master, do you wish to know the mastermind behind Quaron's suicide? You are even providing intelligence on your own accord? Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded. Yes. The mirror produced a line of text. Royal Family's consultant, Vin Rambis, one of the counselors of the Psychology Alchemists. Psychology Alchemists? Royal Family's consultant? Klein frowned, finding it difficult to determine what they were plotting. He wondered if this was a personal act by Vin Rambis or a ploy by the entire organization, a possibility that could create difficult choices for Miss Justice in the future as her standing rose. He returned to the question and answer game. What else do you wish to say? The silver light transformed without hesitation. Great Master, Ammon is already in Backlund as you expected. As it's his avatar that came, I can see it. What do you mean as I expected? Klein raised his brows. I'm aware. All right. That's it for today. I'll summon you again using the radio transceiver if I have more questions. Yes, Master, your loyal and humble servant Arodas is constantly awaiting your orders. Goodbye. The mirror's surface depicted an emoticon of a waving handkerchief. On the second day, a Monday, Klein made his final preparations. Apart from luggage for show containing 2 sets of clothes and £500, he threw the remaining £12,125 and 87 gold coins above the grey fog. His last death and resurrection had left a deep impression on him about the importance of having anonymous backup funds. Seeing that it was almost 3, he went above the grey fog for this week's tarot gathering. He had previously divined that unless they were in the same building, Alman was unable to detect a tarot club member being pulled into the mysterious space. Before long, dark red beams shot up in the Grand Palace, materializing into blurry figures. Audrey, in a good mood after re-establishing contact with the psychology alchemists, stood up and bowed. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Opposite her, the hanged man also bowed, though his mind was on another problem. He had promised the world a mystical item last week, but something had happened to the artisan, preventing its timely delivery. Alger planned to explain the situation and then resolve the issue himself. After the greetings, just as Katleya was about to say something, she saw Mr. Fool rap the edges of the mottled table. The dull knock made all the Tarot Club members tense up. It must be something serious. Something emphasized by Mr. Fool at the beginning must be something serious. Audrey determined inwardly. The Fool Klein surveyed the area and said with a smile, Ammon recently came to Backlund. An avatar, Ammon. Blasphemer Ammon? Derek instantly felt his unpleasant memories become invoked. Be it parasitizing his former team captain, asking, Are you looking for me? Or coiling around his spirit body like a snake, Ammon with his pointed hat was a nightmare he couldn't shirk away from. As a resident of the City of Silver, Derek had seen plenty of terrifying monsters, but only a few could make him feel such unease and fear from a mere recollection. Ammon is in Backlund where Miss Justice and Miss Magician are living? What does he want? What should they do? Derek suddenly felt nervous for his companions. Ammon, this ancient king of angels has returned to the real world? Indeed, when a revolution is about to happen, the waves of the times will come flooding in. Alger's eyes narrowed as he recalled what Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos had once said to him. Catleya's thoughts were similar. As the King of Angels reappeared in the northern continent, she could catch a whiff of the unease. A phrase surfaced in her mind, the changing of an epoch. Amun, Angel of Time Amun, an ancient King of Angels. Audrey trembled in concern. She glanced at the magician Fours and Mr. Moon, who wore blank and horrified looks, and couldn't help but look towards the end of the long bronze table. Honourable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to inform the Church of this matter? Chapter 890, Ignore Him. Regarding Miss Justice's question, Klein had already considered it. Leaving troublesome problems to official organizations was his usual modus operandi. However, Leonard's and Palais Zoroast's reaction made him realize something different. Leonard was a red glove of the Nighthawks. He could have easily created an informant to pass the news of Amon being in Baklan to the Church of Evernight, letting the archbishops and high-ranking deacons handle it. It wouldn't expose his problem and would quash any latent troubles. Yet, he had chosen to leave using the excuse of a mission. It was obvious to Klein that Amon's appearance was tied to the reason for Leonard's choice. He suspected that informing the Church might result in unpredictable negative outcomes, which is why the angel in Leonard's body, who knew Amon's powers, had denied this option. When I have no idea what to do, the choice is undoubtedly to emulate those with experience. Although there's the grey fog separating us, and any problem will cease at Miss Justice's side, there's no need to take such risks. There aren't many members of the Tarot Club to begin with. Every one of them needs to be cherished. Thoughts flashed through the Fool Klein's mind as he shook his head and said with a calm, humoured tone, "Ignore him. Ignore him." Mr. Fool's attitude is as if Amon is a stray dog. In his eyes, only Sequence 0 true deities are worthy of attention. That's right. The last time the sun was possessed by Amon's avatar, Mr. Fool had easily cleansed it away. As long as Amon doesn't appear in person, it's not too big a problem for him. The reason Mr. Fool emphasized this matter at the beginning is to warn us to be careful, Alger thought in fearful respect. Audrey similarly interpreted the meaning. Is Mr. Worldgearman Sparrow's temporary departure from Baklan to avoid Angel of Time Amon? To Mr. Fool, although he is still slowly recovering, it's not difficult for him to deal with Amon's avatar. The sun's encounter is evidence. He got his blessed to avoid Amon to not attract the Angel of Time's real body, as this can spoil his plans of awakening? Yes, he emphasized it to us as a warning, worried that we wouldn't react properly. Mr. Fool really shows his concern for us. At this moment, Emlyn had just digested the matter. Repeated tarot gatherings had allowed him to understand that a king of angels was an existence second only to the true deities, the strongest who walked the real world. What's going to happen this time in Bakland? When the time comes, there will be dead, wounded, or sick people everywhere. I'll become busy again because of Father, he recalled, fearing a repeat of his life after the Great Smog. Fours also felt the problem was significant. If Amon wanted to do something, it would likely be on a large scale that she couldn't avoid simply by hiding at home. She drew a breath and looked to the end of the long bronze table, worriedly asking, "Honourable Mr. Fool, why is Amon sending his avatar to Bakland?" Klein deliberated and looked around the table with a smile. "To look for all of you. To look for us." The sentence struck Fours and the others like lightning, leaving their spines numb. Immediately after, Audrey connected the reply to "Ignore him." She found Mr. Fool like a boundless ocean, and a mere avatar of blasphemer Amon was just a rock that could only cause a tiny stir. Although Amon's avatar came to find us, Mr. Fool has said to ignore him, so there's no need to bother about him. Praise Mr. Fool. Her tense nerves instantly relaxed. Emlyn, Fours and Derek figured out something similar, and their fears subsided. Catleya hadn't joined when Amon possessed Derek and knew little about it. She just felt worried. Why would a king of angels like Amon target the Tarot Club? He likely discovered our organization from the sun. What is his goal? Is he targeting Mr. Fool? Can he sense the abnormalities of the grey fog? But Mr. Fool said to ignore him. This means that, under normal circumstances, Amon is unable to tell who is a Tarot Club member. With Kings of Angels appearing, is the fifth epoch coming to an end? After relaxing, Alger began thinking about something else. He had once informed the Church of Storms about a problem by describing a person using blasphemer Ammon's image. Thankfully, even if the church were to encounter Ammon, they wouldn't verify such a minor detail. But regardless, they would find him extremely suspicious. I shouldn't randomly use high-ranking Beyonders as scapegoats, although not every high-ranking Beyonder is at the level of any mention of it will be known. Mentioning one excessively might result in me encountering that existence due to the machinations of fate. Seeing that the Tarot Club members had been sufficiently warned, Klein calmed down and leaned back, indicating the floor was theirs. Cattleya reigned in her worries. "Honourable Mr. Fool, I have 3 new diary pages again this time." She remembered informing Queen Mystic of the meaning of 2 Rosellian characters last week, and had only received a reply on Sunday with 3 diary pages and a question: the place his mind and spirit calls home, is it on that island or the depths of the cosmos? When she ruminated over the question, she sensed the emotional upheaval in Queen Mystic's writing, a sign that Emperor Roselle was an unresolved knot in her heart. Klein nodded for her to conjure the yellowish-brown goatskin pages. 10th March. I participated in that ancient and most secret organization's gathering. After many observations, I'm increasingly puzzled over a problem. What does it mean to be the trend of the times? Who defines the trend of the times? If it's really as they claim, when everything ends and the original creator is resurrected from the dead, awakening from his slumber, he would gather everything back into his body to create a new world and new history. Then, there's no need for them to let the times develop according to what they expect of the times. They can quickly come up with all kinds of schemes, such as triggering a world war, a war between angels, or even a war between deities. Wouldn't that accelerate their goals? Or could it be the case that the times is part of the original creator? Only when the times develop according to a certain expectation can he draw energy from it and revive. This isn't scientific. Of course, whatever I see and participate in now isn't scientific at all. Actually, if I had any say, why revive the creator who rides above all? Everyone can just go through the motions and enjoy themselves without any restrictions. Isn't that better? Based on my observations, there are many members who share similar viewpoints as mine. However, there are a number of members who are stubborn and inflexible, strictly abiding to their beliefs. I wonder if they should be called idealists or crazy cultists. What I can't see through the most is that mysterious leader. Old Mr. Hermes told me that this organization began with him. No, him. It was organized with people who shared his beliefs and goals. However, he seldom expresses his thoughts, never stopping many of the members who use the organization for their own purposes. At times, I will even forget his existence. He seems to enjoy sitting there, silently watching everyone converse. But on one matter, I witnessed his might. A high-sequence Beyonder who had gone against their so-called trend of the times was put forth by him. In 30 seconds, the person became a target of elimination, and I believe that the poor fellow wouldn't survive past summer. Who is he? Some ancient god that survived the Second Epoch? Roselle had used 2 question marks at the end of the sentence to express his strong doubts, which Klein suspected was the reason why Bernadette had chosen this diary entry. Chapter 891, Strange Chapel. The mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order enjoys sitting there, silently watching everyone converse. Once he wishes for something to be done, the matter can very quickly reach a consensus. This really matches the characteristics of the spectator pathway. I'm increasingly convinced that he is Ammon's brother, the other son of the creator, Adam. Comparing the diary's descriptions with what he already knew, Klein cast his gaze down to read the rest of the page. 11th March. The more I recall what happened yesterday, the more afraid I am. A demigod existence had his fate decided with just a few words. He didn't even have the chance to express his disapproval. And the makeup of the ancient secret organization convinces me that, apart from dealing with the 7 Orthodox churches, there is nothing that they can't do. Even the toppling of a nation isn't impossible. How lucky I am to be pulled into this organization. Otherwise, who knows if I might one day suffer an unexpected assassination I cannot resist. I'll die with my eyes wide open. This kind of organization that hides behind the scenes, secretly passing judgment on others, while determining the life and death of the target is really unacceptable. Even if I'm one of their members, I'm still appalled and feel fear deep down. This world is so much more dangerous than Earth. Perhaps just being born with relatively high spirituality, randomly flipping through an ancient tome, or creating something of meaning would be enough to cause one to die a baffling, tragic death. And this is one of the reasons that drive me to improve myself, to advance myself, to gain the ability to determine my own fate. I can definitely succeed. I'm the protagonist of this era, ha. 12th March. I feel there's a need to seek out some material regarding the 4th epoch, 3rd epoch, and even the 2nd epoch. The experience that came from joining that ancient, secret organization tells me that there might be countless secrets hidden here, the kind that will influence the direction of an epoch. Unfortunately, such information is astonishingly rare. The best method is still to raise my sequence. It will allow me to gain a higher status and greater power in the church. From this, it's obvious the Emperor contacted Mr. Dorr long after he joined the Twilight Hermit Order. Compared to him, it's so much easier for me to investigate history, Klein thought, flipping to the second diary page. 18th May. I've been having nightmares recently. I dream of myself wearing ancient silver-grey armor and sitting beside a cliff. In front of me is silence, and there's a bottomless black fog beneath me. It was filled with corruption and evil. My face grew complicated, jet black patterns as I monitored the abyss. My eyes completely lost their reason. It was a reflection of the abyss which I saw and attempted to enter last month. As this nightmare becomes more frequent, I realize that extreme thoughts are becoming a common occurrence for me. Also, dark red lumps are growing on my back. Is this a form of corruption from the abyss? I have to think of a way to confirm and resolve it. I cannot get the church's help. Otherwise, I'll have to divulge the existence of the primitive island and the abyss. Yes, I can find the priests and bishops of the eternal blazing sun. They're more skilled at purification. 19th May. Through some connections, I received some secret treatment. My entire being felt a lot more relaxed. Amidst my joy, I also thought of a problem. I had only explored the periphery of the abyss, yet I was affected without realizing it. Those criminal pathway beyonders who make sacrifices to high-level devils must suffer even worse corruption. Likewise, high-sequence beyonders, especially angels, should be able to exert influence on low- and mid-sequence beyonders of the same pathway. When one becomes a true god, there's a high probability that they can communicate across the whole world. This begs the question, am I being influenced to a certain extent by the god of steam and machinery? This is quite scary. It appears that only by becoming a demigod will I be able to escape this influence. Thankfully, since the 5th epoch, there hasn't been any examples of true gods descending upon the land. 20th May. After a period of being dispirited, I've returned to the social scene. Fuck, those bastards have been secretly mocking me, saying that the reason for me not coming out recently has to do with me having too much fun and turning weak. Just because my dark eye circles are more obvious because of my nightmare-induced poor sleep quality? Hey, I want to let them know what it means by the difference in one's talent. What is an angel's influence like on a low or mid-sequence beyonder? It's no wonder that angels in the 2nd epoch are called subsidiary gods. Klein's thoughts raced as he flipped to the last diary page. 12th October. Edwards ran to me, telling me that one of his knights discovered a strange chapel. It might have to do with the faith before the 4th epoch. This piqued my interest as I immediately rushed to the tiny city by the name of Bayman. 13th October. Bayman is a tiny town built on a mountain. Following the street and covering several flights of stairs, I finally found the strange chapel. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary residence. There was only one priest here. He was a genial middle-aged man who wore a simple white robe. He had a pale gold beard and light-colored eyes that were clear like a child's. He claimed the place to be a temple of the Creator. Any creature from any species, any believer of any deity could enter. This reminded me that apart from the 7 orthodox deities, the other faiths are deemed as heretics. They are unable to openly build a cathedral other than that of the original Creator. However, there has never been any such church coming into existence. In front of the chapel was a simple baldachin. In it was a man carrying a cross. This was likely the divine image of the so-called creator. I sat in the front pew and idly chatted with the priest. He said that when humans were first born, the ones that ruled were all sorts of crazy, bloodthirsty monsters. It was the creator who had awoken. He retrieved the special traits and powers that they had been blessed with, and he had bestowed it to the humans. After that, he returned to his slumber, leaving behind a prophecy. When madness, cruelty, greed, indulgence, coldness, and bloodthirstiness drowns the land once again, he would awaken and retrieve everything. Such a myth is completely different from the Church's canon. 15th October. I've been back in Trier for a day. Only then did I forget to ask the priest for his name. Forget it. There will still be a chance in the future. My sixth sense as a man tells me that I'll definitely head to that chapel again. Isn't this the condensed version of the City of Silver's myth? That priest seems to know a lot. Klein's mind stirred as the diary pages vanished. He looked up at Ma'am Hermit. Go ahead. Cattleya immediately bowed her head. Honourable Mr. Fool, what I wish to know is if the place that Emperor Roselle's mind and spirit calls home on that island or the depths of the cosmos. That primitive island? Even Queen Mystic Bernadette noticed how important it was to him. And deep in the cosmos, does she suspect he was an alien? It adheres to a certain logic, but I can't tell her about transmigration. Klein pondered for a while before shaking his head with a smile. Neither of them. Chapter 892, Individual Comprehension. Neither of them. Cattleya ruminated over Mr. Fool's reply, suddenly at a loss as to the true meaning of the question. She had imagined that the place Emperor Roselle's mind and spirit called home involved something philosophical or mystical, like a divine kingdom or the astral world. Mr. Fool's answer that it was neither denied nearly every possibility, making it difficult for her to think of any other answer. Perhaps what Her Majesty wishes to ask is not something I understand. What Mr. Fool is saying is pointing at another explanation. It doesn't matter if I understand it. I'm only a communication tool between them. Cattleya sighed inwardly as she sincerely bowed. Thank you for your answer. The other Tarot Club members were also lost. While they understood the concept of a mental and spiritual home, they couldn't connect it to the island or the depths of the cosmos. All of them had their own interpretations, but none felt close to the truth. Fours believed the island referred to the woman Roselle loved most, and the cosmos to his later years when he cast his gaze to the sea of stars. Audrey interpreted the island as one's self-consciousness, and the cosmos as the astral world, making the question about whether Roselle believed in himself, deities, or nature. From this angle, Mr. Fool's answer was strange, suggesting Roselle believed in nothing, not even himself. I might be misinterpreting it, but if that's really the case, it might conceal a deeper secret. Or perhaps in his later years, he had seen through life and became a pessimist and a nihilist. Audrey thought with piqued interest. Alger had similar thoughts as Cattleya. Emlyn gave up after a moment, and Derek, having no interest in the Emperor, remained silent. Finally, the Fool, cloaked by the grey fog, chuckled and said, You may begin. Alger immediately looked at the world and deliberated over his words. Sorry, your mystical item will require a little more time. Without waiting for him to speak, he quickly explained. That artisan had strangely gotten infected by a sickness, and there are suspicious snoopers appearing in the vicinity. This resulted in a delay. I will personally make a trip to see if I can resolve his problems so that he can quickly recover. We'll try to make the mystical item you need within 2 weeks. He spoke sincerely, expressing both his apologies and the importance of the matter, while subtly pushing all blame onto the artisan. It was as if he was telling the world that if he were displeased, he would teach the artisan a lesson, or even provide his location for a personal visit. That artisan sure is troublesome. Mr. Hangman treats this quite seriously. Artisans who are willing to accept orders from unknown origins are extremely rare. It's best that they are secured. Klein pondered for a moment and got the world to hoarsely reply, I will allow this delay, but there shouldn't be a next time. He spoke very calmly, but it alarmed Alger. He could almost feel the hidden murderous intent in the world Gehrman Sparrow. Thank you for your understanding, he said with a staid expression. Upon hearing their conversation, Cattleya looked at the hanged man, curled her lips, and nudged her glasses. If you are unable to resolve the problems, I can provide some help. From her point of view, as long as the problem wasn't serious, she could even do it for free, as it meant she could bypass the hanged man and establish a direct connection with the artisan. Alger sensed her true intent, feeling her encroaching on his territory. He paused for a moment and replied in an unperturbed manner, "Then, I will thank you on his behalf for your kindness." He expressed his close ties with the artisan while not directly objecting to her help, giving himself leeway. Compared to having Gairman Sparrow find fault with him, sacrificing some benefits was acceptable. Cattleya didn't harp on the matter and turned to the world. "Are you pleased with the information on West Balam?" She had already gathered all the information Gairman Sparrow needed and had it delivered via the strange messenger, as she was unwilling to disturb Mr. Fool directly. "It cost me a total of £300. If it wasn't good enough, I would have asked for a refund there and then." Klein mumbled and made the world answer tersely as an affirmation. Then the fake person cast its gaze on Miss Magician. Fours immediately felt uncomfortable, as if she were a rat being targeted by a cat. She couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong. Could it be that my defamation of Dwayne Dantes was heard by him, or is he displeased that I didn't refund him the money? Fours asked, quaking with consternation, "Mr. World Eye, is there something?" The world nodded and said, "A commission. Get information on Calderon City from the Abraham family. Most important of all is its location." Calderon City. Why is the world suddenly searching for this mysterious spirit world city? An instruction from Mr. Fool? Cattleya had some idea about Calderon City and was quite perplexed. The other Tarot Club members, including Fours, didn't know what city the world was looking for. After about 4 seconds, Fours forced a smile. "No problem. I can help you ask. How much would it cost?" The world asked in an unperturbed tone. £1,000. No, £500. No, I still need to deduct the bodyguard fee. Fours' mind raced and finally gave her price. £350. That's cheap. Other than the spirit world's 7 lights, perhaps only the Abraham family has detailed information. Yes, for Miss Magician, it's just about asking her teacher. It's no wonder it's not expensive. Klein was surprised before coming to a realization. He made the world nod and say, "Deal." After watching this transaction close, Audrey noticed something amusing. Miss Magician seems to be very afraid of Mr. World. It's like a reflex. She previously met Dwayne Dantes, but didn't know that he was Gairman Sparrow. Did she discover something terrifying during that time? I'll arrange to meet her and Shio at Glaint's place. Let's see if I can figure out something. Audrey thought, nodding indiscernibly. At this moment, Emlyn hurriedly looked at the sun. "Do you have the sequence 5 beyond a characteristic of the artificial vampire?" "I haven't accrued enough merit points." Derek didn't feel ashamed, instead feeling that Mr. Moon was being overly anxious. Emlyn turned his head disgruntledly, then recalled something. He hurriedly said to Miss Magician, "I have clues to the cursed item and remnant spirituality from an ancient wraith. I'm waiting for more detailed information. This might not be an item to give to you directly, but one to provide you with some information about where you can find an ancient wraith in the vicinity of Backland." Upon saying that, Emlyn thought and said, £300. "This means that I have to hunt the ancient wraith myself?" Based on various mysticism rumors, this is quite a powerful monster. Fours' first reaction was one of dilemma. Her second was to commission the hunt to Mr. World, but the cost would be too high. She decided it was better to attempt it herself. "I'll wait until Shio becomes an interrogator. Together we should have a higher chance. Besides, I still have Leymano's travels with me. I have little actual combat experience since I'm fleeing most of the time." This is an opportunity. Fours quickly made a decision and said to the Moon Emlyn, "Deal." After confirming some other matters, the transaction segment came to an end. Klein got the world to beat Mr. Hanged Man to the punch by looking around and saying, "My preliminary investigations regarding Backland's Quaron's suicide has borne fruit." Chapter 893, Hair-Resembling Plants. The one most interested in Quaron's suicide was Justice Audrey. However, having long noticed Forz's slight interest in the case, she didn't ask, maintaining her posture and patiently waiting for the best-selling author to pose the question. In just a second or two, Forz looked towards the world and asked after some deliberation, "What's the truth?" Klein had already rehearsed his description. Without hesitation, he had the world say, "The mastermind behind it is the royal family's consultant, Vin Rambis. He probably has another identity, a counselor of the psychology alchemists." Chapter 893, Hair-Resembling Plants. The one most interested in Quaron's suicide was Justice Audrey. However, having long noticed Forz's slight interest in the case, she didn't ask, maintaining her posture and patiently waiting for the best-selling author to pose the question. In just a second or two, Forz looked towards the world and asked after some deliberation, "What's the truth?" Klein had already rehearsed his description. Without hesitation, he had the world say, "The mastermind behind it is the royal family's consultant, Vin Rambis. He probably has another identity, a counselor of the psychology alchemists." When she heard the first sentence, Audrey's mind had already naturally produced the image of a genial elder. This man came from an aristocratic background, had graduated from Birth University, and possessed profound knowledge and outstanding insight. He had been a consultant to the royal family for more than a decade, and was publicly recognized as a scholar, a good man, a gentleman. Audrey had previously suspected the royal family's involvement, but she never expected the mastermind to be the amiable and humorous Vin Rambis. When the world announced the man's other identity, she couldn't hide her alarm. Vin Rambis is a beyonder? He's a counselor of the psychology alchemists. This also means that he might be a demigod. I've seen him so many times, but I've never connected him to the mysterious world. I always found him to be solely a knowledgeable scholar. If Mr. World wasn't misled, I'd really find it unbelievable that Vin Rambis, known to be helpful to others, would treat a life with such coldness. He coldly made a child lose his father, a wife lose her husband, parents lose their son. He usually presents himself to be so cultured and loving. Politics is dirtier than I imagined. Same for the royal family. I have yet to meet a counselor of the psychology alchemists. I never expected that this secret organization is almost no different from cults like the Aurora Order. Our tarot club is better. Mr. Fool is always stopping the plans of evil gods and devils. While Audrey's mind was in chaos, Alger acutely sensed the brewing problems in Backland's political climate. He felt that various factions were interlinked, forming a massive bucket of explosives that could go off at any time. The nobles, royal family, the three churches, the burgeoning rich, the commoners who live on a precipice, and the lowest class who live abject lives. The revolution of the times is so obvious. To think I didn't recognize this at all. I just simply believed Chilangos's words. An epoch where old gods fade and new gods arise is about to descend. The tides of history are roaring in an unstoppable manner. Alger silently sighed, seemingly seeing the tall Gothic bell tower and the bell of order hanging within it, surrounded by gathering storms. Suddenly he had a theory. What arises might not be a new god, but an ancient god from an even more remote age. He instinctively glanced at the seat of honor before quickly retracting his gaze, hardly able to quell the upheaval in his heart. At that moment, his ambition and goals felt too puny. He had only wanted to become an archbishop, a saint, wielding authority from the shadows. Since old gods are fading and new gods are rising, Mr. Fool will be returning to his throne. Then why shouldn't I consider being an angel? Only at this level can I complete a qualitative change in my existence. I'll be able to live a long lifespan, lord over people, and wield authority over the world. As the thoughts flashed through his mind, Alger trembled almost imperceptibly, his heart spewing with agitated emotions. Connecting Queen Mystic's whereabouts for the past 2 months, Cattleya felt that the latter had been spending a large portion of her time in Backland. Is something about to happen here? She wondered. Forz knew some details of the case, including that the victim had acted on his own, yet witnesses believed it was all Dwayne Dantes's doing. The truth induced a deep fear of the psychology alchemist's counselor. How is this different from being a puppet? A high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway is terrifying. However, this is really good writing material. In my next book, I want to write about a sick girl who uses hypnosis to make a gentleman fall in love with her. The climax is when she discovers the gentleman is actually a master hypnotist. She gaped her mouth before closing it again, not asking further about Finn Rambis. Klein's sharing of the information was mainly to warn Miss Justice. Seeing his goal was achieved, he added, "There's another matter. Help me take note of Brigadier General Jonas Kilgore. He's the Deputy Director of MI9. On the surface, he's only a Sequence 5, but, in actual fact, he's a Black Emperor pathway demigod. He possesses rather potent spiritual perception and can sharply detect others observing him." Jonas Kilgore. Audrey repeated the name inwardly but had no impression of him. Either we have little overlap in our social circles, or he keeps an extremely low profile. If I have a chance, I should ask Kantz. He's from MI9. She was no longer surprised that a supposed Sequence 5 was actually a demigod. It was common for members of an intelligence agency. Alger and Catalia had heard of the high-ranking MI9 member, but lacked a deeper understanding. They simply made a mental note to be careful. Seeing Mr. World had nothing else to share, Derek said, "I've made a new friend again." He paused. The area he patrols includes the former chief's mausoleum. He told me that the 6-member council has yet to open the door that leads underground. However, through the cracks on the outer rocks of the mausoleum, there are luxuriant and strange plants growing out. They look like human hair. The 6-member council has 3 demigods, yet they haven't managed to open the entrance. This means it's quite a serious problem. And plants that resemble human hair? Questions arose in Klein's mind as he waited for the hanged man to ask. Alger, having listened quietly, frowned. "Apart from that, are there any anomalies? Is Shepherd Elder Lovia in charge of opening the mausoleum?" "It's not her. The chief is present too, likewise for 2 other elders," Derek answered seriously. "There aren't any other anomalies for the time being." Alger nodded. "Very good. Maintain your present state. Establish communications with more people. Keep a note of any changes with that mausoleum." Derek eagerly nodded in response. After a few more exchanges, the gathering moved to the learning segment. When it ended, Klein returned to the real world, washed his face, and patiently waited for night to come, when he would ride a military airship to Desi Bay. In the southern continent's Barents Harbour, Danitz, having taken only a few days to arrive, draped himself in a dark cloak and carried a suitcase. With the sun brooch on his clothes and an iron-black boxing glove held close to his chest, he walked out of the harbour, sweating profusely, but feeling armed to the teeth and stronger than ever before. Once out of the harbour, he glanced around and extended his hand to stop a carriage. When the driver saw him, he said a string of words. No. What is he saying?" Danitz looked blankly at him. It took him a few seconds to recall one thing. He didn't know the local language, Dutanese, at all. Back when he came to West Balham before, he had his captain, a polyglot, leading the crew. He never had to worry about not understanding anything. Chapter 94 Meeting. Danitz turned agape, subconsciously saying in Intis, "Hotel." The air seemed to freeze. Danitz looked at the carriage driver's dark brown skin, coarse black hair and blank expression. He exhaled silently, blaming his bad luck as he carried his luggage and started walking down the street. Dog shit. I actually encountered a carriage driver who doesn't know Intis. Shouldn't someone who picks up passengers near the harbour know a few Northern Continent languages? There are so many people from Intis, Loan and Faysac around here. He grumbled, scanning the pedestrians for anyone who looked to be from the Northern Continent. According to what he knew, Barents Harbour had a decent number of migrants from various northern countries. As long as he met one, communication wouldn't be a problem. However, all of this was built on the premise that he didn't collapse from heat stroke first. "This dog-shit weather," he cursed, looking up at the azure blue sky and the sun. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Danitz knew the temperature was actually quite mild for the southern continent, and that his intense heat was due to the sun brooch he wore. But having just arrived, he didn't dare remove it. He could only imagine German Sparrow's cold, crazy look if he lost it. "Come on, give me a few people from the northern continent. Any country would do. I'm a famous pirate who knows several languages after all," he muttered, his mind filled with thoughts of iced beer and floating icebergs. As he muttered, He suddenly rubbed his eyes. He had finally seen someone who was clearly of Northern Continent descent, and someone who seemed familiar. Diagonally ahead, at a street illuminated by bright sunlight, a young man with short blonde hair was leaning against a wall, blowing into a silver harmonica. He had emerald green eyes, wore a white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, an unbuttoned black vest, and a single black glove. It was none other than the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, Anderson Hood. What a coincidence! This fellow actually came to West Balham, Danitz thought, delighted. He felt as though he had grabbed a floating plank in a sea of people. Ignoring their past on the Golden Dream, he approached and greeted Anderson in standard hunter speech. "What happened? Treasure hunting hasn't been working out for you, so you've begun busking on the streets?" He noticed an overturned hat in front of Anderson, filled with about 20 or 30 brass coins. Anderson stopped playing. "That's not my hat. I happened to walk past and saw a hat on the ground. Seeing how no one discovered it, I felt a little wistful and took out my harmonica to play it. To my surprise, quite a number of people gathered around to listen and threw money in it. A boorish pirate like you probably doesn't understand the beauty of music. I'm telling you, your captain especially likes—" "Stop!" Danitz's forehead throbbed. He cut Anderson off and asked, "Why are you here?" Anderson held the harmonica and thought about it seriously. "That's a good question. I have no idea why I'm here in West Balham either. I don't remember a thing that has happened over the past 2 months." Danitz, about to tell him to cut it out, was convinced by his serious expression. He deliberated. "You don't remember a thing?" Anderson picked up the hat, dusted it off, and said, "My last memory was of me in Bayam with Gehrman Sparrow. After going our separate ways, I had apparently gone somewhere to meet someone. When I woke up, I was already here. Ha ha! Don't be concerned over such matters, as long as I'm still alive. Ah, it's almost noon. Let's go have a meal. I heard that Behrens is famous for its pork knuckles." As he spoke, he placed the hat and its coins beside a nearby tramp. Hot, hungry, and exhausted, Danitz was invigorated. "You know Dutanese?" Anderson chuckled. "Haven't you heard of my numerous adventures as a treasure hunter in West Balham? That's right, I had thought of seeking you out to get information. The situation here is chaotic, and I'll definitely be safer with Anderson around. Also, I'll have an interpreter." Danitz slowly revealed a smile. "That puts me at ease. Let's go." Holding his luggage, he and Anderson found a restaurant on a nearby main street. Hearing the waiter speak in his native tongue and seeing the indecipherable menu, Danitz felt a headache coming on. "I'll leave it to you," he said, handing the menu to Anderson. Anderson didn't take it. "I can't read it either," he replied with a composed expression. "Didn't you say you know Dutanese?" Danitz blurted out. Anderson threw up his hands. "I didn't say that. What has my repeated visits to West Balham have to do with knowing Dutanese? Without knowing Dutanese, how are you able to understand those texts in the ancient temples? How do you seek out treasure?" Danitz's expression contorted. Anderson gulped down a cup of water. "Problems that can be solved with a dictionary aren't problems. Besides, does not knowing Dutanese mean that you can't communicate?" With that, he turned to the waiter and said in Intis, "2 specialty pork knuckles." The waiter gave him a blank look. Unflustered, Anderson pressed his right hand to his nose and mimicked the grunting of a pig. The waiter's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Anderson then pointed at his own knuckles at the Behrens label on the menu and held up 2 fingers. The waiter nodded, speaking in accented Dutanese. Danitz watched, dumbfounded. After a series of gestures and a few basic Dutanese words, the meal was ordered. Anderson turned to Danitz and smiled. "Get it? In this world, there's a common language, body language." Danitz could only curl his lips in a frozen response. A carriage drove out of West Borough and headed south, soon arriving at a military base. With Colonel Calvin's letter and an escort, Klein successfully entered and arrived at a square where a dark blue and white behemoth of an airship was berthed. It was dozens of meters long, with a truss of composite metal frames and impermeable cloth cushions. Beneath it were openings for machine guns, projectile launchers, and cannons. Klein handed his documents to the officer on guard by the gangway. After receiving permission, he walked up onto the airship with his suitcase. It was structured like a ship with 3 sections. The uppermost held machinery and a cargo hall, the middle a hall for buffets and balls surrounded by lounges, and the lowest the gunnery rooms and soldiers' cabins. Walking past guards equipped with rifles, Klein found his reserved lounge and placed his luggage beside a sofa-like chair. He picked up a cup of water and walked to the window to take in the scenery. He knew only a little about the new airship model, which left him a bit uneasy, though his divination had promised a smooth journey. As he was about to admire the room's decorations, he noticed a group of people approaching Airship 1345. They were men and women, all wearing thin, black trench coats and red gloves, carrying leather suitcases. Only one, a woman in a mysterious medium's robe with blue eyeshadow and blush, stood out, Daly Simone. Behind her was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. While no one noticed, Leonard's footsteps suddenly slowed. He looked up at the midsection of the airship. His eyes reflected the grey side-burned and blue-eyed Dwayne Dantes, who was standing behind a window, a genial smile on his face as he raised the cup in his hand.